believe is a reflection on what I believe our society, what my future, what my children's future, what my sisters and brothers' future will be. Everything I feel, of course, sisters and brothers' future will be. Everything I feel, of course, is a reflection upon everything.
Reflection upon what you hope. I'm not hearing quite how this is an external thing. The desire is for external things, but how is the motivation coming from? I mean, are you just saying it's? Here's what I'm driving at: is any of your belief related to something godlike in any way, higher power, divine being, interceding in some way?
I think
to
so.
motivate us.
I think so. I don't think that I take something and put it into my daily life with the belief that everything I do is for an external being, but I do recognize that everything I do has a kind of ripple effect.
Right.
So,
That's what I've heard mostly from you, is that, yes, you believe your motivations are inspired by the external world and the people, the relationships, the things around you. But I'm not hearing you say that that it's somehow instilled in you by a divine being. And that's more the kind of question that I was driving at, was, is this something that is given, granted? And then if it is, then what's it given or granted by? Or is it something that is just inspired by your compassion, your mindset?
can you give me an example of something that's driven you? Can you give me an example?
No, I'm not here to answer about my beliefs, my experiences, or help provide you with examples. I'm here to see if you can question your beliefs, Gleep. And it doesn't seem really like you're very interested in that exercise, but I do appreciate you coming up and sharing what you have. I hope that you keep asking questions, but I think I'm ready to move on. I appreciate you. If anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to insult or argue. I'm not here to tear down or to debate in any way. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs in a god or something like that, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? I meant to do something before the live. I was actually in the middle of doing it. And I was gladly distracted and forgot to do the thing I was doing. I gotta come back here before we lose it. Okay, I'm really surprised that worked. I know we're left in suspense for a moment there, Morgan, aren't we? What did I do? I haven't heard these yet, by the way, so this is going to be a treat for all of us. I was very, I was very busy with some, well, I was not entirely able to pay attention to what I was doing, but I knew I wanted to get these. And I heard part of one, and I'm already intrigued, so. Thank you guys so much for helping with the goal. Appreciate you. Oh, what is that? Oh, I see. Yeah, that made the music dim out. That was weird. Thank you so much. Here's Morgan Le Fay, Bats, and Angel for helping with that goal. Really appreciate all of you.
Welcome in. Can you question your beliefs? And you know what the heck you are talking about? Request on up. Do you have a belief in a god, goddesses, a higher power, and you can question that belief? Request on up. Perhaps you believe in aliens, Jesus Christ, mermaids, Bigfoot, machine elves, Santa Claus, or anything like that. Request on up. We're not here to debate or burgle your gods, but there's always room for one more in the shed.
It's a long one. Cat, I don't think you'll ever be done doing that talk. Really like this. It's a long track, but I'm digging the groove. those words. Apparently we're not Bree's tribe, whatever that means. Good for you, I guess. Well, if you do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request up. I'm not looking for any kind of debates or arguments. I'm not looking to tear you down or burgle your gods. I really just want to know if you can question it. And if you can question that belief, then, well, what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? I feel like we've just strolled into Hobbiton. We're in the Shire. Bree says Satan is a liar. Which one? I mean, really, who is Satan? What is Satan? But which one?
Welcome in. Can you question your belief? And you know what the fuck you're talking about? Request honor. Do you have a belief in a God? A higher power? And you can question that belief. Request honor.
Oh, that's hilarious. I don't know if we use open as often, but well, we're boring to Bree, but they've been in the room for a while. I'm glad we're so boring that you've decided to stay. I wonder if you can question your beliefs, Bree. you just here trying to antagonize, hoping that my responses are for you? Does it make you feel better if you think I was laughing at you and not the audio track we listened to? Bree says, I am a spirit. It's my truth. What does that mean, though, Bree? What is a spirit? Yeah, Bree, I would love to question you about spirit, whatever that means. Essence. What is essence? I wonder if there's anybody who can question their beliefs. And we've clearly noted at least one believer in the chat. Is there anybody sitting in the shadows trying to muster up the courage to click on the requests and see if you can question your beliefs? Hello, Tay. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 29.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
At one point in time in life, I did.
But you don't know.
I guess you can say that I'm questioning things, and the cloak has been taken off, the veil's been taken off, and I'm, I guess how you would say, waking up to things.
What is it when you say the cloak or the veil has been taken off? Are you saying that you're starting to see
like
clearly, and clearly to you there? Are you saying there is no God, or
well, no,
you
I'm
just
not
don't
saying
believe in one?
I don't know. I don't know for sure. I would say that I'm more in belief of self. I'm not saying that I'm the highest power, but if it says like it is in the Bible, greater is He that's in me than he that is in this world. I feel like you have power within self as well.
Why would you refer to the Bible?
Because at one point in time, I was into Christianity, and I went to a non-denominational church, and I was basically I guess a soldier for the Lord's army. And like in school and stuff, I would tell anybody off who didn't believe, but as I got older, I started to distance myself away from the church, and slowly but surely the veil was just removing itself. Because just as when I was younger,
when you say the veil
something that was
removing itself, sorry, when you say the veil was removing itself, what are you saying is actually changing there?
Yeah, I feel like when you're still in religion, or especially Christianity, I was on someone else's live, and they were saying like a spiritual graping. I do feel like it is a spiritual graping, because they do kind of force a lot of things. And I'm glad you kind of have this this thing going of can you question your beliefs, because it's basically you have to believe, and you can't open your mind to other things. You can't, just basically either you believe or you don't, so you can't this is basically forced upon you. You can't think outside of the box.
So you're saying you've begun, by the veil is lifted, you're beginning to think outside of the box.
Especially in the Black churches. It's like, if you have any questions, it's like basically you don't question God. It's just there's no set answer.
Does that make it seem less likely to you that the God is real, or is it just questioning whether the structure of religion has any truth?
All of that intertwined. I like I said, I backed off. I backed off from the church, and it just, as I got older, I started thinking about certain things. One of the things being, because I believe, and this is just my belief, that, and I'm not trying to make it a race topic, but I do believe that the Black woman carries every gene. I can't say that and also say that.
Yeah, I would definitely encourage you to question that, and to see if you could research the truth of that. I don't know if there's any there.
And then also,
but Tay, I
mm-hmm.
just want to redirect a little bit. The conversation that I'm looking for is more, can you question your belief in a God or God's higher power? And I understand you are kind of on this unveiling, this sort of unboxing of your belief from the church that you had come to know. And I'm wondering, do you still believe then that there is a God, a higher power, a creator, but that it's just not being presented well by these organized religions?
I do believe again, I don't have all the answers, but I do still believe to a certain degree, but I also believe in self as well.
Yeah, I caught that part earlier.
Hmm.
But do you think, do you think that there is some creator of all that has some intention for you and will promise you some afterlife?
Sorry, I didn't hear the last part. You said something about afterlife.
Yeah, and that it would promise you an afterlife if you behave.
To be honest, again, I haven't really thought super far into that as well. But I have been looking into, just certain things. I don't know. I'm still kind of up in the air about the ending of life, because I do kind of feel like we're energy, and I feel like I'm just a soul inside of a human form having a human experience. So I'm kind of up in the air. I don't know. You have to understand it's been years of I would say brainwashing, so it's kind of hard. Sometimes I still have that Christian conscience at times. So like I said,
I guess what I'm curious about is how well, I don't want to play that metaphor off too much, but how unwashed has your brain become? Have you let it loose into the sand? Is there anything sticking to it now? Do you think that there is some kind of soul?
a soul within myself, or are you saying just on the God aspect?
Well,
I don't believe in like the Trinity thing. I don't know. I'm kind of, maybe I'm misunderstanding your question, because I
right.
can't tell you for sure. At this space and time in life right now, I can't tell you for sure
Sounds
whether
like
or
you
not
haven't really
I
been
do believe.
questioning this part. Just
Yeah, I
the
haven't. Yeah,
structures,
it's
the
all new.
organization.
Yeah, it's all new. It's all new for me. But my part so far is like I've been debunking the Bible, certain things, like the whole thing. If God said let there be light, then who was there to see him say that?
And
Because
then
he's
why
not an
did he
author.
make
He
the
didn't write the
sun
book.
4 days later?
Yeah, certain things like that. Or like when you clone something, you clone a sheep or you clone a chicken, it's going to be a chicken. It's going to be a sheep, So when they say God took the rib of Adam and made a woman, it doesn't make sense, because men can't make women, Women make men, because in the beginning of being in the womb, men are women before they're men, certain things like that.
Something
Or
like that. Before,
yeah, like he
yeah,
can't.
before we go too far down this tangent, I hear you. So you question the Bible, you question the truth of it. It sounds like you've got a lot of good questions too. I'm wondering, do you have any reason to believe that, besides what you've read in the Bible, that there should be any kind of God or thing like it?
I don't know. I can't say, because I've never read the Bible to the full extent, And again, like I said, I believe in self, but I also believe, I guess my belief would be, I'm not the highest power, but if it said that I'm in the Bible says, if you're made in the image of God, so, and people believe that he's the father, so why would I not be the daughter? Why would you not be a God as well?
That's interesting. Do you know what autotheism is?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Autotheism. Have you ever heard of that?
No. No, I haven't. Can you explain it?
kind of the idea that that a person is their own God, and that they well, I mean, that's basically really all there is to it. You just sort of a self-deification that you either
So
are
you saying
God,
that would be my title?
that you either
in
are
this whole thing?
God or have the potential to become one. But the question
Yeah.
then would be, what is God? If you
Mhm.
think you are a God. There are other versions of autotheistic type beliefs. There's some forms of Satanism that are kind of autotheistic. Do you
Do I what?
does it matter to you, the God title, the God aspect, the existence of something being called God?
I guess that's something I'm still learning on my spiritual journey. I guess I'm so used to saying it, you know, it's kind of like a title that I've been just, it's just in my vocabulary. So I'm kind of still used to saying certain things, if that makes sense, because I've been in it so long. So I guess I never really thought of it.
I wonder if that's where your questions should be. If it matters, if something being called a God matters, if you think there is some creator or divine force, but that's just where my questions are for you. But Tay, I appreciate you coming up and answering the questions that you have.
Yes.
I do think I'm going to move on, but I really appreciate it, and I hope you keep asking questions.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for having me up. You have a good night.
Absolutely. Thank you. And Big W's in the chat for Tay. She's definitely questioning her beliefs, questioning her way out of church structures is a huge part of deconstruction.
Oh, good.
Oh, there's a cat in the vat.
Hi.
How about that?
I was wondering. Oh, we're both ghosts, huh? No. Did you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
I do hear you.
They were both Q ghosts, huh?
They were. I tried to bring them
Doesn't
both
seem
up.
like you hear me.
I hear you.
That is so unfortunate because one of them I wanted to question so bad and have been wanting to question.
Well, he's welcome to try again. Maybe there's a connection error.
I don't know. I don't think he's still here. No, and that's the answer, Scott, is no, he's not still here. He was a regular, and Scott said it. We both keep telling him to come have his belief question over here. And I really was looking forward to it when I saw him in the queue.
Okay, I think I know which one you were talking about. Yeah, no, he's absolutely welcome to try again. Let me see if sometimes the host gets to see something that you don't. So let me see. Nope, but we do have drops.
Well, any questioning believer.
Right. Hello, drops. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Oh, well, I don't hear drops speaking. You can try again, drops, but we do have Elite. Hello, Elite. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
30.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I do.
And what is your belief?
I am a Christian.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Yes, I grew up Christian.
Do you believe the stories from the Bible to be true and literal?
Yeah. The literal is the stretch, but yeah.
So like the 6-day
There's a
creation, is that true and literal? Is that 6 days in that order?
I really don't think that. Like I don't think of it that deeply when it comes to creation. Like it could have been any type of creation. I don't think that matters.
So it doesn't matter if the book is in error in the first chapter.
No, I was just like, when it comes to me believing it, it doesn't matter. You know, like it's
Why
just
doesn't it matter if the first chapter is wrong or not?
because the first chapter is just crazy land. Like I can admit to that. Like it's just all over, right? The
If
sun
the
was created in like the fourth day. Plants were created before the earth, and animals before the like. It's just all over the place. So it's like if you tell me to explain it in a literal form, I just go like I just it's all like it's all faith based when it comes to creation, guys.
so I guess I'm not quite understanding your answer. You're saying it's not literal because it's just crazy, you said.
I cannot give you a naturalistic explanation,
Hmm.
right?
Yeah, I'm not looking for really a naturalistic explanation. What I'm wondering is if you believe the first chapter is true or not.
Yeah, so you would have to know what belief means. It's based on belief, based on
So
faith.
what does belief mean to you, I guess?
Belief in this sense means that there is an all-powerful being that creates in such a way that is presented in a language that is for us to draw from so that we can, at the end of the day, believe, not know, right? Not be exact, but just have enough faith. That makes sense. Like, if it was complete knowledge,
Yeah, I was okay. So you're just saying you're equating faith and belief. Is that what you're doing? Belief
yes,
is faith,
yeah, same thing.
and faith for you is just accepting without a good reason or evidence.
Like,
I guess.
you wouldn't need faith or belief if something is completely knowable.
So you're saying if you know something, like if you know
Yeah,
you're sitting in whatever chair in whatever room or not sitting, standing, I don't know what you're doing. You know what you were doing. Um, that 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 you can't believe you are doing that.
yeah, it's knowledge based.
So
It's
if there's something that you think of as knowledge, there's no belief involved in that.
yeah, that's how. If anybody comes up here and tells you that the first few chapters, and even probably the first few
I'm not
thousand,
interested in what if anybody else says when they come up. I'm still trying to pinpoint what it is you believe.
like
So I guess the meaning of belief, if you're saying it's faith, at the moment we can write on that now. I'll just wonder, why do you have faith? or not why do you have faith? Do you have faith in the truth of the first chapter of your book? That's all I was asking.
Yeah, I have faith, yeah.
Do you have faith in the second chapter of your book, that it is true?
Yeah, the first 1,000 years are murky, but I have faith that is true.
I see. Does it matter if the book contradicts itself from one chapter to the next, to your faith?
As far as I know, there's not like major stuff in it that is contradictory.
The question was a hypothetical. If it contradicts, does that matter to your faith?
It does.
It does matter.
Yeah, it does. If it's inconsistent, it does matter.
Kat, did you want to ask any questions before I go where you know I'm going?
I very much would like to. Thank you. Didn't you just say that it's contradictory?
Me? What do you mean?
Yeah, you like when Thrayle started to ask you about Genesis, you said it's crazy, it's all over the place. There's no naturalistic explanation for it. So, and then you started talking about when things were created, and it seemed like, and maybe I read this wrong, that you knew that it was contradictory.
No, that's not about contradiction. It's just about just a whole miraculous event, right?
I think.
Okay.
Would you accept that it contradicts with our understanding? Is that kind of, but not a contradiction within itself, as far as you can tell so far?
As far as I can tell, our understanding is also incomplete.
Is incomplete the same as contradictory? Sorry, Kat.
It's just a bunch of incomplete hypotheses about everything. So,
Go ahead, Kat.
Why would you have something you have no grounding for?
You cut out right.
Why would you believe something you can't ground?
There you
go. I believe something that I cannot ground.
Yeah, good.
What ground? It's good. That's what I'm saying. It's.
Well, again, you said you have no there's no way to explain it.
Yeah, because
does everything you know about science and creation.
Because creation is the Bible, in my opinion, or just Christianity in general, is it's meant to give you enough so you can have faith, and the rest of it is just it's enough to give you faith, and the world is also in that unknowable gap.
So if Thrayle shows you a contradiction in the first 2 chapters of Genesis right now, what is that going to do?
Yeah,
for your faith?
I agree. Contradictions are. I don't. Yeah. If you show me contradiction, I'll consider my faith.
All right, I'm gonna.
What translation of the Bible do you read?
No, it's just it has to be vernacular.
Okay. How do you feel about the new revised standard updated edition?
That's fine. That's fine. Contradiction, anything that's contradictory when it comes to the message or that I would consider it, but the Bible is fairly in unison when it comes to the messaging.
So there's a NRSVUE from Genesis 2:5. Okay. You know the well. Before I do though, I guess you know the order of creation from Genesis 1, right?
Yeah. Genesis
So
is human beings.
say that again.
Genesis 2 is human beings.
Like it starts with light, firmament, plants, sun and moon, animals, man and woman, right? Isn't that the order from Genesis 1? Sound about right? Does that sound about right? You can correct me if you think I'm wrong, or are you okay if we just hypothetically roll with that?
Yeah, sounds about right.
Okay. So yeah, light, firmament, plants, sun and moon, animals, man and woman, that order. So if that's the order of creation from Genesis 1, then Genesis 2, I'll read from 5. When no plant of the field was yet in the earth, and no vegetation of the field had yet sprung up, for the Lord God had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was no man to till the ground, but a stream would rise from the earth and water the whole face of the ground. Then the Lord God formed the man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and the man became a living being.
Right? It's not a chronological order. Like the first two chapters, even the first two verses tells you, right? God created. Like the first verse is God created, right? Heaven and earth, right? After it does that, it then tells you what he did, but it tells you in one verse the whole 7 days, right? It tells you in one verse. Genesis 1.
You're telling me this is telling me in one verse all 7 days.
No, Genesis 1, right? God created heaven and earth. Think of it like a Russian doll, right? It just tells you, bam, like God created heaven and earth. And then
does it actually say God created heaven and earth?
At the beginning, God created the heavens.
Do you know what? Do you know what a more direct translation from the Hebrew is?
If I can recall, yeah, like
when God began to create the heavens and the earth,
in the beginning
was
No, it says when God began to create, the heavens and the earth were formless and void.
this is the same Bible I was just reading from. It's the NRSVUE.
Yeah.
So not
So the
quite
point
in
was,
the beginning.
yeah.
And if you're, I don't know where the contradiction is. The contradiction is
When God began to create the heavens and the earth was complete chaos, and darkness covered the face of the deep, while the wind from God swept over the face of the waters.
Yeah.
So what does that have to do with my question about why the man is made before the plants in chapter 2?
Like it tells you, right? It's just
It didn't tell me anything about man or plants being made in chapter 2.
Again, like as I understand it, right? The first verse tells you like creation event, right? It just like tells you the whole 7 day in just one fell swoop, right? And then it tells you let there be light being the first moment, right? But it told you already the full picture that he created it, and then it tells you the process.
It doesn't tell you he created it. It doesn't just say he created everything. It says there was chaos and darkness, and a wind swept over, and then he said, "Let there be light." It's not saying he already did it, and now we'll break it down.
I mean, maybe this translation may be doing it that way, but the way under
Okay, let me look at a KJV.
the KJV or like the NIV or
How about we go back a few editions and we'll pull out the RSV.
Wait, I have my ESV.
ESV or NIV, like,
The ESV does have some issues, but
The RSV is right here. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The earth was without form and void.
just tells you like.
Say that again.
It tells you like a broad synopsis, a broad.
So
like a
the one,
conclusion,
the
right?
sentence
It starts with
one.
a conclusion.
Okay,
God
so let's
created heaven
stop for a moment. Stop for a moment, because this whole thing about chapter 1, verse 1 has nothing to do with chapter 2, verse 5, except the creation part, that there is creating happening. But
Yeah, it's to establish.
I don't think you're hearing what I'm asking. And so you're getting off into how verse 1 says all this happened, and then it breaks it down in your translation. But if we look at verse 5 again, do you mind if we go back there so you can stop kind of getting off point? Verse 5, when it says that it creates, that before there are plants in the ground, right? What day is that?
That's day 5th or 4th. Yeah, again, it's not written in chronological
Before there
order.
are plants. Yeah. What day would that be?
I don't know if it's the 4th or the 5th day. Probably the 5th.
The plants are made on the 3rd day.
Okay.
Light, firmament, plants. And then sun and moon comes after the plants somehow. But that's not where I'm getting to.
and also after the light, I just realized that's
after the light. Yeah, the sun comes after the light. Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of interesting parts there. But you've got the plants on day 3. So it says before there are plants, because there is no rain and no man. He makes a mist come up and water the ground.
Right.
And then he makes a man.
Yeah, I don't think it's about chronology, right? Chronological order.
What is it about?
It's just a story telling you how man came about. I think the main focus on chapter 2 is man.
It's the man that came before the plants.
It's just to say, like, this is how...
Was this man made on day 6 or day 3?
No, it's just telling you that, like during the creation event, which is all wrapped up in 7 days.
Okay,
right?
it's all wrapped up in 7 days, with
like,
specific days being delineated for each thing.
Yeah, I mean...
Are you saying that did the man come before the plants or after the plants?
No, it clearly tells you that man was created on the 6th.
Then why does it tell you in the 2nd chapter that before there were plants, he makes a man?
On the 2nd chapter, right, there is a gap, right? It tells you on the 7th day, everything was finished, right? It was good and it was very good, right? That was the period, that was the completion. On the 2nd chapter, and it starts a new chapter, like the 2nd chapter, or like not a new chapter. It just tells you on this narrative, this was the progression of the 7-day creation. Now we got that out of the way. Now
Okay.
let me talk about the creation of man.
That
Right? And
happened
then it just
before
gives you a story.
plants.
No,
Before
no,
the plants,
it's not about
they make a
chronological.
man.
Like,
Why does it say before the plants they make a man then? Why is verse 5 even in chapter 2 if it's not telling you that it's before the plants he makes a man?
again, like I try to explain it.
No, see, but you're not okay. So I need you to listen. How could God make the plants after He makes Adam if the creation's already done and He already made everything?
Like the way I understand it is, the second chapter is not about chronological order.
Right,
The
but that
only
doesn't
chronological.
matter. But that doesn't matter because even let's say it's not about chronological order. Even if it isn't, it still says that there were no plants when God made Adam. So that can't be the case if God made Adam on the sixth day after He made everything else. And then how, when He makes Adam in the second chapter, is there no plants?
I mean, he could have made some, like, I don't know, like, I don't. That's
There
not
you
how I
go.
read
There
it.
you
That's
go.
not how I
That's
There,
read it.
that's the
there's an I
answer.
don't know, and that's not how you read it is fine. That would have been an answer too. I'd ask you then how you read verse 5 of chapter 2. Thank you. Thank you so much, Brad. Appreciate you.
I mean, like, for me, it's just not a chronological order. It's just a broad synopsis, and then the focus becomes the creation of man.
The focus is the creation of man after it says before the plants sprung up.
Yeah, the focus would be like, when he was creating and doing all this, he created man, and it's a message Bible, right? It's not like it's not giving you it's not giving you a
So
naturalistic explanation.
the contradiction in the order presented in the text doesn't matter to you, is what you're saying now.
I don't see the contradiction.
You don't recognize
I
how
get
it
what
can
you're
be
saying,
read
but I
that way.
just don't see it.
You don't see how it can be read that way.
I can see it, and it can be read that way. I can see that. You can read it that way.
See a contradiction where none exists.
No, you can also choose to read it the way I see it.
Which way is that?
It's just giving you a story of man's
read it
creation in
again?
the second chapter.
Can I
It's
read
not
it
giving
again? I'm going to read it again. When no plant of the field was yet in the earth, and no vegetation of the field had yet sprung up, for the Lord God had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was no one to till the ground, but a stream would rise and the earth, from the earth, and water the whole face of the ground. Then the Lord God made I scrolled and lost my spot.
Then he would make man.
Then he would form from the dust of the ground a
Yeah.
man and breathe into his
It's
nostrils
still
the breath, right?
it's pretty. I mean, it's not.
So what is it saying there? Can you tell me what it says?
It
that
said that there's no plantation, there's no
Right.
life form, right?
No
And
vegetation.
no vegetation. God
Why?
made like
Does it say why?
Because
Does
there
it
was
say
no
it because?
yeah, because there was no water for them to.
And
So God made water.
does
come
it
up
say
from,
and?
Sorry.
Does it say because and? Like, does it say for the Lord God had not caused it to rain, and then just makes the rain? Or does it say the Lord God had not caused it to rain, and there was no one to till the ground?
Yeah. It says, and yeah, so
So what's next?
yeah, and then like he made water come up so that the vegetation can come up, and then he made man afterwards.
Does it
Like,
say the vegetation comes up?
what do you mean? Like,
Does it say the vegetation comes up?
I don't know, is this a trick question? Like, you can tell me.
No,
Like, yeah.
it does not say the vegetation comes up.
Okay.
It says he waters the ground and makes a man. It says, because there are no plants, because there's no water and no man, so he makes water and a man.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Am I reading that wrong?
Like, I mean, like, I don't know. I haven't looked at it like in that. I mean, I can look it up, but I don't see the big.
If it reads like I just said, if it says there's no plants because there's no water and no man, and it makes water and a man, would that contradict chapter 1 when it says that he makes the plants 3 days before the man?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it's just if, like.
Okay, I'm
just
fine
read
working
it.
in hypotheticals. I'm not trying to tell you that this is
No,
absolute.
we just read it. We just read it.
I
Right?
did
He
just read
told
it.
you chapter 5. He just said, I mean, verse 5. He told that like it just came about, and then the water, the vegetation, and then afterwards.
Does it say he watered the vegetation?
Sorry?
Did you just add that in there? Where does it say he watered the vegetation?
I thought it said like there was no water for vegetation, right? That's what it
It says
says.
there's no vegetation because
there was no, because there
there's
was
no water and no
Yeah.
man.
Yeah.
No water and no man.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
So he makes water and a man.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Are you drunk right now?
Sorry. Like, no, I'm listening. I'm listening. It's. It could. He made water man for earth, and he made water and man on the 6th day, right? And this is like in a span of 6 days, very intense creative event.
Really?
So,
Why do you believe it was in the span of 6 days? Why does it necessarily have to be what the Bible says it is?
I mean, you can take a you can take a, there is no naturalistic explanation for that, right? It's all based on faith. It's all based on faith.
Okay.
Based on faith, right? It's just.
I'm not hearing you actually capable of questioning your beliefs. I'm hearing you extremely defensive and avoidant of actually recognizing contradictions that you recognized 3 seconds before. I'm hearing you like try to wiggle and squirm out of just simple I don't knows. And I'm really, like, I swear it sounds like you're drunk. I appreciate you being here, Elite. I do. But I don't know that I have any more questions for you because
Thank you for having me anyways. Thank you. Have a good one.
Yeah, I don't think he was here in good faith at all.
Unfortunately, I suspected it might go that way.
Incapable of questioning his beliefs, condescending, yawning as he leaves. I don't know if he was drunk, but I really want to say fuck off.
You would be justified.
Hello, Tanya. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Tanya, are you there? Tanya did not mean to be there. Thank you anyways, Tanya. Appreciate you watching it. Maybe you were tapping the screen. I hope that's what you were doing, along with the other 36,000 times people tap the screen. I appreciate all of those. And if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, make sure you request up. Have we all shared the live? Have we all reposted? We do have a new guest joining us, but before we introduce him really quickly, let me thank Saharina, Angela, also Majestic Moose, Freak Scene, Jace, Danny, Grax, Based God, Slippy, Polly, and Angel. Thank you so much for helping with that goal. Appreciate all of you. And welcome up, Beep. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
26.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
My belief is in the cultic spiritual traditions.
Celtic spiritual traditions. Do you believe that there are gods?
No.
Why not?
I believe that there are naturalistic spiritual entities, but they are not necessarily authorities.
What is a spiritual entity? What does that mean?
I think that they are functions of the spiritual realm of Earth, but that they do not necessarily carry authority over all of humanity.
You've got a kind of a bad echo coming back around. I don't know if you're like covering your microphone or anything. But what does spiritual mean? Spiritual realm, spiritual entity. What is spiritual?
I think that when you pass on, you don't necessarily go to an afterlife like you do, but it's not the same as heaven or hell. It's you exist within Earth and outside of Earth at the same time, and you exist in a spiritual realm.
What is so?
Yes.
Within Earth and without, like outside of Earth at the same time. What does that mean?
You exist in a spiritual realm.
I'm still trying to figure that what that means.
You don't exist in a defined afterlife. That's what I think.
So why do you believe that there is some you to exist after life?
It's not necessarily that there's some me to exist. It's that there's some everyone to exist after the afterlife.
Why do you believe that there is any part of us that continues?
I think that, and honestly, I'm gonna be honest, it really could be my own psychosis. Because I've had 2 family members pass on within the past 2 years, which were my mother and my little brother, both unexpected, one of them violent.
Very sorry to hear that.
It's okay. But I like to think of them as still existing in somewhat, not the current plane, but a version of the current plane that's not the current plane, like the afterlife.
Why do you want them to still exist in some other plane?
I think it's because I feel like they have unfinished business. And I feel like I've been reconnecting with my Scottish roots, and my Scottish roots have been saying that there's unfinished business on my side of the family.
What is unfinished business? What is that?
My mother was 47 when she was unalived by someone else, and she always stood for justice for other people, and she always stood for compassion. And my little lived by natural consequences that were also unexpected. And I like to think of that as a combination of them trying to guide the people that are still on this earth in a way.
Do you remember the question that I had asked you?
Why do I think that there is an afterlife?
Why do you think that there should be any part of us that goes on? I'm sorry to hear about your losses.
No.
And I understand those are,
Totally.
yeah. It sounds like you're holding some kind of connection to these ideals for your relatives. And I'm wondering,
More philosophical
okay.
question.
I'm wondering, here's what I'm really wondering, Beep. Are you in a state of mind where you can have a conversation like this? Because it seems like as I'm asking questions, you keep, like I hadn't finished the question before and you'd spoken quite a few times. Can you question your beliefs?
Yes.
Are you in a lucid frame of mind?
I am in a frame of mind where I can question myself.
Have you been drinking?
Yes.
Okay. I think that these conversations go better on a clearer mind. And I don't want to lead you to embarrass yourself, so I appreciate you being here, Beep. I really do. I hope that you come back another time and we get to have a conversation. Sounds like you might be able to question that, but I don't want to press you in that state of mind. But W's for the honesty. Really appreciate that. And if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs, then what is it you believe, and why do you believe it? We are almost to 50K. No worries, Kat. Appreciate you. Yes, Metatrip, you probably can, but we're gonna see if there's another guest in queue that was here before you. And if they're not, then you'll be next. And if somebody would like to be up after, then go ahead and request up now. If you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that. And you can question it. You've only got 10 minutes or so.
Hello.
Hello, Metatrip. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 23.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do, just maybe not in the conventional sense.
In what sense do you believe there is a god?
Yeah, so I believe we're all God. I believe everything is God.
What is God? What does
everything.
That mean?
So there isn't anything to which God isn't.
Can you tell me what the word means then to you?
In this sense, so in my worldview, it's very much a holistic word. It quite literally is applicable to everything, because part of God's definition, part of God's essence is to be the collective everything. So to say God isn't something would be contradictory to sort of the definition I'm presenting.
I'm sorry. What does God mean to you?
Well, in this sense, God is everything. So God is love, God is evil, God is...
So your definition of God is everything.
Yes. In this holistic, wider sense of speaking about God, yes.
Can you tell me what your definition of sandwich is?
Yeah. Let me think about that. A sandwich is something that has two pieces of bread with something inside of it.
So a sandwich is only ever bread with something inside of it.
Yeah, and specific.
Is
because
a
obviously I
knuckle
understand there's
sandwich
different.
bread?
Say that again, sorry.
Is a knuckle sandwich comprised of bread with something inside of it?
No, you're right. That is different. But and that's why I want to.
What if a sandwich were something more like anything that is or can be described as layered?
It can be in one sense, yeah. I would
So
accept
then if
that.
a sandwich is anything that is or can be described as layered, and really if you think about it, like anything, absolutely anything that you can think of, imagine, or that exists can be described as layered, if it isn't already layered, right? So everything from like the smallest gluon to the universe itself, and even some meta kind of concept of multiverses, all of that's layered, right? Obviously, we can describe all of it as layered. So therefore, everything in existence, including your God, is a sandwich, right?
I agree.
Is that kind of what you did with God?
It is in a sense, yeah, 100%. And I think this is just the issue of language and semantics in the first place.
So
why
use God in that way? Why is your God a sandwich?
Sure. So I think it's more so to help the state of philosophy and the paradigm that...
No, you're coming from a pantheistic perspective,
exactly.
But why don't you just state, well, why apply a concept of God to literally everything? Like, why are you deciding that everything that exists is God instead of just everything that exists?
Yeah, so
the new label.
Sure. So it's just another word, semantic word for like a monist. I'm monist. I believe in, I guess, the oneness, the wholeness of everything. I don't believe in distinctions. I'm happy to justify all of this stuff, but it's just another placeholder word for a monistic view, just to help people who may not understand monism.
For you, all is one, and one is all, and we are all. All the all is all.
Exactly. In a very paradoxical way, yes.
So, why? So for you, applying a God label to that is more for the benefit of others than for yourself?
Yeah, because language itself is stuck in the realms of duality, and to express this idea is impossible in language anyway. I just think it's the closest you can sort of get.
Is your monistic existence, at least the concept that you hold, is it a consciousness, an entity that has some intended purpose, design? Does it take note of us in its in our minusculeness?
So I do give this mind, this consciousness, teleology. I think it's teleology, but the teleology only extends to self-existence. It's teleology, its purpose is to exist. Past that, it doesn't have any sort of intentionality, so to speak, other than the free will of humans and the species on Earth.
Why do you think it has intentionality to exist? Could it not exist absent intention or thought or...
Yeah, so the way I look at it, there's two possibilities. Either we came from nothing, or something was always here. So I do think the universe, some substrate was always here. So that aspect or characteristic must be self-existence.
Do you think Do you think that because it always existed, that it must contain the attribute of perpetual existence, or could it just have done so far?
Yeah, I think it has to imply perpetual existence. It has to imply, because I adhere to sort of cyclical, eternal models of the universe.
And this, do you think this cycle? So you think the cycle is intentional? That there's an intentional cycle that perpetuates self-existence of this monistic all?
So we can draw different intentions, and it depends what level of analysis we're taking. So from like a physics perspective, something like entropy could be this example of direction or teleology. The heat death of the universe, going from quantum fluxes and the universe expanding, this cyclical cycle of that we observe in physics through entropy, I would argue, could be one. I think another aspect of intentionality could be a sort of natural selection in evolution. Free will of humans is intentionality. So it just depends on the level of analysis we want to take and apply it to.
Is this not just a matter of semantics? I mean, it's speculation beyond what you can observe, right?
Yes, so that's a good question. So you are right. This is all semantics, but there is one part of this which we can self-evidently prove, but only from the individualistic perspective. So I can't prove you guys exist, and I'm making a metaphysical assumption, assuming that you guys are not philosophical zombies, right? But what I can prove is that I exist in some way, shape, or form, self-evidently, necessarily, with 100% certainty. I might be in an illusion, I might be in Descartes' devil, so to speak, but I exist in some way, shape, or form. And if we can assume that you guys can also do that thought experiment, then we're starting to get somewhere. Obviously, there is that little metaphysical assumption that you guys can also do it, but that's the really the only
Sorry, so you're just saying we can assume that we exist.
Yes, that's the starting point of where it all begins.
Of where what all begins. I'm sorry, it feels like you're about to try to present some sort of long TED Talk philosophical argument, like breaking down syllogistic points into essays. I'm not interested in the long-winded pontification. I'm really curious to know, though, like the answer to my question.
Sorry, do you want to rephrase? Do you want to tell me that question again? Sorry. What was the question, sir?
Right. You made me. Well, I might have lost track of it, which is why I wanted to get back. Does it? Well, actually, it was a version of a question in the comments. And Dancing in Duality is going to ask it better anyways. Can you question if this is all just in your mind, or is this a true monism? Is this something that is just your way of perceiving this, a semantic thing, or is there some way you can verify it?
So that takes it to that metaphysical assumption. I can verify it from my perspective. I have to make the assumption that you guys aren't philosophical zombies and other people who also present.
Right, I don't know what that has. I'm sorry, you have to make the assumption that we're not philosophical zombies, that you're not just a brain in the jar. Can you get to the point? Like, what is it that verifies to you that this is not just in your mind?
Well, it's not necessarily. So again, this is you are right, because it's in my mind 100%, right? Is it in your mind? I'm making it. It might. I don't have a 100% proof that it's not also in your minds as well, right? I just know from being in the world that I have to accept this metaphysical assumption to make truth claims that have.
You
Otherwise, I
have
fall
to
into
accept,
solipsism.
I'm sorry, you have to accept the metaphysical assumption that all is one is all.
Sorry, not that. But I have to accept the metaphysical assumption that people outside me, so every other human
Right.
in existence.
The question about whether or not this monism is true is not whether or not you're a solipsist. It's how you verify that there is this all, or that there is no separation. Like, what is it? Is this just a semantic game, or is there some verification you can go through to show that this monism exists?
So the way I like to look at the no distinctions thing is sort of through evolution and biology. So when we make a distinction between a dog and a wolf, we understand that the distinctions are sort of biological characterizations based on what we observe. But actually, if we understand we all came from this singularity in a Big Bang and evolved through complex chains,
So
then
it is a semantic thing, then.
well, everything in knowledge and philosophy is semantics.
Does it matter to you if this belief is true or not?
Well, I think it has some value in being true, but that doesn't, that's not why I believe it. But I do think it has value.
Can you question your belief?
Yeah, all the time. That's why I'm here.
What does it mean to question your belief?
Rigorous, well, joining TikTok lives and hoping someone makes me think in ways that I've not previously thought.
What would you say your current greatest critique of your own worldview is? Like, what is it that sticks like just a sore spot in the belief that isn't quite meshing, isn't fitting?
So it is just this idea of this metaphysical assumption of getting past the solipsism, because I just have to assume that you guys are like me, which is fine for me, like, because we engage with shared realities, shared minds.
So the biggest flaw in your belief system, the hardest thing to overcome, is solipsism.
Yeah, it's assuming because you can prove it to yourself. You just have to trust that other people can prove it to themselves, because you can't access their internal minds.
You're saying that if you can easily overcome solipsism, if you can just accept that you exist in a reality where other people exist as their own entities, then you could easily, somehow that verifies to you monism.
I guess it verifies an aspect of monism. But yeah, I might be talking in two different perspectives here.
What benefit do you gain from this belief?
Yeah, so what I think this does best is bridge religious fundamentalism with hardcore atheistic science. I think it's the middle path.
You're saying this is a middle path between religious fundamentalism and hardcore atheistic science. The idea that that there is an all that is all, and we are all.
Yes,
and everything's all.
Yes. It sort of bridges, in a sense, this idea, because obviously in
How does it actually bridge the idea? simply kind of obfuscates what might have been an answer with sort of vague vagary of a big everything sandwich.
Sorry, I think I missed that question. Sorry, can you repeat it?
What is it actually bridging if it's simply making the answer, whether it's God or not, more obscure by just saying everything's everything?
Sure. So on one side of religious fundamentalism, we've got this idea God exists, purpose exists, there's a divine pathway. And then on the science side, more specifically like materialism, we've got this idea of there's no purpose, you're just an accident, there's no meaning to anything, this nihilistic sort of approach. In the middle of this comes this idea where you can get rid of all the fundamental religious mishaps that we all know about, and then take away the sort of existential nihilistic aspects out of scientism and put it into a beautiful bundle where we're using the scientific method to understand that there is divinity, there is teleology, and there is purpose.
I'm sorry, what is divinity?
Divinity, it's a good question. Divinity in this context is, I guess, synonymous to like the teleology of everything, the direction of everything, and that you have purpose is what I'd say divinity in this sense. Because obviously in my worldview, divinity is everything.
How is understanding that everything is all and all is everything and somehow calling it God that intends to exist, how is that giving you purpose?
Because I know I'm the universe incarnate, and I'm not living a meaningless, purposefulness life without direction, and I can self-actualize and fulfill within my sort of means, as opposed to sort of nihilist approach to the universe where there's no inherent purpose, and one can't connect to God in this way. Because I believe God is the trees, God is my bed, my mind. I can, without this sort of thing, there's no sort of way to anchor oneself for self-actualization.
I know Kat has questions. Are your headphones charged?
Yes. 1 second.
Are they on the right way?
You know what, Thrayle? I don't know. Okay. Yes, they are. Can you hear me? Do I need to turn them off and back on again?
I hear you.
Okay. Why are solipsism and nihilism like a thing that we need to overcome?
Why they think? Well, we'll start with solipsism, I guess. I think solipsism is just, since the beginning of philosophy, basically function within a society. I have to assume that you are a real person with thoughts and feelings and empathy. Otherwise, I'm doing a disjustice to society if I assume you are real. So pragmatically speaking, obviously getting past solipsism has amazing purpose, intention, and pragmacy, because it's necessary to view others with empathy. Nihilism, again, similar to this societal benefit. Like, if we all believe life is meaningless, if we believe life has no purpose, then what's love? What's family connection? What's all of the important things in life that build purpose, meaning, and function, societal things?
Maybe. Do you have to, or do I have to necessarily exist in the way that we perceive you and I existing for it to be functional or meaningful to treat each other like we do?
So, well, this is interesting because this goes into sort of like the functional approach. So the reason I cut grass, right? I mow my lawn and cut grass and accidentally step on ants and insects is because they don't function in the same way as a empathetic human, for example, with love and emotions. So I'm okay to accidentally step on ants, right? But when we're talking about a human who behaves like me, who seems to perceive emotions like me, even though I can take the solipsistic route, that's just unethical because they behave like me, they seem like me, so I might as well assume that they're like me. Unlike the blade of grass, the tree, or the ants, which I am happy to cut down or step on because they
Right. I don't, but this isn't really an answer to the question that I asked. Just because it is most functional and ethical and practical to behave as if everything exists, does that mean it necessarily does? Could you conceive of a scenario in which it doesn't, but we all behave that way because it makes the most sense?
Yeah, which is why another version of like my worldview would be a solipsistic idealism. I don't know if you've heard of like subjective idealism, where it's idealism but only from the perspective of yourself. And it could be that everyone else is philosophical zombies and don't exist and it's just you. I don't like that just because it's a bit, egotistical and not pragmatic. I think there's more explanatory power in all of us being real humans who have an individualistic perspective from our minds.
Why do you think that we need meaning in life? Like, why do you think that there has to be a meaning?
Well, there is meaning. I think the nihilists make the mistake. So here's the contradiction within nihilism. There is no meaning. There is meaning. To claim there is no meaning implicitly is actually meaning something.
Sorry. Do you think that is there some intrinsic existence to meaning?
Yeah. So in one aspect, obviously, the self-existence of the universe is the meaning. But in other aspects, the fact that I have family, love, and qualia and emotions shows to me that the potentiality for meaning is there to be found. Mean? What does meaning mean? Intrinsic purpose.
Intrinsic purpose. What does purpose mean?
Ability to self-actualize.
Ability to self-actualize is purpose? What?
I think I'm kind of on the spot with definitions, so I'm just.
You're welcome to take your time, and if you want to try to think of a different definition of purpose, I'm not trying to trap you. I'm just trying to make sure that the train of logic actually stays on the tracks. It doesn't seem to quite follow yet. But while you think on that, I'm going to thank everybody for the 50,000 likes. Appreciate everybody for tapping the screen. Also, thank you guys for sharing the live. Of course, the more we do that, the more likely we'll have someone in here who is curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs.
What is self-actualization?
Well, if you're pointing that towards me, I guess it depends what context we're talking about in. Obviously, in psychology, we have the aspect of self-actualization, which is to sort of remove old systems of conditioning that allow one to have more free will to be the person that they intentionally want to become.
Well, wait, okay. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have stopped you. Do you have another definition that you're working on? Like, what is the definition that you're working off of? What is self-actualization to you?
So one, in that psychological aspect, I think self-actualization, well, I guess it's the same thing because I'm just using it more in like a spiritual narrative way, maybe to escape reincarnation. And I don't want to go down that route because I know I've not instantiated anything like that just so far.
So you said to break all the conditioning to break any. One more time, I'm sorry. I'm trying to wrap my head around.
I guess in the simpler sense, to become a better person than you were previously.
Okay, that's different than what you said the first time, though.
Well, I think one's more concentrated on like psychological things in your brain. because that's where it sort of comes from, like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, etc.
Right. So in Maslow's hierarchy of needs, how do you reach that top of the little like pyramid thing? Like, what are the conditions that have to be met to like reach self-actualization?
Yeah, whatever was on the bottom of his pyramid, right? So what was it? I can't remember how he specifically does it, but it's
Safety and
like
security, safety and security. Let's see. Oh, fuck. It's been a while. Anyway, so yeah, safety, food, love and connection, like love and human connection. And there's one more. Um, and then it's self-actualization. So you have to, like a pyramid, right? So the bottom of the pyramid, like the safety, food, have to be met to move on to the social needs, which are the next tier, and then those have to be met to then move on to the self-actualization, which is like, yeah, being the best version of yourself, right? And that can mean something different for, like, that does mean something different for every person. And so I would agree that, like, if we're talking about like purpose, right? Like if you were to reach self-actualization and actualize, that would be what would be meeting your purpose. I'm using quotes around that word, right? But that's how, that isn't going to look the same for everybody. Not everybody's going to get there, and also like you don't necessarily have to have that to become self-actualized, right? Do you see what I'm saying?
I mean, it's interesting. Because I don't know. I'm just thinking about it. I don't. Do you think that it's possible to self-actualize without love, connection, safety needs? It depends what we mean by all this, but
No, that's not what I said though.
oh, sorry, you might have to clarify.
I said you don't have to have a purpose to be self-actualized. I said all the other things in the hierarchy of needs have to be met before you can get to the
Okay, got you.
actualization.
Sorry.
Absolutely.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So just to
But you
clarify,
don't have to have a purpose.
what I mean by purpose here is, so when I'm looking at purpose and meaning, we've almost got a neutral state in the universe, and then we've got these subjective agents, which are us, moral agents that come into the world, and we have to find purpose by self-actualizing. It's not everyone's is the same. For some people, family might be their purpose. For some people, it might be their career, and there's no right or wrong answer here. It's very much an internal process that one has to figure out. So in a sense, the purpose comes from building the pyramid. You know, your needs, your like career, it's all just intersubjective. It really depends on your path and what you want to do. But I think the purpose comes from the fact that you have built these systems in order to self-actualize. The fact that one can attain love, can attain safety, can attain social sort of correspondence. That to me is what I would call purpose.
Why would you call that purpose?
I mean, it's a good question, and honestly, I don't know. I do have to go. Honestly, as I've been enjoying this conversation, I'm going to join again soon, but I've got to go to work. I wish I could save this conversation, but honestly, I appreciate it, host and Kat. Thanks. I'll be back and we can talk more. I appreciate it.
Have a good day. Interesting ideas. Oh, his name was Meta, actually. Never mind. Good for him. Hi, Thrayle. So I'm gonna waffle for a second. He's making a coffee or something like that.
Oh, I didn't know I was muted. How long was I muted? We've been without music the
Well,
whole time.
the whole time.
Holy
For quite a
cow.
while.
I had questions I thought were being,
Rudely ignored?
yeah, no. I appreciate him though. It was a
No.
great conversation.
It was a good conversation.
I hope that he comes back. I hope he doesn't feel like I rudely dropped him then because I was saying goodbye. Oops. Yeah. This is why I never.
Thrayle's a goofball, you guys. Do you hear this?
This is why I never mute the Thrayle device. So I didn't realize I was muted. I don't know how that happened.
Yeah, I don't know. That was strange. No, not Puerto Rico. I'm in Hawaii, but they are Koki. You are correct about that.
The frogs are from Puerto Rico.
The frogs are from Puerto Rico. They're just in Hawaii now.
I also needed to point out, and Trip caught it while you two were talking, that the bottom of that pyramid is biological or physiological needs.
Right. But there are like, yeah, there are like five. I mean, I just couldn't remember what the specific ones were, which is making me. It's really like that's really bothering me because I knew it for a long time, like off the top of my head, all the time.
Yeah. And then you had safety and security, and then social or love, belonging, and then esteem, and then you get to the top.
Hold on, I have.
But while we wait for whatever Kat's looking for, thank you guys for all the likes, all the shares. Appreciate everybody being here and also bringing your questions. And if you have a belief in a God or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate or argue. We're not here to tear you down or tell you that you're wrong. I just want to know, if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
Oh, so what I have realized is they changed the way they teach it. Is what a Google search told me, because they did not teach it looking like that when I was in college over a decade ago. That's fucking so. I don't like saying this. I don't like these words that are coming out of my mouth right now. It's not my favorite.
They've changed the way they teach something that you just learned
12 years ago.
12 years ago. Wow, you're ancient.
Shut up, Thrayle. You know how I'm feeling about this.
Feeling about, you mean the large, very large number that
Of years?
is about to be your age.
Yes, that. Yes, that.
That massive mountain.
So now, do you hear him? Okay, I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but when somebody comes up and says they're really old and then they're as old or younger than Thrayle, he does this like terrible condescending thing that he's doing to me right now.
Ancient. Such ancient, perilous years behind you. All the
Like, just because you're ancient doesn't mean.
so old.
Oh. Right, sorry, got her winning. Every time somebody comes up and says that they're like 29 or 30, I want to be like, how's that going for you?
question your beliefs. Request on up. Do you have a belief in a god, goddesses, a higher power, and you can question that belief? Request on up.
Oh, this is interesting.
Perhaps you believe in aliens, Jesus Christ, mermaids, Bigfoot, Santa Claus, pasta gods, interdimensional wizards, or anything like that. Request on up. We're not here to debate or burgle your gods, but there's always room for one more in the shed.
That was really cool. That one was really cool. Earlier, when that one said machine elves, I was like, no, 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 don't request up if you believe in machine elves. No, please don't. No, no, it's a little loud now, Thrayle.
Yeah, it always is. Sorry about that. I gotta be
It's okay.
quick on the draw with this.
I was like, no, 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 because the first thing I did after the real first thing I did this morning, the one that I told you about earlier, after that happened, immediately I had to do the whole DMT isn't magic speech for a long time, right? And I was like, no, no machine elves, please. But I did like that touch, Michael V. I don't know if you're still in here, but if you are, that made me chuckle, and it did make me smile.
Yeah, I really appreciate Michael V. His, I really appreciate that he's been inspired in any way by this live. After seeing his artwork, I'm honored to have touched someone so talented.
Yep, Michael V is definitely, no, I'm just kidding. Michael V makes amazing art, and so do a lot of the people in here. Like, this is a real space for like abstract thought, right? Like, there's a lot of abstract thinkers that has spent a lot of time here, and that's a very cool thing. There's like a lot of really cool ideas that get like brought to the table and discussed and explored, like artistically, musically, creatively in general.
Oh, sorry, probably the whole live. Oops, I do that sometimes.
Nice.
Well, okay. Yeah, sorry. Excuses.
I know, earlier I heard you saying that you got distracted and you were busy all day dealing with something, and I knew that it was just because you didn't want to tell the audience that we had the rock, paper, scissors debate again and you lost, but that's what was going on.
I didn't lose. You refusing to agree is not me losing.
Rock, paper, hydraulic press just doesn't fucking work.
We just need something more obvious than a hydraulic press, of which scissors can damage, but somehow damages rock, or impedes.
I think we just need 3 better objects. Like, we're really putting ourselves
Maybe
in a
the
box.
paper is mineral rights.
Oh my god. Maybe we just need 3 different objects that make more sense than rock, paper, and scissors. What is happening in the chat? What are we doing?
Idea. Out of context, I have no idea.
I don't know that there is context for any of this. I don't know what's happening down
so
here.
much.
Light socket fuse box fork. There we go. I still don't think that really accomplishes the goal, Toaster, but it's something. Leave it to Toaster to come up with 3 new objects. I don't know what that word means. Is this an old person thing?
I no.
Okay.
I
don't
said
know how...
no authoritatively. I'm sorry. I have no idea.
Well, you are the authority on old people things.
Apparently, I thought so for a moment.
Oh, see, my girl really says it is an old person thing.
We're still sitting around 52,000 likes. Of course, the more we tap the screen, the more likely we'll come across the FYP of somebody who actually has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or something like that, and can question it. I wonder if somebody like that has already scrolled in and is just trying to work up the courage to request out and see if they can question their beliefs.
If you can preach in the comments, then you can question your beliefs.
I mean, at least
I think that should be the rule. I think as soon as somebody starts preaching, they should either come up or get a mute.
Howdy.
Hello, Ivy. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
23.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods higher power?
Yes. I'm in the process of converting to Judaism.
Converting to Judaism?
Yes.
Do you believe in the god Adonai?
Yes.
In what way do you believe that god exists?
I believe that the God of the Old Testament exists, that he cares about me, and that in praying to him, I can feel connected to him.
I'm sorry, the God of the Old Testament is the way you refer to it.
Sorry, I was brought up Christian. I'm so used to referring it that way. I guess I could say the Torah, the Tanakh.
The Hebrew Bible, maybe?
Yes.
And so you believe that it actually exists, it loves you, and that it will respond to your prayers.
Yes.
Why do you
I
believe
100% believe in God. I wonder about how much of the Tanakh is mythos versus like a basis in like historical accuracy.
Mm-hmm.
I think a good bit of it is mythos.
Well, that is actually where my questions were going to lead next. But have you read it in
Not
its
front to
entirety?
back.
Why not?
Mostly time at work a lot.
Hmm. Doesn't it seem important to read it all to understand if you believe it and how you believe it?
That's true, but every week I go to Torah study and we go over the Parsha every week, and that's like a section of the Torah.
Go ahead, Kat.
How? Well, thank you. For my first question was asking. Can you turn it down just a little bit?
Yes, sorry. It's hard for me to tell how loud it is for you.
I know. That's why. I know. That's why I always say something. How long? Oh, okay. When did you decide to convert to Judaism?
About a year ago.
How long have you been actively working on that?
Also about a year. There's been like I've been going to temple for like about a year. There's been some issues in me taking the like conversion class. To be brief on it, I had to go to rehab, but I'm currently taking the class.
Why did you decide Judaism?
One of the biggest things was like the acceptance of doubt, like that having doubt is not a bad thing. And in fact, wrestling with your faith is an expression of faith because it shows that you care enough to pursue like the answers. Also, like I find a lot of the traditions really beautiful, and there's a ton of like documented stuff of like debates between rabbis about how different people have interpreted stuff.
This is a really good answer.
Aw, shucks.
I think that was a really good answer. We have a good friend who's a rabbi who frequents this space, and I think that he would appreciate that answer as well. Um, but so
So to answer the prompt, absolutely. Like I was brought up Christian,
yeah,
and I
no,
question
that's
that beliefs, and I still wrestle with like exactly what I do believe.
so you don't believe that Jesus was the Messiah and that he, I don't know, resurrected and all that, or like, are you shedding that belief,
Yeah,
or did you believe it,
I
or
don't believe that Jesus was the Messiah. Because also, like, there's also the question of, like, we never got account from him directly. So,
so it's
yeah,
hard to say, right? Yeah.
yeah.
Um, and hmm, did you decide to make the change because you had questions or doubts and you were not finding that acceptable in your Christian faith?
Well, the impetus for me to start kind of exploring different faiths was like in high school, I was struck with the thought of like, man, what are the odds I was born into the correct religion? If I choose wrong, I'm going to hell. So I start looking into a bunch of different faiths. That high school search just kind of leaves me with the thought of like, as long as you're following a God of love that helps you personally live your life, then that's all you need. Because also, I've never been down. Sorry, I have a kind of stuffed nose. I'm on the other side of illness. But like, I've never been into the proselytizing, trying to get people to convert. Because I've never been into the idea of trying to tell people how to live their lives. And like, I would never want to like, I mean, Judaism doesn't try to convert people because this works for my life. It's a good chance it wouldn't work for yours. So I ended up, when the impetus was, what if I follow the faith that what if I don't follow the faith that lets me get to heaven? Instead, I landed on a religion where generally there is not a belief in hell.
I see. Why is having a religious belief important at all?
Well, no matter what, I've always believed in a God in some capacity. I find strength and encouragement from believing that there is somebody who cares about me. And specifically, it's important for my recovery and working the 12 steps.
Are you working the 12 steps, like I don't know what you're recovering from, like an NA or AA style
Yes.
12 step? And so the God of the Torah, the God of the Hebrew Bible, right, is the higher power, is your higher power?
Yes.
And in what way does that work in your recovery?
Believing that by following God, he can remove from me this like constant desire that I can rely on his will without simply relying on my own will, because yeah, you see where that led me.
Do you think that the constant desire will go away ever? Do you still have it?
About every other day.
That's pretty
Sometimes it
constant.
gets... Sorry?
I said, yeah, that's pretty constant. I understand.
Yeah. And I've been in better places, I've been in worse places. Like right now I have 3 months. My record is 18 months. And it kind of
18
just
months
comes
is a
out...
long time. Actually,
Yeah.
I think 18 months is more than I have ever had. I'm getting there. I'm really close, but not quite.
Oh, I'm so proud.
Thanks.
But yeah, the more that I consistently work the program, focus on God, talk to my sponsor regularly, and just kind of make it a constant focus instead of forgetting and let it go to the back burner.
And this God helps you do that.
Yes.
Is it an accountability thing?
Less
Like you are...
accountability and more like, I mean, to borrow a phrase, like a Jesus take the wheel kind of thing.
Do you think that God actually exists as a being and created the earth and humanity and all those things, and also is still like actively involved and working in, whatever way?
Yes.
Why?
I mean, there's just as much mystery about, like, what sparked the creation of the universe, like, what came before the Big Bang. So, like, I mean, if I do believe in God, in what way would it make sense that God was not the creator, rather than him just being a more powerful entity than us?
Do you believe in the 6-day creation?
I think a part of that is mythos.
A part? What part?
Well, I believe that he made all that. I don't think it happened in 6 days.
But he made it in that order.
Damn it! Here we fucking...
I'm gonna do it. I mean,
yeah.
Okay, let's see. Light, then heavens and earth.
well, it's light, firmament, plants, sun and moon, animals, man and woman.
I mean, that would make sense in terms of like how the universe was created, because like Big Bang, I almost said Big Bang Theory, like the show. With the Big Bang, definitely a lot of light. Then the firmaments which would be like...
You say definitely a lot of light. How do you know that?
Yeah. So then firmament could be
what
like...
makes you think definitely a lot of light with the Big Bang? What does that mean?
I mean, it was definitely a high energy, like, I guess, like, I mean, E equals MC squared. If there's matter, it's also
What is,
energy, and
well, hang
how
on,
much of that is just straight up
if
photons.
there's matter, it's also energy. If it's, wasn't there more to that, like, isn't there more to the equation than just matter is energy?
Right,
E
it's
equals
MC squared. C is the speed of light. So yeah,
in a
if there
vacuum
is
times
energy,
itself.
the protons, not protons, photons carry energy, or I guess are energy. So my assumption is that there was
Photons
some amount
are
of light.
energy. I'm sorry. You're saying photons are energy.
I guess not are energy, but they carry energy.
They carry it. What does that mean?
I'm probably talking at my tuchus right now.
Maybe just a little bit.
Yeah. Okay,
Oh
because
my God, Rav would have been so tickled by that. Then.
I know he would have. I know he would have.
Okay, I'm trying to figure it out right now. Because they have a speed, which definitely means that yeah, if a photon
She was so close.
hits a atom, it can cause the electron to go to a higher valence shell, which definitely
No, we're
means that
getting
it had an
farther and
effect on
farther.
it because of the energy that it was carrying. Huh.
Way out of the ballpark. No.
Okay.
What were we saying? What was the question?
Oh, the 6-day creation.
So you believe that the order of creation, the light, that's where we got stuck, was the first thing, and then there was a firmament. What is that?
From my assumption, that's like foundation, right?
Is that how it's described in the book?
I think so. And I feel like a way that you could interpret that is like things establishing into atoms, gases starting to
Things
come together because
establishing.
of
So you're saying there's light, and then things establish, and then there's plants all of a sudden?
I guess, wait, in between firmament, is firmament including, okay, was it Earth and Moon's after plant?
The sun and moon.
Sun and moon.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that would make sense in the order, because the sun is definitely older than the Earth. And then...
Are plants older than the sun?
No.
How does that work out?
So that means the order is not accurate.
So the order of Genesis 1 is already in it. Does that call into question the truth of any of the rest of the book? If it already gets the order of creation wrong?
I mean, yeah, like a lot of it, like I said, I don't know what's mythos and what has some semblance of like what some events that happened to some people. But I don't know about what. I believe in God, whatever form that is.
No matter what you believe in God.
I'm sorry, could you say it again?
Well, before I do, why don't you get yourself a drink of water? Take a moment.
Yeah.
We'll go ahead and I'll go ahead and mute you for just a moment while I thank Dancing in Duality, Danny Grax, Freak Scene, Angel, Cassie, and Cat DeWitch. Thank you guys so much for helping with that previous goal. You guys are amazing. I don't know if I say it often enough, but this really is the best audience on TikTok. You guys make my night every night just by being here by being amazing with your questions, with your respectful comments, and some of the funny ones. And thank you also for the 55,000 likes. Appreciate all of the taps, all of the shares. If you haven't already, hit the arrow down at the bottom corner of your screen. You can always add it to your story, copy the link, or repost the live so that people who follow you will see it on their FYP.
Okay, I'm back.
So you were saying that no matter what, you will believe in God. And I'm curious, Ivy, is it possible even for you to question your belief in a God? Is that where you draw the line?
I can accept that I might be wrong, that there is no God. I mean, it's not like I have any authority.
What? No, I'm not going to ask that question.
All I know is that me believing in God helps my life.
Believing in God helps your life. I might ask about that in a moment. But do you think that it is possible that anything could compel you to believe that there is no God, or question the existence of any God at all? To say, maybe not.
I've heard a lot of arguments against the existence of God. Mostly, I've written like an essay, because I don't know if you've heard of the problem of evil.
Yes.
Sorry?
I just said yes.
Yeah. I really disagree with the notion, because one of my arguments in there is, obviously, the reason for human evils is that there has to be an allowance of free will. But in terms of the existence of natural evils, the pestilence, diseases, hurricanes, what have you, is that it is our place in our world to improve our world, to develop and make this world a better place.
So evil must exist for us to have that purpose, is what you're saying?
There must be obstacles for us to overcome.
Do those obstacles need to include such heinous things that occur even just naturally, before we even account for the things that humans do to each other?
Well, again, that one is... Obviously, those are the worst things. That one's the easiest to see why it exists, because there has to be an allowance of free will.
Right, that's why I said before we even approach what humans do to each other, the heinous things that can still happen just naturally.
Oh, so you're saying really awful diseases and stuff like that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Or disasters.
Again, I still do believe the same thing of it is our responsibility to make this world as close to the heaven that we imagine.
So it's our responsibility to make this the heaven that we imagine.
Yeah, if you want
Sorry,
to
I
make
wasn't
it to
quite
heaven, why not
finished.
make this place better?
I wasn't quite
Oh, I'm
finished
sorry.
with the question.
I'm sorry.
So you're saying it's our responsibility to make it the heaven that we imagine. How is that in any way a divine edict or purpose, if it is just what we imagine?
I guess I'm
That's
confused with what you mean. Of like,
this is supposed to be the way in which you would question the existence of God. You talked about the problem of evil, but that it's not a problem because we need obstacles to overcome.
right. I'm just saying, like, in terms of things that would make me question the existence of God, that one specifically does not get to me. Because that's how I see it.
It seemed, you're right, you seem to overcome it that way. And I was asking about that overcoming. How does.
I mean, just because I came to a conclusion doesn't mean that I didn't question it on my way to get to that conclusion.
Can you question the conclusion?
Sure. Like, I currently feel like that explanation makes sense. But if I were to hear, like, something that does fully counter the whole idea of, like, those are obstacles for us to overcome, then sure.
So, because you're saying that a God would make these obstacles for us to overcome, and our purpose is to overcome them, to make a heaven that we would imagine. If we could all imagine different heavens, how is any of that divine? How is that our purpose? Are we just working to different ends to make different heavens?
Here, give me
And
1 second. I'm gonna mute while I blow my nose.
Okay. I don't feel like this conversation is being productive. I don't know if it's me. Maybe it is. But
I
think,
agree.
Ivy, I'm
I
gonna go
agree
ahead
that
and
people create different versions of what they think a good life is. But I think the important thing is that people try.
I don't hear you questioning your belief, Ivy. I appreciate you coming up. I know you do question at least your religion, your choice of which version of this God, but I don't hear you questioning your belief. And maybe it could be my impatience right now, but I think I'm ready to move on to a new guest. I appreciate you being here, and I hope
Fair
you
enough.
come back another time.
Have a good night.
Take care, Ivy. I don't know if I could I don't know. I might have been distracted, and maybe if she comes back when she's feeling better, it might be easier for me not to be distracted. Heretical,
I
did you need
think
to
that
request up? He sounds sleepy.
nope, he is definitely asleep. I think that she should come back when Rav's here. I think that would
Oh, that'd be
probably
great.
be more productive. Yeah.
I did have more questions. I just felt, I don't know. It felt like there was a lot of distraction going on in the conversation. Well, that's an interesting way to make your way in. All I hear is echo, so I'm going to go ahead and set you down. And if you can fix whatever your audio issue is, you're welcome to request backup. Another a ghost?
You're about to lose me because my phone's about to die.
Uh-oh.
But I'll see you in a little bit. I'll be back in a little bit.
Well, I appreciate the heads up. And there it went.
Hey, you hear me good?
Hello, Malaki. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 22.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I'm specifically Catholic.
Specifically Catholic. Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
No, I hop around very frequently.
You hop around very frequently. What does that mean?
Like I'd say I've read the New Testament from beginning to end, and I've read about 4 books from the Old Testament and then some of the prophecy books, but I've mainly read the first 4 law books.
Do you believe the stories from those books to be true and literal?
Well, while I believe them to be true, I don't believe all of them to be literal. Some of them can be perceived as allegorical.
What is the... Let's talk about that first book then, Genesis. Is that true?
Genesis is true. So most of the early church fathers perceive what is it called the creation story to be allegorical, since there are 2
In,
different tellings of it, the first chapter and the second chapter, I believe.
Mhm.
And
So in what way is that allegorical? What is it? What is it actually telling you? What's the truth?
well, the reason why I understand it to be allegorical is because it doesn't put things out in concrete form. It puts it in a way that that in the way that the mind of a primitive person can understand. Because you can, it says, what is it called? Basically, one of the first few lines that you see is that it sort of almost perceives nothingness as an ocean rather than just saying it's nothing. It shows that God creating order from chaos. It's common beliefs that people in the Middle East had rather than just Jewish beliefs. Does that make sense?
So the question of what is the truth in the Genesis story, the creation story, was that it is beliefs people had at the time. That's the truth of it. In what way is this story true?
In what way is it true? I mean, the ultimate truth is that in Genesis is that God created mankind. Mankind fell into sin because they disobeyed God.
But
But
you're saying that those are somehow true, but that it doesn't matter that any of the details are contradictory with each other or are observations of reality.
well, some of the what is it called? Some of the details are essentially vague in a sense
Mm-hmm.
because
But the ones that
some
aren't vague, that do contradict, does that matter?
I don't believe there's necessarily contradictions
Well,
unless there's like 2
like between the
differing.
2 stories, you said there were 2 creation stories. If they contradicted each other, then doesn't that call into question whether the God created any of it at all? Oh, you went off app. I can't hear you when you're off app. While you do that, I think I'm going to go ahead and clear out a couple of queue ghosts, and maybe even, if this person's still in queue, Stephen, it's been a long time. Are you with us? Did you mean to join?
Yes, I did. um,
Did you come up to question yourself, or were you coming to join in questioning?
I mainly came up to say hi.
Okay, it's been a while. It has.
But I am also curious, if you don't mind, if I can ask Malachi one question.
Absolutely.
Sure.
Yeah, how do you know, how do you measure what's an allegory and what's literal? Like, how exactly do you do that?
I'm going to be honest, some of my investigations aren't too in-depth. Some of it just comes down to the church tells me that that these things are trustworthy, so I believe them, because a lot more smarter people have come before me, and so that because they have an established reputation within the church, I trust them.
Okay. And how do you know that they aren't like being biased either?
How do I know they aren't being biased either?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. I mean, the only part of the idea of authority within the Catholic Church is that they have essentially a strong connection to the apostles. Like some of the early church fathers were students of the apostles, and what is it called? And the apostles were students of Jesus. And so, sure, there are farther people down the line that still have ideas, but that's sort of the whole idea of how we get authority to teach.
Okay. I think I get what you're saying. I guess to that I'd ask I'd ask a question about your deity regarding this. So do you understand your deity is all benevolent and stuff like that?
I would say he's all good, yeah.
Can you give me where he says that?
I can't give you a direct quotation about whether he's all good, but it's basically typically it's through an overall reading of the text that you see that there's specific texts where it says, Jesus died for all, or that God came to save the world. If God came to save the world, then I would say that he at least loves a general a consensus of people.
Okay, so and the reason I asked that, it is related to the point you made. A lot of the things that in this belief system, they're not actually in the text. They're interpretations taken out of context, because like the Jesus of Nazareth, he was an agent of Yahweh, not Yahweh himself.
He was a what of Yahweh?
An agent of Yahweh.
What do you mean by that?
Like historically, he was more likely to be like a mouthpiece to Yahweh.
So you would consider him a prophet from a historical context?
I mean, yeah, historically it more aligns with him just being a mouthpiece for the deity, because he was ethnically Jewish and religiously Jewish. It wouldn't have made any historical sense for him to claim to be the deity.
This is just me shooting from the hip. When Jesus confronts the Pharisees, he essentially says, what is it called? where he says, I and the Father are one. And the reason why you can say that he claimed that he meant something else, but the Pharisees took it as an actual claim to be God, and so they picked up stones to kill him.
Right. They may have taken it a certain way, but he himself never said that he was the deity, right? That kind of loops back to the point I was trying to make in the beginning. People can say things, but that doesn't mean they're historically accurate or even scripturally accurate.
I don't know. That's the only way I know how to interpret that. I don't think there's a different way for that to happen.
I mean, I think there is. I think you just have to I think if you learn the history, it'll be a lot more clear than I'm explaining it, because this is something I recently learned. But I'm not trying to antagonize you or anything. I don't want you to think that. But just for questioning your beliefs, Thrayle holds this amazing platform that I have been absent on for a while because I've been off the app. This is pretty much what that's for. I would recommend doing research on this.
You recommend any books?
Let me see. I wouldn't say I have books. I more have sources than books, really. But if you want a book, I could probably find one for you. But I really just have sources from historical sources, really. If you want those, I could probably DM them to you.
Okay, whatever's good.
Mm-hmm. Also, I'm so sorry for interrupting your conversation.
That's all right, Stephen. That's all right. Appreciate you. Those are some interesting questions and an interesting angle on it. I'm curious, though, Malachi. What reason do you have to believe in the stories of the New Testament at all?
Let's see. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. A big chunk of this is honestly going to be trust, because I was raised Christian. I was told a bunch of apologetic ideas that these accounts overlap with each other, that they attest to each other, and that and certain other ideas that basically just say the apostles weren't lying. They died for their testimony, etc.
Do you think believing something enough to die for it means that it necessarily is a true thing, or does that just mean that the person believed that it was true?
No, what I'm specifically referring to is the idea that the apostles were witnesses rather than just believers.
Well, it's the night of old friends tonight. Hello, Nick. How you been?
Good evening, Thrayle. How are you?
Doing pretty good.
Good.
Do you prefer Nicholas now?
Either Nick or Nicholas.
It is good to see you again. I imagine you've got some questions for Malachi.
Yeah, and I also wanted to, if it's all right, he was asking for book recommendations. Bert Ehrman, top scholar for New Testament history, did write an actual textbook to the New Testament, which is widely used in seminaries and other religious type university establishments. It's kind of like the A to Z on the history of Christianity. I definitely recommend getting that, as well as getting a really good study Bible, such as the SBL, which is Society for Biblical Literature, or there is the Oxford annotated. However, I would hold out on that one because the 6th edition gets released this year.
I already got the Oxford.
That is so boss. And there was something I wanted to touch up on, as you said, the whole I and the Father are one. If you keep reading, he also said that the disciples would be one as well. So would that also make the disciples the sons of God, the messiahs?
That's a good question. Not in, I wouldn't say in a what is it called? In a literal sense, because, for example, the Orthodox have the idea of theosis, that when they participate in God's energies, they become divine in a sense themselves. So that does twist my claim a little bit, I'll admit. I'd have to think about it some more since I haven't read that passage in a while.
Yeah, definitely. It's a tricky one for sure. Were you specifically raised Catholic?
No.
Okay.
I used to be what's called Church of Christ, and my family at some point turned Baptist, and then my brother turned Catholic, and he basically kept pestering me and making me question what I believed, and so at some point it convinced me.
What was the biggest draw into Catholicism that you weren't getting from the Baptists?
I had to be convinced of the Pope's authority, that there was something within the Bible that supported his claim. And then I also had to look a little bit at history about if there was any a historical point A to B line of popes.
What was it specifically within the text that had you believing that one man should hold so much power?
What in the text made me believe that man should hold such power?
That one man should hold such power, the Pope.
Well, I mean, Moses is the most obvious example. Like while he wasn't a global figure, he was still in complete authority over the Israelites. He was the mouthpiece for God. They didn't have essentially any checks and balances for Moses.
Yeah, you kind of said it though, like it's not the same because it wasn't global. So we're talking a man with global type power. So you had mentioned that, you had to be convinced of it. What in the text convinced you of this?
It's a bit of a long explanation, but it's essentially that that Jesus instituted a prime minister of sorts for to shepherd his people on earth. And I found a Old and New Testament reference to where basically Jesus installed Peter as a pope in a sense. Like I found one, I think it was Isaiah 22:22, and it's basically, I found a near verbatim verse
Sorry,
that
what does Isaiah 22:22 have to do with Jesus?
What does it have to do with Jesus?
Yeah.
Like I said, when Jesus was a similar line where when I believe it's Isaiah's prophesying that a man named Eliakim would take over the office of the what is it called? The steward of the house of David, that he would take over that. There's a near verbatim words where he basically just says, "No man shall that he shall be able to open the door and no man shall be able to shut, and no man can shut what he shuts, or something to that effect. But anyways, sorry.
Okay. I'm trying to not let my biblical scholar side kick in, Thrayle. I'm sorry. So what? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, while you form your question all the way, and I just want to read the verse that was in question.
Yeah.
And I will place on his shoulder the key of the house of David. He shall open, and none shall shut, and he shall shut, and none shall open. What does that have to do with Jesus?
Yeah, I'm not seeing. Well, no, isn't that correlating to the Pope? Weren't we talking about the Pope? I'm sorry.
That's just it. What does that have to do with Jesus instilling a pope?
These are extremely similar words that Jesus is using when he calls Peter the rock, which is really interesting because Jesus also calls himself the rock of the church.
So, because Jesus says something that you think is familiar or similar to something in Isaiah.
Because there's similar words using to describe installing someone into an office within a kingdom.
Go ahead, Nicholas.
So he said that Peter would be the rock, the foundation of his church, right? What would lead you to think that would progress to Catholic popes that we see now?
I mean, like I said, that sort of steward position was someone who acted in place of the king, not necessarily as the king himself, but he did errands for the king and did all sorts of things in his name. While he wasn't the king himself, he essentially did chores for him. So I would say that he was essentially that the Pope would be able to shepherd his people, but because what is it called? Jesus says, his people that he wants the gospel spread to the ends of the earth. He's saying, "Hey guys, go global."
Do you think it might be a little odd that he also simultaneously called Peter Satan?
No, not really. People rise and fall all the time.
The reason why I ask that is because in history, we have a very long line of extremely corrupt popes, and if these men were truly chosen by God to lead the church, would you question God in the decisions he made of who to elect? Like, I'll give you an example. Have you ever heard of the Borgias?
No, I haven't.
Oh, I definitely recommend you look up the Borgias because that is like some of the darkest part of, Catholic Pope history right there. They were an extremely corrupt family, consistently had affairs to get more of their children into, church roles and stuff. And the overall goal was to have the whole family line just be the Pope forevermore type of thing. But historically, popes have been very, very corrupted. So if there was supposed to truly be someone who was leading the church in that succession for that long, I would call into question the authority of the Pope, being that it's got that dark history.
The way, I'll be honest, the way you would have to convince me that the Pope either A, doesn't have authority, or B, his authority is illegitimate now, is basically he would have to commit an infallible heresy, where he basically just says, "Hey guys,"
infallible heresy.
Where he says, "Hey guys, I'm not lying. This is the ultimate truth." And then insert heresy here.
That's the only way you could question the authority of the Pope.
Yes, because it would mean that he's either a liar or
So, if you can't even question the authority of the Pope, how do you question anything that you believe? Or can you question your beliefs?
I mean, I can question my beliefs, but
is it possible that your beliefs are in error? That the Bible is wrong, that your God does not exist? Is that something you can question?
I mean, I can. Well, I believe that there might be some minor errors in the Bible. I don't believe. I don't. What
I
is
know
it
you
called?
don't believe it's wrong. I'm asking, is it something you can question?
Yeah, it's something I can question. I would say I'm questioning it right now.
Is it possible that with enough evidence you could be compelled to believe the Bible is in error?
It would depend on what kind of evidence, because simply like leaving Catholicism or leaving Christianity it's almost like going insane, if that makes sense.
No, it
To
doesn't make
question your
sense.
entire worldview.
I can understand why it might be difficult, why it could even be traumatic, but I don't know if it compares to quite that.
Yeah, been there, done that, got the cookie. I mean, I absolutely agree, but it do you feel like you can make an ultimate determination? I'm sorry, a bit of a dog on a bone with a bone here, but a thought came to me. Can you make an ultimate determination on the Pope's subject if you don't know the history of the corruption of the church?
Let's see. At some point, you would have to determine whether or not the Pope is the Pope's history is. Wait, I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question?
Yeah, absolutely. If you don't have all the historical information on the history of the popes and what they have done, what they have decreed, what they did to people, the insidious nature, do you think you're able to properly determine whether or not popes are a necessity or legitimate?
Well, I mean, at that point, you would have to discuss what majority of history you would have to go through in order to make that determination, because there's 2,000 years of history to go through, and I understand there's plenty of atrocities that have been made, but like I said, I think it would have to be what is it called? Infallible heresies, because that would mean that the entire Christianity itself would not be true.
Could you give examples of these infallible heresies?
Oh, what do you mean an example? Like, because I don't. The reason why I'm asking that is because there the whole thing is that because I haven't seen any examples, so I can't prove they exist.
Okay, so why would you say that you would need infallible heresies but not know like an example of kind of what you would consider an infallible heresy?
Oh, I thought you were asking me if there were any real world examples of a pope making an infallible heresy.
Yeah,
Sorry.
no. Sorry, I'm asking like in your view, what would you consider an infallible heresy?
Like I would consider an infallible heresy to be something like, let's see, to say that like Jesus isn't in the Eucharist, which basically means that Jesus didn't make his doesn't make the bread and wine become his body and blood. So that's an extremely important thing for Catholics.
What about a pope that murdered people in order to become pope, or bought his way into becoming pope?
I wouldn't consider that it's intensely immoral, but it's not something that contradicts the truth.
Which kind of leads me to the original point. If we have a long history of corruption with the popes, then they can't surely be being ordained by God, could they?
I mean, I don't see how God couldn't appoint a corrupt person in order to be to lead his people. Like it's going to be essentially it's not going to be God's fault because the people put themselves in that position, and sometimes that can be a punishment to the people if the people as a whole are being extremely immoral themselves. But
I mean, it wasn't a punishment on the people. Really, all that ended up happening was they got really rich and powerful. That was it. And they had family put up all over the place in high positions. So it wasn't really anybody got punished. They just benefited financially from it.
But like for example, in the Old Testament, there were good and bad kings of Jerusalem and Judah, and and the whole reason that happened was because they did what is it called? They had actual genealogies of people. They went from father to son, and some people seized the throne themselves. Yada yada yada.
I'm trying to figure out how to word this better, Thrayle. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. We do have a poll in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. If anybody wants to let their voice be heard, of course, you can go click on that blue clipboard up there and cast your vote. Malachi, it sounds like you can't really question the papacy. You can't really question the divinity of Jesus, the existence of Jesus, the general truth of the Bible, and the existence of God. In what way can you actually question your beliefs?
I'm going to be honest with you. The way I question my beliefs is to make them stronger.
Well, I'm sorry. What does questioning beliefs mean to you?
I don't typically question my beliefs in order to see, like, sure, I can ask if something is true or not, but the last time I questioned my beliefs was when I converted to Catholicism, and that was mostly because someone else was confronting me. I have to essentially get extremely discontent in order to start questioning things.
So only when you're discontent will you question the truth of your assumptions.
Which I'd say that's pretty common for most people.
Do you think it's worth questioning when you're not?
I mean, you could say it's worth questioning. It would, but what is it called? I would have to. I wouldn't be. What is it called? Genuinely questioning it, if that makes sense.
So you don't consider for a moment the possibility that any of those things could be flawed beliefs, the papacy, the divinity of Jesus, the existence of Jesus, existence of God.
Yeah, like I'm gonna be honest, I don't question that thing unless my life's getting upended in a sense, because it would.
Interesting. So if your life is upended, then it's possible that God and Jesus and all that's not true because your life doesn't go the way it should.
Well,
I wonder. Think on that for a moment. I'm going to thank Nicholas, also Jimmy B, and Keybubs, and Cassie for helping with our goal. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate you.
Really quickly off topic, who is Uncle Batman's niece that he keeps talking to in the comments?
I don't know.
Okay, I'm not the only lost one. I just wanted to check. Has there been nothing about the Roman Catholic Church that's brought into question their legitimacy?
Brought into question what?
Their legitimacy.
Their legitimacy.
Yeah.
I mean, before I was Roman Catholic, I questioned it all the time. But then at the same time, I wasn't really looking at it. But there's not much I can ask to question their legitimacy, mostly just because I base it on what's true or not rather than what's morally right or morally wrong.
Do you think morals have a part to play in that, though? Because if they are of the unseelie variety, then that should call into question their legitimacy, would it not?
While I believe they're related, I don't think it. I believe they're separate in the sense that being morally ambiguous doesn't mean that an apple isn't an apple. If that makes sense.
But if the apple is rotten, would you eat of it?
Probably not.
All right. So if the Roman Catholic Church, the Vatican, turned up to be a rotten apple, would you still want to eat of it?
I mean, no, but like if someone I trust tells me that this thing is going to do me good, no matter how bad it tastes, then I would try and trust them. It's about faith.
If you're supposed to have faith in Jesus, not the church.
I'm supposed to have faith in Jesus, not the church?
Correct. Faith is for God, not the church. The church we have probably a billion of examples on how the church can lead people in a very wrong, horrible direction. And we see this within the Roman Catholic Church throughout history. We still see it today. So if you're constantly eating rotten fruit, but you keep eating it because the rotten fruit itself is telling you it's good, doesn't that kind of remind you of the snake in the garden?
I guess so, but I don't really. Maybe my brain's too Catholic or something.
Well, I think maybe, and this is not a diss at you, I think it's maybe because you don't know the history, the dark history of the church. And I think historically and on a intellectual, honest level, that's maybe something you should research.
Okay.
I appreciate you being here, Malachi. We did do an audience vote. We're going to go ahead and move on, but I hope that you do find some way to question your beliefs. It sounds like you're kind of stuck and not quite doing that. So maybe another time you'll come back and we'll see if you actually can question what it is you believe. And if anybody else has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, well, go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I'm not here to tear you down or burgle your gods. I just want to know, if you can question your beliefs, then what is it you believe, and why do you believe it?
This evening in Fenrison's live, Raccoon kind of turned it into Batcolyte 2.0. It was quite humorous.
Oh, that's awesome.
Her and she was questioning Cedar again.
Oh.
Yep. So it was kind of funny because we were making Batcolyte jokes in the comment section.
She is an excellent questioner, though. I still remember the first time she came on panel to be questioned, and it was a little different format at the time, so it did get a little argumentative. But she did great and came back, and has since become one of the best questioners to grace this panel.
She does have some heavy-hitting questions. It's pretty awesome.
Oh, yeah. Well, I have been accepting ghosts in the queue slowly, but they'll seem to be disapparating upon accepting. So, if anybody does have a belief and you've got the at least the corporeal form to appear on panel, then go ahead and request that. Otherwise, I'm just swatting at poltergeists.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 18.
What year were you born?
2007.
And do you have a belief in a god or... Oh, that was probably a mistake. Why don't you go ahead and request back up?
Oh, there we go.
Okay. You have a belief
yes,
in a
I do.
god or gods. What god do you
Yes, I
believe
do. I believe in our Heavenly Father and Jesus Christ.
Awesome. So, I noticed how I was asking a question just a moment ago, and I wasn't quite to the end of it, and you decided to answer it twice. I'd appreciate you letting me get to the ends of questions. So, you have a belief in Jesus Christ. Have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
Not like fully, but like I'd probably say throughout my 18 years, I've like mustered up the gist of it.
Mustard the gist. I hope you have a napkin. And have you decided whether or not the stories within it are true and literal?
Yes. If they're true, you're asking if they're true and literal?
Yeah, you believe they're true and literal.
Yes, I believe through prayer and revelation that
through prayer.
Yeah.
But through reading, have you come to determine that, like, the 6-day creation, is that true? And literal?
Yeah, I mean, yes.
Yes, it's true and literal. So the Earth was created, or was it the Earth or the universe? In 6
universe.
days. Universe, the whole universe created in 6 days in the very specific order: light, firmament, plants and plants, and then the sun and moon, and then the animals, man and woman, that kind of order.
Yes.
Okay. And you believe the next chapter too, where it says the man and woman are in a garden.
Yeah. I mean, that's just the Bible.
Yeah, does it matter to you that the two stories contradict the order of creation?
I'm not sure what you mean.
If there's a contradiction between those two chapters, Would that matter to you?
Oof.
Yeah, that sucks.
Is it a connection issue? Like, what's happening?
No, I think he did that. I think that was a choice.
Oh, he left on purpose.
Maybe not prepared.
It wasn't a tough question, was it? It was a hypothetical, too. I hadn't even said, tell me all about the contradiction. I just said, does it matter if they contradict? Yes or no?
Yeah, that wasn't, it wasn't a heavy hitting one.
Uncle Batman protects their niece. I'm still trying to figure out I don't know if I need to know who the niece is. I have noticed Uncle Batman's comments have stopped being doubled in the last few weeks. I don't know when the change happened, but I think I appreciate it. Because it used to be Batman, and every comment was twice.
Are you the niece?
I don't think I'm the niece. Oh, Shannon's the niece.
Oh, Shannon's the niece. Oh, okay.
Well, I appreciate you, Uncle Batman and Shannon. Two of my favorites down there.
Confusion is not so confused now.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if the real niece of Batman is the friends we met along the way. Maybe not. Maybe that doesn't work there. It was worth a shot. But I think we do have a request. Oh, sorry, Stephen. What was that?
Oh no, oh, it's not. I was just gonna be like, I mean, if God can be, omnipresent, maybe the niece is.
The omnipresent niece of Batman.
Hello.
She's in everyone.
Hello, Ayana. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 26.
A little difficult to hear, but I heard 26. Do you have a belief?
Oh, can you hear?
Now I can. Yeah, real loud. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that? Oh, maybe a little too loud. You're right up on the mic, and we hear you breathing.
Oh. I do believe in a creator.
What does that mean, creator?
I think creator is, someone who creates, there's someone who designs. So I feel like if
Someone who creates and designs. What did it create? When you say you believe in a creator, what is it the creator of?
If people are the creation.
Oh, we are? Why is that?
That's what I would call it. What else would you call it?
What do you mean, what else would I call it? You're saying that we're creation. So why do you think that we are created?
Why we are created, I don't exactly know.
Not the reason why a thing created us. Why do
that
you
we were created?
Right. Why do you believe that we are created? That the act of us coming to existence involves creation?
I would say creation is similar to existence. So, on some level, I believe or I think that I exist because I'm here. I appear to be thinking, I appear to be talking, I'm seeing something. So, I exist.
Could that existence have come from science?
That's part of it. Yeah. Wouldn't science describe the existence? It's a way to describe how it works.
So, um, in your view, the creator used science to create everything? Like Big Bang, evolution?
I'm saying that the concept of science is under the umbrella of creation.
What does this creator look like to you?
It's not about what it looks like, it's about what it feels like. And I believe that it is energy. It's like, if I don't know,
What is energy?
I assuming that you are
Sorry,
actually, go ahead.
Hannah, I'm sorry. What is energy?
Energy is a way to describe the movement of all that exists, like DNA, atoms. It could also be like feelings or emotions.
So the movement of all that exists is energy. Or is it just a
Some
way to
call it
describe it?
like chi, prana, life force.
I don't know if adding more buzzwords is helping.
So, what could I say to help you understand? Breath?
What is it you were saying this energy is? It is.
It's what allows creation to exist.
It's what allows creation to exist. Are you saying that it is, that energy, as you understand it, is the creator?
It's that essentially, yes. The creator,
In what way is energy a creator?
because the creator is all there is, and the creation is a product of the creation. It's as though if the creator is the ocean, if the creator is the ocean, and then you to say everything is made up of the ocean, or if energy is like building blocks,
Are you
but it's
saying the
just
creator is the
unformed.
universe? Or are you saying the universe is energy? Is it all the same thing? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes, it's like it's all the same. That's
Energy
everything
is
is
the
atoms,
universe, is everything, is sandwich.
right? Basically,
It's all a sandwich.
not necessarily a sandwich, but
Oh, I'm sorry. If a sandwich is everything that is layered or can be described as layered, and then everything's layered or can be described as layered, then everything's a sandwich. And then I could just use the word sandwich for everything. And then everything
it's like
is
if
energy,
you,
and energy is sandwich.
in the sense of if you wanted to make a chair out of wood, you would use wood to build a chair. There, and it wouldn't be anything else. You wouldn't take wood and make a chair, and then the chair's gonna be steel
Would
or
the wood
iron
just,
because you're
but
only
are you
using.
saying, right, but are you saying that a wooden chair can create itself? Isn't that what you're essentially saying? If everything is chair, and
No,
chair is
that's not what
creator,
I'm
and
saying.
then
No,
chair carves itself.
I'm not saying that the chair carved itself. I'm saying that the creator used a part of itself to make a chair.
So it made a chair from its own foot. Are we at the foot?
Yeah, basically like that.
So the universe is a foot chair of a bigger creator. Why do we think that it is a piece of something bigger now all of a sudden? I thought it was what is, was energy. And energy was the creator because it was what made us. So how is it that you've determined that that energy is just part of something bigger?
Because that's all there is to create with.
It doesn't quite follow, though. Why would you assume that there's something more than it? Like if energy, as you understand it, was this creator because it was the force that is that moves things, as you said, then what makes you think there's anything more?
It would be a good assumption to make. I don't know you, but if I understand you, or if I believe that you're a human being, I would assume, based on how we understand children to come into this world, I would assume that you have parents. Just because I've never seen your parents, I've never talked to your parents,
Right.
I could still assume that you had parents. So my
But is
thing
energy...
is, if I'm here and I'm the creation, there had to be something. It's a good assumption to make that something had to create me. I am the receipt. I am the evidence as the creation that there's a creator.
Stop preaching at me. You've already answered the question. You assume because you're here then that you were created. But you already said you could assume that you have parents. You're assuming somewhere along the line that something created you, but that wasn't even the question that I was asking. Why do you assume that there must be some creator? I realize we've gone over this, you called it energy, but why do you assume that there must be some thing behind it bigger? Like you look at me and you assume I have parents, so you look at the universe and assume that it has something even bigger that made it. Like it has parents, universe parents.
So what
or was it a chair?
What is the question you're exactly asking?
I'm trying to find out what you believe this creator even is, or why you believe it, and if you can question it. So far it sounds like you kind of are questioning, and I'm wondering why.
How have you made the assumption that I haven't questioned anything?
I didn't say you haven't questioned it. Just right here in this conversation, it doesn't sound like you're questioning it. Why did you request up?
An interesting topic. Is this not what we're doing right now?
Yeah,
Am I doing
you question your beliefs?
Of course.
What does that mean?
What would be hard about questioning a belief?
I don't know. I didn't say it would be. I just said, what does it mean?
What does it mean to question your belief?
Yeah.
To change it, to be able to change it, to be able to say...
To question it means to change it?
No, to be able to change it. Sure, that would be a questioning of it, instead of blindly following it.
Do you think that questioning it necessitates changing it, or just the ability to?
No, it's about I think if it more important, it's about the ability. That's the first step.
Do you feel that you have the ability to change your current beliefs?
Yes.
Why do you hold to the beliefs that you do now?
I think most people hold on to beliefs because they feel comfortable and safe, and they base their identity on these things that we
Is that
call
you?
beliefs.
Do you base your
That's not
identity?
me. That's why
So why do you hold to your beliefs? Your belief that things must be created, that there's an energy that is the force that makes us all and is part of something bigger. Why do you hold to any belief like that at all?
I want the pain to make sense.
That is a very profound and deep statement to make. But in what way does believing that there is a creator make the pain make sense?
When you add something like a creator and believe that something, when you, like, I think a lot of times me feeling so small and insignificant, making a creator something that's bigger and more powerful and more in control than me, and for me to believe that this being that's so great and wonderful has chosen me and validated me, and that I matter enough to be thought about, that I matter enough to make any plans
You
about.
matter enough to hurt.
Right.
That's what makes the pain make sense, is by believing there's a creator, then somehow you also add in this personal aspect where the creator cares about you and makes you
Right.
hurt.
Well, it's not the hurting. The hurting is the
I thought that
confusing
was
part.
making the pain make sense.
Well, the
Seems
hurt is
the pain still doesn't make sense.
right. It's the making up the idea of a creator is supposed to help. It's supposed to help make the pain make sense, because the pain doesn't make sense. It's like, whatever this world is supposed to be about, if there is something bigger than me, why do I need to hurt? Why would this be important? Why would something that's supposed to love and care about me hurt me? So it's either I exist and think that when I'm being treated like I'm worthless, that I actually am worthless, or I can make up and say, oh no, I'm being treated like I'm worthless because this is all a training to something bigger and something greater, and that is one day this is all going to make sense. One day I can use this to help somebody else. Then it makes it feel like I'm not just being messed with for fun.
What if that's all it was, though? What if pain is just pain and it's senseless and it just happens?
That's a possibility. It's a hard possibility to sit with. It's more, if anything, it's the most realistic possibility that this really is just for no reason. But it doesn't help me. My thing is, like, with the concept of a belief, I feel like, to me, I don't care about it because a belief is just a choice. I can think that I'm the greatest person in the world, but when my whole life, the external reality has shown me the opposite, it doesn't matter what I believe. That's irrelevant. I learned that my belief is, in a sense, worthless because I can think positive. I can say the most positive things. I can think that I could control it, but I can't. And the world keeps saying you don't matter. So it's like, I think I lost care for the external belief of the world and society, and I just chose to hold on to what I believed about myself, and I sit with that and wait until, and trust and believe that it's gonna happen in the external reality one day.
Trust and believe that what's going to happen in external reality.
What do you believe is going to happen in that external reality.
We're right on the same page, Nicholas.
Get out of my head.
I believe that the external reality, there is a world where I don't have to waste time wishing for the things that I want because I already have them.
Is this,
and I have,
if I'm understanding, you're saying external reality is something external to this? This is...
no,
Okay.
it is this.
Okay.
It
Sorry,
is
I
this.
thought you just added another layer to the sandwich.
I think that reality is a product of layers. I think it's like partially your perception, and then there's a projection, then you get a reflection. The world that you see is the result of what your beliefs are, what you choose to act on, what you are in alignment with. That's what I
wonder if
think.
that's quite... Is that really the result of... Your beliefs are the result...
Yes,
I'm sorry,
I
you said the
believe that.
world is the result of your beliefs. Is that what you said?
Yes. I think sometimes it seems like it's not. Like sometimes
But
I feel
really
like
quickly,
sometimes.
I'm sorry, I
Yeah.
need to stop you from going on more of this tangent, just because I do need to thank Angela and Cassie for helping with the goal. Thank you guys so much. But also, I'm wondering, what would you say, Ayana, is the best critique of your own belief? What would you say is the weakest part of this belief, the thing that gives you most pause and question?
Of which belief? That there's a creator?
Yes.
That there's not.
You question it. Let me put it this way, I guess, to see if I'm understanding. On a scale of 1 to 100, 100 being most certain, how certain are you that there is a creator?
Maybe 90.
That's pretty high. So, when you say that the weakest link in your belief that there's a creator is that there's not, you're saying the 10% chance that goes against what you feel is true. That sometimes you have a 10% doubt.
And the question of what's the weakest part of my argument, it will obviously be that the argument is just flat out not true.
Right.
And
I
that's
wasn't asking about
because
the
what
argument.
my belief is, the only way to just...
It wasn't about the argument. It was about the belief itself, the way you feel about it, the belief held in you for a God, a creator.
Right, but I'm saying the reason why it's the weakest part is just because it would be about proof. How do you prove? If I could say I believe in a creator, but then the chink in the argument is that I would have to prove that. But my belief isn't based on proof and evidence. It's based on a decision, a choice to think that. So it's not an evidence-based belief in a creator.
Yeah, I wasn't asking about evidence, though. So the lack of evidence, would you say, is that the weakest part of your belief in a creator's? The inability to evidence it. Ayana, I'm not sure quite how you've questioned your belief, at least not in this conversation. It sounded like you almost did. But I would encourage you to keep questioning. I don't know if Stephen or Nicholas, if either of you have a question for Ayana before we move on.
You can go ahead.
I think we unmuted at the same time.
I mean, my question. I did have one question. But I mean, I guess you mostly answered it actually. I was going to ask you, that if energy and a creator are indistinguishable, what's the point of having them? But you answered it's largely for comfort at wanting pain to mean something, which I mean I can empathize with that, but also like like Nick said, like the world could really just be that pain. Like it's the simplest and probably the most accurate explanation that pain is just something caused by physics, right? It's just a combination of physics, biology, evolution, stuff like that. But I mean, I understand why you hold the belief, but I'm also like, you can have purpose without assigning spiritualities to the universe.
Okay. My question is, how did you come to this belief? Was it something you read, something you watched, or something that your kind, wow, I'm sorry, it is 4:03 a.m., that your mind kind of just created on its own?
I think it was a combination of different things, but mostly spending time with myself.
Do you think this is, how to word this? This isn't more like something that is, but more of the wishful thinking variety. This in what you hope. So I'll give you an example. I'm not sold on an afterlife. I've seen no evidence in an afterlife whatsoever, but I could say if there was an afterlife, what I would hope for. Is this something that you had some kind of firm evidence for, or is this something that you just hope for?
It's all about what you hope for. That's what a belief is what you hope. You're not supposed to have evidence to believe. The evidence comes after acting on the belief, choosing to make the belief. Then the knowing will come after.
You're saying you can't have evidence of something and still believe it?
No, I'm not saying you can't. I'm saying that's not the point. Like I can, but you can believe anything that you want.
Why does there have to be a point?
Right, but she was the one saying she needed a point. She said, "I'm not sold." Why do you have to be sold on a belief? That's what I'm saying. You don't have to be sold on a belief. She's asking. She's saying, "Oh,
he."
Sorry, I don't have my glasses on. He's saying that he's not sold on the idea, and we're talking about God and the afterlife. Who said that you had to be sold on the idea? You just choose and he's making it seem like hope or wishful thinking is wrong, but that's the whole point of a belief, to hope.
Well, see, with how I work through logic the best that I can. So if I don't have evidence of something, I cannot put faith or hope into it. I need evidence. I require evidence.
Well, then you don't. But you don't. Who said that you? I'm sorry. That's like accusatory. You don't have to. I don't think, and I'm not saying that you have to know. Like, it wouldn't make sense to know. I can say that I think. I can say I have a water bottle. I can say I can chug this water bottle in 10 seconds. I can believe that, but nobody knows until I try. And then I either fail or I succeed. Depending on what I do, that's what will give me the knowing. And I believed that I could chug this in 10 seconds, but 10 turns out I cannot. So it's like there's no need to believe in God. There's no evidence that's required. There's no belief that's required. You just can choose. And if you don't want to choose to believe, you don't have to. But
That's
the
what I
truth
mean. I
always
can't
reveals
choose.
itself.
That's what I mean. The way my brain works, I can't choose to just believe. I am an evidence-based individual. I have to have evidence before I believe in something.
Are you saying, Ayana, that you choose to believe, that your beliefs are entirely a choice?
Yes.
That you could choose not to?
Yes.
Could you choose to believe anything?
Absolutely.
So there's nothing you couldn't just choose to believe and hold that belief?
Of course not. There's no limit on beliefs. That's like
Could
limiting.
you choose?
Go ahead.
You could choose to believe that you can fly, and you would just believe that.
Yes. A belief does not equal knowing. It does not equal fact. I can but choose to say, oh, I believe in this. I can look for confirmation bias. I can make up my own evidence.
Something against what you know?
Of course. People make that choice on their own. There's nothing special about a belief.
Do you choose to believe things that are against what you know, that oppose what you feel you know?
Not intentionally, no, never.
Not intentionally, but it is something that may happen.
It could, and I could not know.
Is there any way you could know? That you could test for that?
Depending on what it is, of course, you always have to test out your beliefs.
How do you test your belief in a creator?
Get out of my head.
Well, you study the known sources, like different religions, or you can read, you can write, you can meditate. And if you believe that that's how you're connecting to something, then that's what you do.
So, for 16 long years, I believed and had faith that Jesus existed. And for those 16 years, I constantly asked him to reveal himself, to come down or, do something so, because I was in a really bad spot during those 16 years. And I eventually realized that I had to let go because belief was not everything without evidence. I could not just... So, you say meditation and stuff, but if there are people out there who truly have faith and belief in something, but that evidence is not being revealed to them, then they usually end up realizing that it's not true. Right? So, I think my problem is coming in with your saying that we can just choose to believe without evidence.
But that's, I'm not maybe I'm not understanding how you view a belief. Do you think that you can only believe in something that's true without a shadow of a doubt?
Yeah, I would have to.
But do you know the difference between belief and knowing?
Yeah. One that I have absolute evidence for, the other I do not.
So what is belief to you?
Well, we're here to question your beliefs.
But can we have a definition of what belief is? Because I think
That's a great question. So far, you have used belief in a way to imply that it is something that you don't have evidence or
well,
proof
yeah.
of.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe I'm not understanding what your
Could it
belief
not just
is.
mean an acceptance?
Huh?
An acceptance. Could a belief be an acceptance of a thing being true?
It could be.
Okay, so I'll give you an example. I could believe that the chair that I'm sitting on will never break from under me. But I know that there is a possibility that it could.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's how belief works. So that's what I'm saying again. Can I understand your definition of what belief is? Because to me, a belief is just essentially a choice. Like you choose your beliefs. There's not a right or wrong answer necessarily. Like your beliefs, you get to choose that. When you act on the belief and that's where like the faith and the hope comes in. It's when you don't have the evidence of it, but like I'm saying, like I said, I could say I can drink. You said the chair. You said this. I believe this chair can't break. Though because you decide, hey, this chair is not going to break, you may be more frivolous with it. You may not have as much care for it because it can survive anything. But there's the truth of there's a possibility that the chair can break. When that happens, then it doesn't matter what your belief is. It's about what you know now. So your belief was wrong, but there's no crime in believing in the wrong thing.
But my knowing outweighs the belief.
Of course, and that's the difference. They're two different things.
Yeah, but your belief outweighs the knowing. Mine's
No,
the
it
other way
doesn't.
around.
The knowing, nobody can know the knowing until the evidence is presented. So it's like making a bet. You can make a bet on a team, but the winner, you have to wait to see who wins.
Why do you make a bet on this without evidence one way or the other?
Because there's experiences that I've had in my life that I've used, that I've also, belief isn't just one thing, it's multiple different beliefs.
Personal experience. So your belief in a creator, is that related to some personal experience? Has something compelled you more to believe?
It's related on multiple different. The belief in a creator is built on multiple different beliefs.
Okay. Well, so far, that's the only belief that you've actually presented here when asked about your belief in a God, is that things are created. Do you believe in a specific creator?
There's one creator.
Why not two? One male, one female.
There definitely could be more. There's one primary creator. There may be other
How did you
helpers. There may
determine
be
that there
other
was
creators.
one? How do you know it's not a big crafting party?
When I think of one,
everybody's creating all at once.
Yeah, there's different levels to it.
There's levels now, so it's layers of creators. Creator layers, a big creator sandwich. Do you have an actual name to this creator? Is this a creator from a book?
No.
Okay. So just a creator. But it's one, and you're sure it's one. And then there's other little ones below it. A cosmic
I'm sure
committee.
that, to me, I think like I said, everything is one. Everything is made up of the same thing. So there's
it's all the
overall,
same.
and that everything
monism.
is molded into different forms. It's just expressions of the one singularity.
Okay, let's go back to Thrill's question though. Why do you think there is one ultimate? Like, why can't there be two ultimate? Why can it not be a couple or a throuple? Like, why does there have to be one ultimate?
I don't think there has to be one.
Okay, so what led you to think that there was one primary and one lesser than?
Because everything starts with one. Everything starts whole. That's my belief, is that everything starts whole, and then everything gets divided from the whole. So it's like, so at one point, everything was all in one.
Is that the majority of nature, though? Is there just one planet, just one star, just one person giving birth, or is it usually two or a multitude? When we look at in surrounding nature, it's rarely ever just one, and usually that's in like species of lizards or frogs, you know, not the majority. So why only one? Why couldn't it have started with two?
It could have, but what my thinking is that there's one, and it's like, whatever this, there's a male and a female aspect, which I'm just giving an example, but that it starts with a one, and then the other is a reflection of the one. So now you have two, and then you would just make when those two combine, then you have another reflection. So we're all reflections of a singularity point.
How did you
We're just
determine that?
reflected in different ways.
Go ahead, Nicholas.
Which one was the original singularity?
I think that that's the test of life. That's what we're supposed to be figuring out. Knowing which reflection to trust. And I think we figure that out by how we feel. It's the energy.
But what you feel with energy would be vastly different to what somebody else would feel with energy. So who do we figure out who's right?
I think everybody has their own like energetic frequency in a sense. They have their own song internal. So it's like when you go along with your own internal flow, you are coherent within yourself. That's your journey, your path. And then you are following your own truth. That's the thing. I mean, truth might not even be like all the same. Truth could be like how beauty is in the eye of the beholder, because your truth may be different from my truth.
But would that make it actually true then, or because
yeah, but it's always like that either way.
There can't be multiple truths in this scenario. There would have to be one ultimate truth. So how do we figure out of how many thousands of religions and belief systems which one is the truth? Just because somebody believes something in one way does not make it the truth.
Right. But either way, there's like two things. It's like how two different truths can exist at the same time. So when you have multitudes of people, yeah, our truths there could be different truths. Like for me to say I have 3 brothers, you can say I have 3 brothers for yourself, but that may or may not be true, but that doesn't make it less true for me. We have different truths.
Okay, so let me give an example. The Christian belief, right, is that there was at one point a global flood. However, we know because of science, archaeology, stuff like that, that there never was a worldwide flood. So just because it's their truth that there was a worldwide flood doesn't make it true.
No, it doesn't. But
So
that's their belief.
right.
But they're not, belief does not equal truth. I don't.
Okay, but apparently a moment ago it did. If it was your belief, then it's your truth, or is it not that?
No,
Oh, it's not that.
he was asking about truth, and I've been saying from the beginning that belief is not equal to truth, but y'all want belief to equal truth, or
No, we're not trying to make it equal truth.
Yeah, you are. You're saying that, oh, well, I'm not inclined to believe. You're looking for proof for the belief. You're looking for what evidence. You feel like, oh, there has to be a right reason.
So you're just
There's
determining.
no-
So you've just determined that we're demanding proof and evidence when we haven't.
But that's what you're asking. You're asking me to back up my belief.
When did?
And I'm saying my belief is a choice.
Nope. I've been asking you if you can question your belief. I've been trying to see if there are different angles from which you can question it. And you're kind of resisting and arguing over really the definitions of words. I think I'd normally wait for the end of the poll, but I think we're going to go ahead and move on. Thank you, Ayana. Maybe another time. I just feel it getting contentious from there, and the poll's pretty overwhelming majority. Move on. So, thank you guys for your votes.
I felt that as we questioned, there was a lot of change in answers.
I don't know that the changes were changes in the belief. I feel like they were, it was shifting to be argumentative, to give another ground to twist from.
The proverbial goal moving.
Yeah, Cassie's got it down there in the comments. It did seem a little bit like she was confused what to believe. And maybe that's still something that questioning can bear out. But perhaps another time when she's a little less defensive. That's what I heard, was some defenses coming up. Oh, and I'm Uncle Batman's nephew, apparently. I don't know if she loves me or not, but whether or not she does, well, I mean, I would really wonder how, if we are just the membranes between the bony appendages of the celestial skeletal bat goddess unfurling her wings in accordance with the Lambda Citium model of physics, otherwise known as the Big Bang, how she would even know what we are to love us.
I don't know if it's anything like my back. She probably doesn't love us, I can tell you that.
I hope we don't give her too much grief.
Right.
Under her wing. I'm not quite sure how to say that name. Is it Asilis? I guess we're not going to get to know if you're asleep. Asilis? We're going to stay silent until I guess it right. No, I set them down. I imagine they were asleep. And we appreciate our sleepers. echylus. Is it an echylus or an echylus, Tavium? Are you guessing too?
You just hit 100K, by the way.
Hell yeah, appreciate the 100K. I appreciate the 100K almost as much as I appreciate Hazelnut cheerleading that 100K, because I saw that in the comments the whole time. I appreciate you so much. But everybody tapping, thank you so much for getting us there. And of course, we could keep tapping. That'd always be great if we keep tapping and maybe get up even higher to, I don't know. I'm not going to set you with a goal, but we have once hit 500K before. I don't think that'll happen tonight, but every little tap helps get us out to the algorithm, and maybe somebody else might want to come along and question their beliefs. If we made it 500K, we should start at the beginning of the live, because we're already at, what, hour 5? I started a little late, hour 4.
That's not too bad on timing.
I could definitely see us getting to maybe 200K by the end.
It's the record so far.
Oh, around 500K. I don't remember if we quite crossed it. It was during the poem. I remember being in the 490s.
Dang, that's impressive.
It was a long time ago. We've hit 390 a few times since then. We definitely hit 300 easily. I say easily, not easily. With lots of vigorous tapping.
Lots of cramped fingers just started screaming at you.
not easily.
I think I have time for one more believer. You know, I adore you and your lives, but I really gotta stop with these 4 a.m.s.
I understand. I'm not good for anybody's sleep schedule unless you're on the other side of the planet, like our friend Kung Pao, who helped us hit that last goal. Appreciate you, Kung Pao. Also, thank you, Nick. And thank you to Polly as well for helping with that one. Appreciate all of you. Yeah, I do have a lot of international viewers. That does help. So it's a lot of their daytime when I'm on. And then, of course, all the nocturnal Americans and Canadians.
Yeah, the nocturnal Canadians.
And according to Wildot, Neander viewers are greater than all other viewers.
I could believe it. I could believe it. I do see a pastor in the comments. Perhaps he would be willing to come up and question his beliefs.
I wonder if they don't, I do see a friendly believer in the comments. I don't know if I... They're fun to question, but they can be frustrating. And they've been up nearly every day for the last week, so I don't know if they're the best to bring up right now, though I do appreciate them. I wonder if there's any new believer who's scrolled through and has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and is capable of questioning their beliefs.
I've got the most boring beliefs. It's literally answered with the words, I don't fucking know, and maybe.
Such strong beliefs. Are you a dogmatic maybeist?
A dogmatic maybeist, yes. That I think that, yeah. I'm gonna need that on a shirt now.
That's the first time I'm hearing that word.
A dogmatic, fervent, fanatical maybeist.
Poor Thrayle has tried to question my beliefs twice now, and I think he got bored both times. Like, okay, Nick really isn't any fun. Next. Tavium says he's a maybeist in the making.
Hello, T. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 18.
What year were you born?
2007.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I do.
Which god do you believe in?
Yeah, I'd say the Christian God.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
No.
Why not?
I don't have the time to.
You don't have the time to.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's definitely like one of my goals, though.
Do you believe the stories to be true and literal?
Not always literal, but definitely true.
So even when they're not literal, they're true somehow.
Yeah, so it being literal or not has no like difference on what true means or if it's true in epistemology.
So the 6-day creation, is that true?
Yeah.
In what way?
Yeah, so day in Hebrew is like can be an unspecified time. Like typically scholars say that day in Genesis was unspecified. It can just mean like errors or...
So 6 eras.
Yep. Stages, yeah.
Are the stages in order?
Yeah, it seems so.
T, just so I could have some background understanding, what's your denomination?
I mean, like, I don't really have a denomination yet, but I'm definitely leaning towards Orthodox, but I'm not knowledgeable enough to really make a claim such like that, like I'm Orthodox or Catholic or...
So you believe there's 6 eras of or periods of time in a particular order, and that's the truth of Genesis 1?
Yeah.
What about Genesis 2? Is that true? The Adam and Eve story?
Yeah.
So you've... Does it matter to you that the orders contradict each other?
Yeah, they don't contradict each other, though. So, because contradiction within formal logic would include that it's
I'm sorry.
meaning the same thing or it's the same proposition, right?
Stop for just a moment.
That's same T.
Stop for just a moment, T. Let me just clarify something really quickly. This isn't a debate live. And the question I'm asking is more of a hypothetical. Let's go with, would it matter if there were a contradiction in the order of creation given in Genesis 1 and Genesis 2?
Yeah, to be clear, I wasn't trying to debate. I was being analytic. I was being precise, breaking it down piece by piece. So
right, I wasn't asking
that's
about...
pretty
Okay.
basic. I don't know why
Can
that's
you
like
actually
driving
stop?
me towards
Can
you. Why is that
I don't
scary?
know why you're not responding to the question.
Why is that
getting
scary,
into this
though?
meta. It's not about fear. I'm trying to guide this conversation so that it is productive, and you don't seem interested now. Is it because I have asked you a question you're not interested in addressing?
Yeah, I wouldn't say that I'm not interested. I just
Then
say that
address it.
the question. Yeah, give me a second. I just say that the question itself is confused
Address
because
the
it's not a
question.
contradiction. Yeah, it's just not a contradiction.
You don't even know what contradiction I'm talking
Yeah, I mean, I
about.
tried to explain it in the analytical sense, which is formal logic, but you didn't like that because it's too scary for you for some
It
reason.
has nothing to do... Okay, you're being condescending now.
Yeah, so
so T, I'm going to
contradiction
go ahead
just
and drop you because you're not capable of a respectful dialogue. It says there on the screen, be respectful. If you're not capable of a respectful dialogue, then I don't know why you requested up here in the first place. But the condescension doesn't get to come up here. This isn't a debate. You just failed. I don't know what you're saying was easy. This is not a debate. So if you decide you want to grow up, you're welcome to come back. But, oh, well, thank you, mods. W mods.
You know, it did become a topic of conversation tonight on Fens Live. We were talking about how these super young generations are suddenly popping up and they're claiming either one of two things, Catholicism or Orthodoxy, and they're all Philbros. And there's gotta be someone
Like
out
a
there.
church of Philbroology.
There's gotta be one link that's doing this, because there's no way all of these 18, 19 through 25-year-olds are all of a sudden cropping up saying that they're Orthodox or Catholic and Philbroing off of the same script. Like, there's gotta be something or someone,
And then it's just that kind of alpha bro arrogance that isn't capable of having a civil conversation.
Well, a formal contradiction is
That's how you get kicked off of the panel 2 seconds after you join, Will.
I mean, he could tell me about a formal contradiction if I was asking about a formal contradiction. I wasn't here for a debate. I just was trying to see if he could question his beliefs. Clearly, he's incapable.
I wanted to comment on the last bit there. When we look at like the percentages of the world population that hold to like Catholicism or Christianity in general, that part doesn't really surprise me all that much. What I think is occurring is just a lot of people taking like philosophy 101 in like non-public schools.
Like, as in Chat GPT or
philosophy in a religious school.
Yeah, philosophy like 101 in a religious school, and learning some words so they club together the same argument over and over.
I'm not abandoning you, but I do have to reset the Thrayle device.
I had a minor panic attack when I was Googling because all of a sudden the music stopped. I'm like, did TikTok just boot me out again?
Yes.
Like, oh no. Yeah. I do know Jordan Peterson goes to a lot of colleges, but I find a lot of the ones that I'm talking to aren't in post-secondary, and that's why I feel like it's somebody within like TikTok, YouTube, somewhere. It's got to have a source, and it's somebody who's specifically targeting the 25 and under crowd.
Peterson know if he's actually a believer or not? I don't think he knows much.
I think when his kid passed away, it really, really screwed him up, unfortunately. And I think he went down a really dark psychological hole.
Kind of want to agree, but as someone who met him before he was famous, he was this unintelligible and intolerable before.
See, okay.
It's just now people paid attention to him.
Kung Pao, I'm not sure if I'd have to look it up. I can't remember if he said it was a son or daughter, but they self-deleted. I'd have to look it up. I think he said it was his son. This is years ago already. I'd have to look it up.
I am back.
Welcome back.
We are meandering from the topic, but of course it's hard to stay on it when there's no believer here. With a belief, they're curious enough or courageous enough to question. I wonder who this... Well, no. I mean, I don't wonder now. It's Morgan Le Fay. Hello, Morgan. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. How is everyone?
Oh, we're creeping right along. Seeing if anyone's got a belief. So far, our last few believers either didn't have the capability to question or the patience, the respect, or I guess maybe it was just the age thing. I don't know what it is with 18-year-olds.
I definitely agree with Nicholas and Will Dot that there's gotta be something. There's gotta be a focal point. I don't know what it is, but it's gotta be a focal point.
And it, like I said, like it's like it's specifically the under 25 crowd. I think there's only been like a couple of that have been over 25. But I find that it's primarily those under 20.
This also isn't the first time I've heard this observation either.
One of my classmates started off that way. He's finally calming down a lot, which is great, but I don't know, maybe I should ask him where he started picking it up from. Well, yeah, like we were also talking about how it's almost like they're starting to figure out the Bible doesn't math, and with the contradictions and everything else. That perhaps they are turning to the Spilbro stuff, but the Philbro stuff they're spewing doesn't make sense. The Bible makes more sense than what they're spewing, so I don't know.
I know one thing. It's been a while since we had a believer, so I'm gonna pull out one of our old Michael V segues just to see if it works. Who knows? Also, I just want to hear it.
Welcome in. Can you question your beliefs? Do you have a belief in a God? A higher power? Or anything like that? Request on up.
As always, thank you, Michael V, for the segue. I love those things.
Yeah, I love that new thing you do. That's pretty cool.
Some of those little jams get stuck in my head all night.
Reminds me of the music, oh man, words, the Diablo games.
Oh yeah. Well, it didn't work, but, you know, it was worth a shot. If anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, go ahead and request on up. Also, thank you so much, Kung Pao, for helping with that goal. I really appreciate you. And thank you all for the 111,000. Look at that. It was all ones when I started talking. Thank you guys for all the likes. Use the ancient magics. What ancient magics will
Don't do this. Don't do this.
Terrible and outdated meme songs like the Shoobody Bop.
I heard Morgan protesting. You don't want to know about Wildot's ancient magics?
I know the ancient magics. I was there when they were written. No.
The Shoobody Bop. How was that magic? If even a bop it be.
I don't remember the exact word, but what comes to mind is lemmings.
I think of the gorillas on the animated Tarzan destroying the camp.
I would say the magic is complete because the visceral response that Morgan is internalizing is proof.
Is internalizing? Is? Hold on.
Well, what is a magic spell but a word association game?
And all you gotta do is put a pride flag in the picture. They will come in swarms, but be prepared. Works every time, but be prepared.
Really?
Oh yeah, it's like the bat signal for believers.
Oh, I think it's more like the battle horn for believers because they're gonna say some nasty shit, but yeah.
They see the flag and they're like, battle!
Suddenly you hear the orc battle music from Lord of the Rings, and then you get people shouting nonsense at you, and
you hear the drums from the deep.
Miyaka says hate unifies believers. That's interesting. I wonder if that is the case.
I was gonna say, is that the real problem? We're not hateful enough.
Grace, I don't believe in wasting coffee, but if I saw God in my coffee and he winked at me, that coffee's going down the drain.
You don't want a winky god inside of you.
Horrible. Absolutely horrific.
in the words of the great late Slurms Mackenzie, get him out of here! Get him out of here!
Somebody call an exorcist, like stat.
Yes.
You called?
If it was my last cup of blueberry coffee, there would be no more blueberry coffee after. And I looked in the cup, and God winked at me. I don't know, I think I'd still drink the coffee.
Let's be honest, I'd probably go find myself a shrink. Get me a little grippy sock vacation going on.
Just, interesting. Anyways, I guess I have to make a phone call after I finish this coffee.
I might ask the coffee some questions, and if it can't answer them satisfactorily, then I might come to realize that it's not God, in fact, and probably won't suffer any permanent consequences. Then again, if it does answer them satisfactorily, then I think I'd want to drink the coffee anyways, so that I would be the only one with the answers, right? That's the way that works.
I mean, for some reason, I could just see you staring down into a cup going, can you question your beliefs?
Can you question your belief that you're just coffee?
What makes you coffee?
you guys are like dancing on the fine line of heresy in the Church of Neanderthal Jesus. I'd just like to let you know that.
There's 166 people here. There's got to be someone with a belief.
I don't know. I wonder if they've all questioned it.
What would help is if we kept tapping the screen and sharing out the live, reposting. Share it to your friends, your neighbors, your family.
Neighbors. I wonder if I could question my neighbors' beliefs. Still be neighbors the next day.
Yeah, no. I've got Jehovah's Witnesses on one side and Mormons on the other. I ain't questioning that.
Oh, I don't care. I'm an equal opportunity hater.
Well, no.
I work with one of my neighbors. I feel like she would give me the most problems.
I just don't want them knocking on my door again.
Every time they do, just like wait a couple of days and do some ding dong ditch as revenge. All right, loves, it is 5 a.m. I'm gonna go try and get some shut-eye.
Appreciate you, Nick. It's good to see you.
Good to see you too. Take care, everyone.
Absolutely. You too. That means we went nearly a whole hour without a believer. I wonder if there's anybody with a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that who's curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. Or have we run the well dry?
If you have a belief in a god, gods, higher power, anything like that, and you can question that belief, request up. There's 3 empty boxes. I'd be happy to have a quick conversation. See if you can even question those beliefs.
God of the gaps, source and energy.
Process God.
Process. I don't know anybody who's wild enough to believe in something like that. God of the apps. I don't know, do you need a subscription for that? Well, Jeff, I mean, for the most part, gods, afterlife, cryptids, things like that. I'm not interested in questioning your humanism, though if you had, if you present as an atheist, I might question that, your lack of belief. guess you could question humanism. You could question the tenets. Which manifesto are you under? Do you hold to a manifesto? Or is it just the 10 commitments? Or what do they call? I think it is the commitments. But that's not really the kind of belief I'm interested in questioning this morning.
Oh, this is the bit that sounds like the Days of Our Lives intro. I mean, what? I don't know what that sounds like.
How do you know what Days of Our Lives intro sounds like?
How do you not know what it sounds like?
I want my lawyer.
I might have managed to forget.
Plead the Fifth.
Darth Gently over on YouTube says, if I rename my Wi-Fi to the stream link, I can share it with my neighbors. I won't be mad at that. If you want to share with your neighbors the Batcolyte stream link. Rename your Wi-Fi. That's great.
Rename your Wi-Fi, airdrop it to your coworkers. Send a mass email to the entire company. Fuck it.
Now you've got me wondering, Wildot, how many of these sound like soap opera intros? Is that what loop music is reserved for nowadays?
Yeah, pretty much. Ambient video game sounds and soap operas. That's basically what loop has been reduced to.
That's where my brain was the first one of those. I was not even video game, just ambient. Well, it was always tabletop. I like loop music for that. But I've aimed some of this a little more somber, so it does kind of give a little.
Now, see, I would have like some tracks set aside for when people are, going full gibberator mode.
Gibberator.
Start playing like the boss fight music from Final Fantasy or something.
Yeah, no, I do have an app that does something kind of like that. It's not Final Fantasy worthy.
You know what I mean, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Hazelnut, this track is a little bit sultry. I think I like it because it was long.
I guess another one is some of it sounds like soundtrack to like El Mariachi or Once Upon a Time in the West.
Right. Got a little bit of that going on. Some of it goes in different directions culturally. I like it. It's a spread. Resurrected Skeptic asks, does it play in the background from a speaker or on TikTok? I use a mixer, so the same audio input that my mic goes through. But I can control them separately. That way when we get one of those great segues from Michael V like this.
Can you question your beliefs? Do you have a belief in a God, a higher power, or anything like that? Request on up.
That way I can put those over the mix and, yeah, bring it right back down for a conversational level. That wasn't enough to get some believer excited to come up and question their beliefs. Sting at the seams. Just I'm so excited I can hardly hide it. I'm probably going to lose some kind of control and possibly enjoy it. Thank you, Hazelnut. Yes, Grandpa Thrayle. They call me Grandpa Wilda. I don't know what I did.
I'm just gonna keep my head down on this one because
I have no idea why they would call me Grandpa.
If the kids
it's probably because you used to walk to school through 4 feet of snow both ways uphill. Uphill both ways, the wind in your face.
That sounds too easy. I'm sure it was harder than that. Texas Thrayle. That was Texas Grandpa Thrayle.
So, that's your real voice?
The world may never know.
Is the world never knowing? Is that a belief you're willing to question?
Yes. The world may never know. I can question whether the world may never know. I think it's a already kind of hedged statement with the may right there, but I can question it further.
Do you view yourself as part of the world?
Can we clarify what we're saying when we say world?
It's just going to be anything in this spatial coordinate that we deem as Earth.
Anything that exists within the spatial coordinate deemed Earth. Within includes within the.
Yeah, I'm drawing no distinction between what exists on the surface and what's constituting the main body.
I see. What was the original question that led us here?
Do you consider yourself a part of the world?
I mean, if you're drawing no distinction between what's on the surface and the main body, I don't see how I cannot. But, I mean, maybe.
Checkmate. This is what they do.
Wait, what did I do?
I'm sorry. I gibberated for like 3 seconds.
Do I consider myself part of the world? If the world includes anything on the surface, and I'm on the surface, well, technically, I mean, right now, I'm at least a foot or more above, I'd say. Probably about 1.5 feet above the surface of, well, hang on, because the floor is at least 6 inches off the ground, so 2 feet above the surface.
Well, I'm just saying, as a part of the world, do you know what your actual voice sounds like? So, checkmate.
As a part of the world, I know what my actual voice sounds like.
So the world doesn't indeed fact know.
What if I don't know?
Then you're possibly deaf? I don't know.
Well, I mean, does it sound the same to me as it does to you? Does my voice sound...
Okay. Next thing you're going to say is consciousness fundamental. Right?
No, I'm speaking more about like the perceptions of the resonance.
Scientifically as well.
Right.
We've never actually heard Thrayle's real voice because it already changes through whatever system.
The medium that it travels.
Capture. Yeah.
Well, oh yeah, and then the equipment. Like I'm not using
Mm-hmm.
an effect on it, but the board I'm running it through.
I mean, just the electronics itself changes it. That's why your voice sounds different on recordings than it does when you actually like hear it yourself.
Voice is close to a very big. No.
Coffee's being very aggressive.
No. I don't think I'm close to
more
Barry
Stephen
White.
Wright.
Stephen Wright. More Stephen Wright than Barry White.
You don't know the very monotone comedian from the 80s and 90s?
Oh, I'm very well aware of
familiar.
Stephen Wright. I get compared to him quite often. I don't know why. I don't think I'm monotone like him.
You're like
He's the guy on the couch.
I wonder if people just, because you don't necessarily have a very strong affect to your voice, even when you're emotional. So I'm wondering if that might be the correlation.
Strong affect.
No emotional markers in tone, or very minimal.
Well, I'm not saying he's monotone like Stephen Wright. I'm saying the average tone is similar. And, the graveliness to it.
If at first you don't succeed, then skydiving definitely isn't for you. It should be more dry, though, right? And more kind of nasal.
Yeah.
What an odd thing to say. No, I'm sorry. The comment caught my attention.
I must have missed it.
Cruz says that I believe in witches but not God.
Oh, well, that's interesting. I mean, I believe in witches. I've met a lot of witches, so I guess I believe they exist.
Mm-hmm, for sure.
Yeah. They're more likely to exuding something different than what some other ones are saying they're doing. Witches are a spectrum. There's a lot of them. You might be a witch. Not you, Morgan. I mean, somebody watching. But Morgan might too. I don't know. If you are a witch or aren't, and if you have a belief in a god, though, that's really the part I'm curious about. If you got that, and you can question it, well, then go ahead and request on up. I busted a mirror and got 7 years bad luck, but my lawyer thinks he can give me 5. No, I don't think I'm Stephen. I don't think it sounds like Stephen Wright.
Yeah.
He's more whiny, right? I intend to live forever. So far, so good.
Okay, that one sounded exactly like him.
Yeah, I was whining. I did the, well, I was...
I think Trip Trip is right. You don't have the required depression.
It's like me mixed with Droopy Dog, and then you get Stephen Wright. Stephen Wright's doing a Thrayle impression. He's too sad to pull it off.
So yeah, I can only remember one Stephen Wright joke, and it's how did that go?
I was reading the dictionary. I thought it was a poem about everything. That probably wasn't it.
Oh, this is a joke about Stephen Wright. What did Stephen Wright say about the clown nose?
I don't know. What did he say about the clown nose?
Well, I bet that smells funny.
Oh, I like that one.
Well, there's my dad joke.
That was a good one. I liked it.
Speaking of clowns, has anyone heard from Clown King in a while?
Yeah, we had Clown Cane up 2 mornings ago, I think. We just didn't have a believer for them to get to question. They came up towards the end of the live and no believer. Kind of like this one, but I don't know. I wonder if it's doing the thing. TikTok had a glitch a while back where we couldn't see requests. So what we could do is, if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power or anything like that, go ahead and request up. And if you haven't, if you've already requested, unrequest and request again. Withdraw and request again, and that might help fix it. Or just throw one in chat, and I'll try to send you an invite. Oh, well, GoPro wants to come up. Before we bring GoPro up, Stephen, are you still with us? Did we put you to sleep? Okay.
No.
Wildot, have you had the opportunity to make GoPro? Yeah.
No.
GoPro is a wild nickname. Am I supposed to say God provides best every time we address them?
That's the probably the best way to go about it. Is just GoPro.
I think GoPro is still respectful since the person we are addressing is not God. They don't believe they are God. And so we can shorten it to GoPro. Look, it almost looks
I do
like
like the nickname GoPro.
I think it was Rav who came up with that.
Yes, it was.
GoPro.
I did like the song a lot.
I'm gonna let you hang out on panel for a moment, but we're gonna bring up another guest, okay?
Absolutely.
All right, sit tight. Hello, Shani. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
49. Oh, I'm sorry.
Turn off the camera. I'm sorry.
Yep, no worries. Appreciate you. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
No, sir.
Why don't you believe?
I read the Bible.
And in reading the Bible, did you find reason to believe it was false?
Yes, sir.
What reason did you find to believe that it was false?
What reason? The most triggering story for me, I think, was David and Bathsheba. That kind of pissed me off.
Okay, so you're saying what happened?
Okay, basically, let me say it like this. Let me put it another way. I'm sorry. I'm not driving. I'm sorry.
You're just sitting in a car.
Yes.
I understand. But it was the story of what happened with David and Bathsheba.
Right. Yeah, it's triggering because even if there is a God, I don't subscribe because that was some bullshit. Excuse my French.
And in short, what happened without getting too graphic? I know.
David did a bad thing and everyone else had to pay, basically.
So God punished people around David for what he did.
Right.
And so for you, that was kind of like a line crossed. You wouldn't want to believe in a God that would punish the family or the...
I don't mind believing, even if he step to me, came down with his little big foot from the sky, I would just not subscribe and I'll let him know straight to his face. I didn't like it.
That answers one of my other questions that I would have later. But can you think of any reason that might convince you to believe that God does exist at all?
Only because the history and belief from so many people for so long, that would be the only thing, but that's still not enough just because of the information I've been finding out, plagiarized stories and mythological and just weird talking animals and talking bushes. That's just weird.
Right. But you can't think of anything that might convince you that God exists. Like if a bush started talking to you.
I think I would be high if a bush started talking to me. And I like to be in the clouds sometimes, but if a bush started talking to me, I'm not going to necessarily say it's a God. I'm going to say I'm too high. Yeah. Can I ask you one question?
Yeah, Shani. I will let you ask a question before we move on to
I
another
want you to
guest.
get to more important guests that are really different.
Believers with beliefs.
Yeah. Okay. So I recently gotten to know you through CBJ, very recently, and your platform is very relaxing from your voice and your music. Your playlist is fire. But the main prompt has a name of Batcolyte. Is that another person or is that you with just your... I just want to know, like, is that another person or is that just your poster or another, I don't know, name for you? I don't know.
It's all me. Batcolyte's the host, though. It's the room we're in. It's where we meet.
That's the room of the platform. Okay, I got you. But you are the main. This is your platform.
Yeah.
But that's just the name for your platform. Got you. That's all I needed.
You got it, Shani.
Thank you, sir. You can drop me down for your algorithm.
I appreciate you so much for answering the questions. Thank you. Take care.
Now have a good...
Oh, and I cut you off in the middle. That means you're initiated.
You were officially initiated into the Batcolyte. Congratulations.
Thank you, Shani. Appreciate you, and I hope you keep asking questions. Yeah, W's for Shani. Absolutely. So we've got GoPro joining us. We've spoken to him, I don't know, once or twice, I think, somewhere along the way. There's a particular thing. There's a particular thing I want to question about GoPro's beliefs, but I've questioned it a lot, and I'm going to do it again after I give Stephen and Wildot a chance to ask a couple of questions, but I'm going to go ahead, of course, and ask those first couple that get us going. GoPro, can you provide us with your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, I'm in my mid-30s. As was revealed last time, I'm 36.
Mm-hmm. And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I believe in Elohim of Elohim, in which all of creation is connected to in the oneness.
And Elohim means plural gods.
It does. Elohim, that term is a plurality. That is correct.
So you believe in gods of gods. And what was the other half of that? The gods of gods and...
Yeah, all of creation is connected into that. So I believe that, how should I say? This is a good question. So I believe that when God breathed into Adam, that's why humans have eternal spirits, because all eternal spirits are part of the Elohim, and that's why they're eternal spirits to begin with.
What's a spirit?
That's a great question. I think a spirit is one of the only things that's eternal.
A spirit is one of the things that's eternal, but that doesn't tell me quite what it is.
I would say it's an eternal life.
An eternal life is a spirit?
Yes.
What do you mean by life?
It's an eternal living thing that is spiritual.
An eternal living thing. So what is the thing that is living?
That's a great question. I view it as a living spirit, a living spiritual being.
Spiritual. A spirit is a living spiritual being.
Yeah.
A spirit is a spiritual being that's living.
Yep.
If you could hear me audibly blink right now. A spirit is a spiritual being that's living. And they live eternally, so there's no, not living spiritual beings, right?
That's right.
So, why would you assume that there are eternally living spiritual beings? And again, I can't emphasize enough that you've defined spirit as not been clearly.
Yes, for me, spirit is a very complex term, but I will answer one of your other questions. Yeah, I believe that these are beings that both pre-existed, and the reason I believe in that is because I believe in pre-existence, and I also believe in afterlife. So this spirit has always existed in different forms.
I still don't know what you mean by spirit, because if a spirit is a spiritual being that's living eternally, then all you've really done is say that it is a thing that lives eternally. But what is the thing?
So that depends on the spirit. There's lots of different spirits.
There's lots of different spirits.
Yes.
What does that mean?
So there are spirits that get assigned to bodies, like extraterrestrial alien bodies or human bodies.
Sorry, extraterrestrial alien bodies.
Yep.
I see Will's hand up, and I know he's got a question. I want to ask you one question to follow up on something that has come up repeatedly on this panel. And then Wildot can jump in. I'm going to ask you as if it could be a different answer than any other time I've asked you. What shape is the Earth?
I'm not sure, but I'm certainly questioning what shape it is.
Your best answer yet, and I appreciate that answer. Go ahead, Wildot.
How do I? Am I the totality of my body and all the components, or am I a spirit piloting a meat mech suit?
That's a great question. I would say that you are you're an eternal spirit that is inhabiting a physical body. So I would say it's two bodies. It's like an eternal spirit body inside of a physical body.
Okay, so the meat mech suit thing. Okay. Do you have anything that would lead you to this belief? Scripture, or some explanation someone gave you?
Yeah, so throughout the Bible, because I have to question, how in the world did Adam come from dust, and why does God breathing into that dust make that dust alive? And how does that dust become an eternal spirit? Why do humans have eternal spirits? Why do their eternal spirits have an afterlife? Why is there the phenomenon of NDEs? So yeah, all this leads me to believe in pre-existence and afterlife.
Do you think other animals have spirits?
Yes, I do.
You think other animal spirits are eternal?
Yes, I do.
Do you believe in any sort of hierarchy or superiority of human spirits over other animal spirits on this planet?
That is an amazing question. We do have an example in Deuteronomy 32, verse 8, where it says that the B'nai Elohim were put in charge over different human groups. So I suppose it's fair to say that right now there are tests of hierarchy. And then we see Jesus' philosophy attempting to eliminate hierarchy. So yeah, there is this test of hierarchies going on in the current thing. But I don't know that hierarchy is ideal to the Heavenly Father, because I think Heavenly Father wants to rule everything together, as seen in Revelations chapter 3:21, where we are invited to sit on the Heavenly Father's throne with Jesus.
What influences you to take Scripture literally?
Well, I mean, I question every scripture, right? And then it's possible that it's literal or metaphysical, metaphorical, or the scripture could possibly be inaccurate, so I question it. But I look if it satisfies any of those things. Some scriptures I view as literal and metaphorical.
Do you view any as incorrect?
Do I view any as incorrect? That's an excellent question. So, there are scriptures like Job, like people. So, in the book of Job, there are people that are giving their theories of how God operates. And at the end of the book, God actually says a lot of those people were incorrect when talking about God. So I don't know why that part is in the Bible, to be honest, if they were incorrect. So in a way, I would say some of those scriptures are wrong because it's falsely talking about God according to God.
Would you know which ones?
Well, see, it depends how I'm looking at scripture. And I question how scripture should be viewed, right? If it's talking about history or if it's talking about the deepest truth. I'm more interested in looking at the deeper truth. So what would I do if a scripture was wrong? That's a good question. If I felt scripture was wrong. Like when I disagree with Paul, right? So I would say maybe I would look at those verses and say, this is what, like early Christians had to deal with Paul, God bless them. Or would I just say, because Paul is wrong, I don't think it should be in the Bible? That's a good question.
I didn't mean to derail you, Will Dot, if you remember where you were.
This is good. If I went down my question line, it would be very aggressive. What leads you to believe that your scripture is more true than, say, other belief system scriptures?
That is a fantastic question. And I would say the only thing is I've spent so much time studying the Bible that I know the Bible way better than other things. But there could be religious texts out there that are superior to the Bible in certain ways. And I am glad that a lot of religions do discuss prayer and fasting and meditation, because I do think those are some of the best tools that humans have access to.
Does the idea of annihilation bother you?
Can you please specify this concept of annihilation?
Just a generic concept of annihilation. When one passes away, that it's game over, man.
I suppose. I mean, I do try to question everything. However, I'm a universalist, which means I have the exact opposite belief. I believe that all living things are part of a much bigger journey that makes sense, and it's towards a ultimate good, and everything's getting better over time and everything's improving. So I probably have the exact opposite of the annihilist view.
Well, I'm just saying, in a hypothetical world, if it turns out annihilation is the case, would that bother you?
That's another. I do believe that. I very much believe in adaptation, so I would do my best to adapt as optimally as possible. So I think I would try to appreciate the beauty of it as much as I possibly could for as long as I could, in as many ways as I could in that scenario.
If it was demonstrated to you through some revelation, or to everyone through some revelation, that some different religion was right, would that bother you?
Because I grew up with my philosophies, even about God changing over time, I think that I would be very open to it. And I would be very curious, because the thing is, with Christianity, there's always been new prophetic revelations. So as a Christian, I'm pretty used to the concept of there being new revelations. And even in Revelations, it says that all things are new. So I'm very much looking for new things that are better.
Okay, one more heavy question. If it were demonstrated that God does exist but is indifferent to its creation, what would that look like for you?
Well, I would do my best to communicate with that God and try to understand what that God is thinking and what their motives and intention and heart is. That's what I would do.
I mean, like, it created us incidentally because it wanted to create a universe. It has no interest in talking to us or interacting with us.
I see. So you're saying it's
Yeah.
kind of like kind of like a creator that just stepped away and did something else kind of thing.
Kind of like a creator that created a universe in which life could occur and didn't mean for that to happen.
Then I would look at the creation and all aspects of the creation itself and look for the wisdom and beauty therein. And I would try and appreciate that creation as much as I possibly could.
Do you think the idea of being a part of something larger than yourself is what's largely influencing your belief?
Okay, can you repeat that? You said, do I think or do I like?
Do you think, is it a possibility that being a part of a system larger than yourself or a thing larger than yourself is influencing your belief in these things?
Yes, I do think that viewing yourself as part of a larger thing is the best armor against selfishness. I really do not like the concept of selfishness. I try not to be selfish, and so going big picture as possible, being part of a bigger thing, or at least looking with that perspective, I think helps someone be less selfish, more bigger picture perspective. I think it's a higher perspective. I think it's optimal.
Would you describe yourself as a Christian or a follower of Christ?
Both?
Okay, I got no further questions from me.
Is there not a difference between them?
Oh, yes, there is. So, I think there's like Christians that are like the fan club of Christ, where it's like, oh, Jesus is awesome. I like that guy. And then there's the people that are like, oh, I'm Jesus' apprentice. I'm literally trying to be exactly like him. And when he says, you shall do greater things, that means I'm going to do my best to heal. I'm going to do my best to resurrect. I'm going to do my best to emulate him as much as I possibly can. That's the difference. So there's the fan club and then there's the apprentices. So the followers of Christ, I believe, are like the apprentices.
Did anybody else have questions for GoPro?
No, I've run him through my gauntlet.
I'm just excited we got an I don't know on the shape of the Earth.
Yay!
It's progress, I think. Normally an I don't know on the shape of the Earth would cause me concern, but today it caused me elation. So I appreciate you, GoPro. I do. I think we're going to keep moving forward. I think there's a ghost in the queue, but we'll see. And, of course, we can always question you again another time. I hope you keep asking questions.
I appreciate you all. Nice talking.
Oh, I even got him this time.
Officially initiated.
Appreciate you, GoPro. there's some W's there. He's questioning a lot, and he's still very certain in a lot of his answers. But we will.
Well, when you first started going through the questions with him, I thought he might have been a Gnostic.
I can see why.
You would think so, but no.
And then he continued to talk about things. It's like, no.
I know that if he was up here right now, he would be telling you where his views do align with Gnosticism, but not quite. And then we'd have to question that. See, there he is. Look. I may very well be Gnostic, yeah. Because there are parts of his views that align with some Gnostic teachings. But then they'll contradict in so many other ways.
I'm actually having a hard time reading Gnostic and not pronouncing the G, because I watched a gnome named Norm the other day.
Does Norm have a G?
You'd think it wouldn't, but when you look at the credits, yeah, it's a gnome named Gnorm.
Is it named?
No.
Why not?
That'd be funnier.
Right.
I don't know.
Why not? Are there only certain N-word? No, I shouldn't. Words that start with N that should get a G before them.
Okay, so I wasn't there when the language was first written, even though I may seem that old.
I don't know why you're so worried about being old.
Well, because people look at me and hear my voice and like, oh, you're like 30-something.
I don't think I've ever... Well, no. Yeah, maybe I have thought you were younger than me.
Not once have I ever thought you were 30-something.
Well, thank you.
I think when I first met you, I did think you were younger than me. I remember it surprising me to hear how absolutely, bitterly old and ancient you really are.
Well, I remember a time when Ronald Reagan was president. Vaguely remember, but I remember.
I might remember a time, but I don't remember, like, him being president until after it was done. I remember people joking about it after.
Oh, yeah, no, I remember the "ha, you missed" joke. Like that I clearly remember from his address, but...
The earliest president I remember is Clinton.
So young.
And yet so old.
Grace remembers when he was an actor.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I remember people talking about him being an actor.
I remember a time before the CD. Good old days.
trying to remember if I remember.
I
When
can
we
at
had
least.
laser discs. I remember laser discs.
Oh my god.
Laser
I
discs are
had.
amazing. I actually have a Laserdisc player and a Betamax player.
I had a Mac word processor that used floppy disks.
I remember General Stores. Does anybody else remember General Stores?
Yes, we still have them.
I'm actually gonna reject that premise.
You're more than welcome to reject it, but you're still wrong.
Oh no. I'm gonna explain to you the difference between a general store and what we call them now. Back when I was a kid and I would be sent to the store for things, I would be handed a metal shopping list that had things ticked off to it, right? So I didn't get to walk. You don't get to walk around those kind of general stores. You just hand the clerk the list. He gets your stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and you pay and leave.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we still have those here in New Hampshire.
Oh.
So.
Oh, that's cool.
They are obviously becoming few and far between, but they do. There are a few places up here that do that.
So vaguely remember Canada before the metric system, but I'm not quite that old though. It was quite transitional.
I know Rooted in the Pines in the comments is also up in Maine. She also said that they have them in Maine too. Oh, and Alaska, according to Hannah. So it's not as uncommon as we all thought it might have been.
Do they still use like the tin shopping lists, or have they come into the future?
I think we've definitely moved into the future from the tin shopping lists. That's definitely at least one thing that's advanced.
Yes, native Mounties still exist. Oh yeah, Grace. A tin shopping list, and it has little slots and tabs with all of the products the store would sell, and you would just stop and you would flick the switches on whatever you wanted to buy, right? And I'd have a little piece of paper like behind it where you write
slide
the
rule
quantity.
thing.
Yeah. And you would just hand it to them, and you would wait patiently, and you could still negotiate on prices back then.
Could still haggle.
Yeah, I guess that's something I can say. Do you remember being able to walk into any store and haggle a bit?
And just haggle. That's not something I can personally remember, no.
fizzled the what the fuck out into silence. I liked that. But if you've got a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your belief, it is what the fuck we're talking about. Odd silence can be wonderful. I remember that, Jimmy.
I remember being able to take a bus to the movie theaters, get popcorn and snacks and a ticket and a bus home, and only take $2 with me and end the day with change.
I don't know if I remember that. That sounds slightly exaggerated. Matinee price at a dollar theater.
Well,
all for a nickel.
It was 25 cents for the ticket, 10 cents for the popcorn, 5 cents for candy, and 10 cents for the bus one way.
Wow. Inflation must have been slow to hit you up there.
Well, yeah. Well, where I grew up, development-wise, was always 25 years behind the least developed state. So yeah, kind of.
Right, yeah, because like what century were you born in?
Well, it was, I mean, the 80s, the province I lived in and the township I lived in.
The 1880s.
They finally got bell bottoms in 81. And then there was the corduroy mammoths because corduroy was suddenly popular and everybody made the sound as they were walking.
Oh no.
Yes, I had corduroy pants and they were brown. The ugliest brown you could ever think of.
Mine were green.
Whoops. Yeah, my corduroy pants were brown. My paisley shirt was like base color was a yellow tan brown, and all of the patterns on it were brown. So I swear that was the only color allowed.
We are meandering back to the what the fuck. But what we do, I think. Well, I wonder if we should use music to get back on track, but it doesn't always work, does it? Just strumming the like button. Appreciate that, Kung Pao. 125k is a pretty good goal, and we're nearly there. 122.6 and climbing. Bat says maybe a good time for a segue. I'm trying to figure out which one to go for. By the time this track ends, I still won't have decided. Wonder how many people we've put to sleep in just the last hour. Are we really questioning beliefs, or are we questioning lack of sleep?
That's a great question. I think you should answer, Thrayle.
I should answer.
Uh-huh.
What if I'm answering it just by doing the live?
What am I gonna do with you?
Question some more beliefs.
I mean, I guess. If I have to, which I don't.
No, you don't.
Want to.
I appreciate that you do, but you don't have to at all.
I mean, it's much better than just sitting staring at the ceiling. So.
You can do both, right?
I cannot. I'm not allowed to do that.
I have 5, technically 6 different screens in front of me. I could stare at a wall. There's some wall over there. Or I could stare at the vocal booth, the ceiling of it. Kind of hangs low.
I could make my ceiling more interesting to stare at, absolutely. But that's not the problem. My ceiling isn't the problem, it's the inside part that's the problem.
We broke that 125k. Thank you, Kung Pao, and everybody else who's tapping. 130k on the way. I think I know which one to play.
Can you question your belief? Do you have a belief in a God? A higher power? Or anything like that? Request on
I hope you're all sufficiently hydrated. Stretch your legs. Make sure you...
Thanks for reminding me.
Yeah. Absolutely. I had to remind myself, right, when I pressed that button to get that segue going, I'm like, I think I need to stand up. Come back and remind everybody else to do the same. Drink some water. Take some time for yourself. And if you've done that and you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your belief, then go ahead and request on it. I wonder if I just need to be more direct. What the fuck is your belief? Is it a belief in a god? Or is it some kind of afterlife? Maybe you believe in souls, or maybe some kind of spirit. Maybe they're different. Or just some energy source thing. If you do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on it. I'm not here to debate or argue, just to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, well then, what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? Jimmy B, what even is the fuck? And girl Gnarly, I don't know if we should recognize the removal of what from the fuck as a collective.
What is what?
The removal of the what implies an allowance for who the fuck, why the fuck, how the fuck, etc.
While I appreciate the broadening of it, I think the distinctions are important and can be separate questions.
Definitely. But how do you determine what the W actually means?
Well, sometimes you have to include that how, right? Like, how the fuck?
I mean, I think we're failing to address the all-important is the fuck. Hello, Harper. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 19.
What year were you born?
Pardon, what'd you say?
What year were you born?
2005.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do have a belief.
And what god or higher power do you believe in?
I just believe there's a creator. Nothing crazy, you know. Just believe there was a start to the universe.
A creator and a start to the universe. You think the start to the universe was necessarily intended?
Yeah, I do think like intelligent or something intelligent, something, you know, beyond comprehension did create the universe.
Is this a specific creator?
On and off. I mean, not really, but I do 100% believe that there is a creator.
On and off, not really. So it's not a specific, like, biblical
religion?
god?
No. Because I don't really know.
Because you don't really know?
Yeah. It's just, I don't know. Still figuring stuff out, I guess.
Why do you assume that there is a creator?
I assume a creator. Because I just feel like the only arguments I assume a creator because, you know, I think one of the big ones is like causality. Like a cause to the universe, a first cause had to be a first mover. You know what I mean?
Why did there have to be a first mover?
I mean, it doesn't have to be.
The microphone.
Oh, sorry, my fault. I just think that the universe had to have had a beginning by something above, you know, space and time. So
why?
I feel like it's not crazy to call that thing a god or divine.
Yeah, why do you assume that there must be a creator above space and time? What does that even mean?
Oh, I just mean because he's above, you know, space. He's like space and time, sequence of events. I just think that's what God is.
Why do you assume there is a God above space and time?
I mean, because I believe that the Big Bang, or just something, did start, aka space and time did start, you know, had a beginning. And therefore, whatever existed before space wouldn't, you know, apply to its condition. You know, time's conditions wouldn't apply to it. So I just think that it'd be divine. It's still like, you know, we can't understand
what does divine mean?
What I think it means is just something that's absolute. Something that's just, you know, I don't know how to explain it to you. Because people use the word God too loosely, which, you know.
How tightly do you use the word God? What does it mean?
I just think, I mean, if I were to say a God, I think of a being that is absolute, not even a being. I mean, I think calling it a being is like, I don't know. But I think it's an absolute being that always was and always will be. I think that it was before the universe, which saying it was before the universe is kind of a contradictory to what it was, because it's not before the universe, it just always is. You know what I mean? Something that is just everything. I can't really explain it to you because it's like unexplainable. Do you get what I mean?
If it's outside of time, how does a condition like always apply to it?
Sorry, what'd you say?
If it is outside of time, how does a condition like always apply to it?
That's what I'm saying. Like that's what I was trying to say. Like it's unexplainable because it's like it's not. It wouldn't be any of those things because it'd be contradictory to what it is. That's why I was trying to say like before and all that is a contradictory to what it is because we wouldn't be able to understand it anyway.
Is being a contradiction to what it is?
Being.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why I say that also is a little.
So existence itself contradicts its existence.
I mean, not necessarily. I just think it's like we're giving it like, linear, like linear existence is a contradictory to what it is. You know what I mean?
How do you know?
How do I know? Because I just think I don't know, to be honest with you. I think when we get that far into it, you don't know. But I just think that something that's outside of what we live in, like what we call existence, would have to be unexplainable, like impossible in every single way. You know what I mean?
Appreciate everybody for the 130,000 likes. I wonder if Wildot, Stephen, or Morgan, if you have any questions for this guest.
I mean, I love questions. I like talking.
Okay, well,
I can tell.
Do you... What informs you of this belief, right? Like, why do you assume this has to be the case?
I don't think it has to be the case. It's what I believe in, I just think it's just better to believe in, and I just think it makes more I don't really think it makes more sense. I mean, you could say that whatever I'm talking about, like a god, could just be a abstract thing. Like you could say it's just something unexplainable, something that's, I guess, begun the universe. But I feel like something that couldn't create a universe because it's like it doesn't have like, you know what I mean, like intelligence. You know what I'm trying to say?
But why do you think the universe needs creating?
I mean, I don't think it needs creating, but I believe it does. You know what I mean? I interpret it as it being started because it's like, are you trying to imply that the temporal is it like never started? Like like space and time always was, like never had a beginning.
I'm not trying to debate you. I'm just asking some questions, right?
Oh, my fault. I don't know. I'm doing too much.
Okay.
So I guess you could argue the beginning of space. Like I have heard of it. Like it didn't have a beginning. Like time doesn't have a beginning. But I just think that's just not correct.
Well, if you think of it, like if you believe in a god, does that god have a beginning?
I mean, I don't think you can apply a beginning to God because he existed before the beginning. You know what I mean? It's like
he existed before the beginning.
How do you not view that? How do you view that as not a contradiction?
I mean, I don't think. What do you mean? What part of it? Like it being not in time? I'm confused.
Okay, so how do we draw the distinction between this thing that you believe in and everything else?
I'm confused. I don't know what you're trying to ask me, to be honest with you.
Like, okay, so, like, what's the difference between this thing that that you believe in and like, everything else that exists?
The difference, like God and like creation, is that what you're trying to say? Or like if existence?
What's the difference between the thing you believe in, this God, right? Like, what's separating it from us and like how we view things to exist here, right? Like, why does the no beginning of time thing not make sense to you, but you can think of a god that doesn't?
I can tell you why I don't think it makes sense. So if an infinite, because if like say saying time saying time didn't begin to exist is like implies an infinite series of events, and if time had no beginning, like then for like an infinite number of events would have obviously occurred. You know what I'm saying? But that's like impossible because
Why is that impossible?
because there's like the sequence of past events was just was like formed by successive addition. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but Harper, did you know, like, okay, I'm sorry, Thrayle, but
No, you're right.
you have an infinite amount of time for things to happen now.
Yeah, but implying no beginning means it's already, infinite amount of events have already occurred. You know what I'm saying?
But there's no constraint of time because it's infinite.
Yeah, but I'm just saying I'm trying to say like a series formed by success. Oh my, I can't even say this word. Successive addition can't be infinite because the past cannot be infinite, and it must have had a beginning. You know what I mean? Because a series, since like a series formed by successive addition can't be infinite. You know what I'm saying?
Why?
It's
Is
like,
it just a thing you read somewhere, or can you explain why?
That's actually crazy. I have heard of this, but not really. I can't really explain it. It's.
Well, do you want me to explain why that isn't the case?
I mean, you can. Yeah, sure, if you have one.
Well, we're talking about successive events. Like,
Yeah.
we can describe this with the piano axioms, the axioms governing basic arithmetic, right?
Yeah.
This is something that we can describe infinitely using successor functions.
I mean, yeah, I guess.
So, do you actually believe in this thing, or is this just an argument you heard that you hold to that like protects your belief?
I mean, I don't know if I can't actually remember like an event where I've heard it, but maybe I've picked it up. It's just in my brain. It's what I thought of when you said it. You know what I mean? But yeah, you could say it's like a protection sort of thing, like a shield that I use to protect, obviously, my belief, I guess you could say.
That's all I got.
No, wasn't bad.
Can I ask you a question, Harper?
Yeah, sure.
Where does God come from?
I don't think God comes from anywhere. Again, I think that's a contradictory to what it is, to what he is, or whatever it is. You know what I mean?
So he didn't come from like a place of more gods, or like from some other place or something. He's just always existed in your mind.
I mean, if he's an abstract entity, again, existed, well, which, again, if you're asking for my personal belief, and if I think he exists above, causality, he can't come from anywhere, you know what I mean?
Okay, I see. You're a Christian, right?
No, not really.
Or what would you identify as? I'm sorry.
I don't know. Actually, I just believe that a creator created the universe. I guess that's like what do you call it?
Do you believe in any religious text or is there any religion that is close to what you believe in, or?
No, not that I've read or have come across.
So where do you find
Probably just been like implanted like a seed. It's been born, like, the idea of a god. And I've obviously used that to just think of what I'm thinking now, I guess. So like obviously I know about the Christian God and stuff like that. And I've like interpreted it into my not my own God, but like interpreted it to my own belief, I guess.
You said it was sort of planted like a seed. Who planted that seed? Like your parents, your school, whoever you talked to?
Just I guess my parents weren't religious, but my nan was, so probably my nan, or just how you walk around. Everyone knows what a god is, right? Everyone knows, well, not what a god is, but everyone knows like the idea of a god.
I don't know that that's true. Why do you think everyone knows that?
I mean, society, like, if you grew up in like America, you grew up in Australia, you grew up in England, you will grow up and you will learn about.
As if you grow up in an English-speaking majority, mostly majority white nation, then you're gonna know what a god is. Why is that your center of understanding?
I mean, I'm not saying like I know what a god is. I'm just saying that's like how I would have picked up. I don't know what a god is. That would be like impossible to explain. But I'm saying like I would have picked up on like other people's society. Catholic
really quick
beliefs.
Before you just kind of talk yourself into another hole.
Yeah, it's not my fault.
Yeah, let's stop talking for a moment. And I'm going to thank Donna B, also Jimmy, Cat DeWitch. Thank you for helping with the goal. I appreciate every one of you. Also, if anybody watching does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, you are actually capable of questioning your belief, then go ahead and request on up. I think we are going to take a new guest soon, but I don't mean to cut Bat's line of questioning off. I just want to make sure we get a guest soon that can question their beliefs, because I don't think we have one right now.
I mean, are you still talking to me, or are you just talking in general?
I was talking to the audience. Bats, do you have any questions for this guy?
I guess I'm wondering then if it's possible your Nan's understanding of God is where you got your understanding of God. And was your Nan a Christian or religious of any
Yeah,
kind?
she was. Yeah, she's Catholic.
Okay, so she would have had a Christian interpretation of God versus, say, like a child in the rainforest who might have more of a nature is God sort of respect, like if they were on if they animist or something. Do you think maybe your perception of God is maybe tainted or by religion, since your Nan was religious?
I mean, probably. I don't think so, because it's like, I just think, because obviously, again, what I believe in is, like, I do think something started it, you know, and I think that something would have to have some sort of, you know, intelligence, I guess you could say, or some sort of mind, because I just don't understand how again, we might not understand it, but I just don't think something outside or something that impossible can create a universe of intelligent, like, I guess, design, I guess you mean. You hear it come from?
I'm not entirely sure, and it begs me to ask the question: how do you formulate your beliefs? Like, how do you get to the point where you understand something?
Understand it? What do you mean?
Because
Like,
you seem to have an
believe it or
understanding.
understand?
You seem to have an understanding of God. How did you get to that point? Did you, like, since you didn't look for it in other religions, did you just introspect? Did you just think to yourself one day on a bright sunny afternoon and just like come to this conclusion? Did you research philosophy? Did you ask people?
I think it's one of them ask some PTOns.
I mean, I just kind of thought about it, I guess, yeah. On a sunny morning, I just woke up and was like, you know what?
Some PTOns. It's just an assumption one day. You just kind of assumed.
Yeah.
Do you think is it important to you your beliefs are true?
I mean, yeah, I guess.
Is there hesitance there?
I mean, well, I'll tell you, because it's like, I mean, no, it would be important, you know, it would be. I don't know how to say it wouldn't be, because I feel like the topic is, like, big, you know what I mean? So, yeah, it would be.
So if it's important your beliefs are true, how do your beliefs help you? Do they provide you comfort? Do they provide you with assurance that one day you'll see your loved ones or your Nan again? Or what does your religion? No, it's not a religion, I guess. But what does your beliefs bring you?
I guess, like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, I don't know. I guess I'm fucking intrigued by it, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how to answer that. I mean, it does bring me comfort to know that possibly there is something, you know, bigger. You know, I guess that brings comfort. But, like, it's more, I don't know, I'm more interested in it than comforted by it. You know what I mean?
Well, if your belief does bring you comfort then, and you want its truth, I do have to ask, which would you prefer, a comfortable lie or an uncomfortable truth?
That's a big question. I don't know how to even, I don't know. I mean, I guess it depends. So, like, if the uncomfortable truth was then, like, God, there is no God, then I guess, because it wouldn't really necessarily make me uncomfortable. It just, just throw out the idea. But I think, and then, I don't know how to answer that. Because it's like, that's like I think there's a lot of more branching to do off that, you know what I mean?
I don't know is always a good answer because it just gives us more time to think on it.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe we should think on that for a bit or something, and I don't know, just try to formulate why we believe what we believe and not just what we believe. Maybe that would be... Because I'm hearing a lot of what you believe, but I'm not hearing a lot of why.
Why I believe it?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've explained what, I mean, I don't really explain it, but I think, like, a cause. I do think the universe had a cause. So, yeah.
Is it important to you that somebody caused it?
Not really. I mean, do you mean it's like, do you think it's like important for something to be caused? Or for it to be caused?
Well, for you, do you think it's important that somebody caused it? Or do you think it's okay if maybe time has always existed and our beginnings maybe not have been the beginnings of the universe, just the beginnings of us?
Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I just, like, again, when I was talking to old mate, for some reason I just can't wrap my head around that time being, like, what do you call it, independent, But, I mean, yeah, it's a possibility, I guess. I mean, they're all possibilities. Like, you can't really prove anything. Or can you disprove it? Well, I mean, you can prove stuff, but you can't disprove stuff. You know what I mean? So, yeah, they're all possible outcomes, I guess, but I just can't, for some reason, I don't know why, I just can't wrap my head around time being, like an already infinite amount of events have already occurred. I just can't wrap my head around that. But, yeah, it could be plausible.
Well, what is time?
I think time is the sequence of events, like space. Yeah, that's what I think time is. It's what brings causality. Without time, there is no cause. Catch me.
Or is time just a measurement?
I mean, you could say it's not just a measurement, because I feel like it depends, because it's hard. I don't know how to explain time. I think it's more just time is time is the sequence. I can't know how to explain it to you. I don't even know how to explain it to myself, to be honest with you. Like, I just believe that time is the core, like, exists for cause, you know what I mean?
Understand.
So it's like sequence of, like, so time is a sequence of events. Time is like the sequences of cause. Without time, there is no cause. Without cause, there is no time. You know what I mean? That's what I believe time is.
Are you conflating cause and effect with the process of time?
Yeah, basically. I mean, not necessarily. Like, cause doesn't have to be. I'm like, I don't know, but I feel like everything, like a sequence of events. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how to. I don't know. I don't even know what I'm saying, to be honest with you. I'm just trying to explain it. That's what I think time is.
Have you ever looked further into it?
Yeah, I have before. I mean, I kind of do sometimes. But I don't know, maybe time could be like a, actual property. Not like just a concept, but who knows? I don't believe it's a concept. I do believe it's something, just not like initially like in the 3D sort of spectacle, I guess you could say. It's like what that 3D... sorry?
I was going to say, do you think an event has to occur, or phenomena has to occur for there to be time?
Like for there to be time to start, you mean? Like a cause for time?
Well, not just,
or do you,
just for there to be
in
time
general?
itself, right? Like, so you say we're looking at time for a blank section of the universe, an empty space. Do you think time's just not occurring there?
I mean, no. I mean, when I said sequence of events, I was like, I guess it could put a bit more salt into that one. But I mean, like, I just think time is something that, like, 3 spatials, 1 temporal. It's just the sort of thing that those said 3 things like stand on, I guess you could say.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. But that's just the way I interpret time, I guess.
So,
It's
how do I ask this without sounding like a jerk?
no, you're right. You can. I don't care.
Yeah, but I do.
No, well, fair enough.
Have you ever taken a course or maybe high school level of physics?
I mean, not in no, like not like I think that not like the way you're asking it now.
You ever read a book about the theories of time?
I have read a book about the theories of time. Not actually read the book, like not read the entire book, but I have read on like interpretations.
What interpretation do you hold to?
What's my interpretation of it?
Yeah.
That it's just again like it's like it's needed for stuff to happen, I guess. Like I don't know how to. I just can't explain it. I don't know. I can explain it, but I'm not able to explain it right now. I don't know. It's like I'm trying to give an analogy.
Well, do you think now exists, or do
Now,
you think that all moments in time exist?
I think now
Or
exists.
like equally real. Okay.
I do think present, past do exist. But
so you think the past exists?
Yep.
I think it's my educated opinion that you should read more into time.
Yeah, I could. Okay, yeah, I guess you can say what you want. It's just real quiet right now. I don't know what's going on.
Sometimes we enjoy the quiet. It helps for thinking.
Do you feel obliged to fill the silence?
I was just awkward, so I guess I did.
Why was it awkward?
Because I was kind of waiting for like an extra question, because I thought he was going to continue on with what he said, and I don't know, it got weird.
Why did you make it weird?
What did I make it weird? I don't know. I guess it's just my subconscious doing its thing, doing whatever it wants.
Was it difficult to keep thinking on the train of thought that he was questioning you along?
I mean, I've been thinking about it. But I don't know. I don't know why I have to...
Rav is not connecting. Connect, Rav. Damn you.
Oh, did Rav fall asleep in queue? Oh, no.
He didn't. He's there.
Okay.
He's just not connecting yet.
Oh, come on, Rav. You can do it.
I'm gonna pump
you can do it, buddy.
I'm going to pump you back down. It works better if you can just try again. And maybe he sleep requested, so that does happen too. But I'm a bit, no, it's, well, you know what, I don't know. Give him that opportunity. Does it matter to you, Harper, if your belief in a creator is true or not?
Yeah, it does.
Why
I
does
think
it
it
matter?
matters. I mean, because I guess I wake up. I don't know what matters. I just think it, I don't think it matters until it's like implied, until it's brought up, you know what I mean? And
it doesn't matter until it's brought up, and then why does it matter?
I'm gonna be honest. I'm confused when you're asking. Are you asking this? Why does it matter? Just questions. Why does it matter?
Why does it matter to you if
To
there's a
me,
creator or not?
I don't know. I guess I just want there to be one.
Why do you want there to be a creator?
Again, I'm just, I just find it intriguing. I just find it better. I find it comfortable.
It better. It feels better. It's more comfortable.
Yeah.
So, in the end, it really doesn't matter if it's true or not, just that it feels comfortable.
I mean, I think it does matter if it's true. I mean, if it's not, then it's just irrelevant. But if it's true, then I guess that can spark a lot of other stuff,
Real quick, I'm going to do a check-in. Stephen, are you still with us?
Yeah. I'm actually gonna drop to make space, and also I have to go do something.
Well, I appreciate you. It's been so long, so it was good to have you up on the panel. Your questions were great.
Of course. Hey, Robert. I will see you all later. Or, I'll still be here.
Take care, Stephen.
Bye, Stephen.
Good to see you, Stephen. W's for Stephen. And if you're not following Stephen, definitely follow Stephen. He does great lives. I haven't actually caught one recently, but I know he does them. And asks great questions. Has great discussions. Good morning, Rav. How are you? Good morning. Pretty good. Also checking in with Morgan. Are you still with us?
Sure am.
Okay. Have you been listening long, Rav?
Just a little bit. Just seems,
Just generic creator because he wants it. If you have any questions, now's your opportunity before we try to encourage a new guest with a belief in a god or gods to request on that.
Could you characterize the creator? Like, do you have a particular theology that you're sort of understanding?
Wait,
that was to you, Harper. Yeah.
Oh, my fault. I thought that was okay. Sorry, what's your question again?
Yeah, do you have a particular theology that you sort of subscribe to?
I mean, yeah, I guess.
Like, is it a Christian theology? Is it an omni-god?
I mean, like, that's what I was saying before. I guess I can probably interpret it from other, but like not really, as in like the entire sense. I mean, but like it could be, but like, not really.
Or is it more just like a comfort placeholder than it is sort of a well thought out theology?
I would say it's a well thought out theology. Honestly, like I'm still good. I just think,
You what?
I don't know. I just kind of think it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, is it a theology that you've considered, or is it something like, I believe in God, that's it? I'm not gonna.
I mean, I've considered it because I just,
And what about it have you considered?
What about it have I considered? Just the overall creator itself or God itself.
Like, have you considered?
He's considered how to argue for it, but he hasn't considered why he even believes in it. It's just kind of an assumption.
I think, yeah, basically, yeah. That's actually kind of perfect, spot on.
So, why come into this space?
Because, it asks, can you question your beliefs? And I kind of, let's see, I guess.
What have you found? Can you question your beliefs?
I mean, to get where I was, I questioned my belief at the start,
Okay, so you've been on here presumably a little while. How have your beliefs been questioned, and what has changed in your perspective?
I mean, nothing that changed my belief, but like opens up other, like everything's. I don't know how to explain it to you.
Have there been any shifts in your perspective over the time you've been on here? Like, have you thought of anything that was novel or new?
Mainly just the time one. That time could be independent and just never had a beginning. Because I haven't really looked into that as much as I probably should have, or just could. If I just learn that, then it could, stone my argument more, or just my belief more, or maybe it could break it a bit more.
What role does God play in your life then?
What role does God play in my life? Just he's the creator, he's just this thing, divine thing. It's like humans, all around the world always come up with a concept of God, right? From the brain. I find that a little bit interesting. That basically our evolution is to create a creator or something that caused, you know what I mean?
So you're acknowledging that this is something that is an idea that emerges from people, but not necessarily the actual creator of all things.
No, I do, you could say it's an idea, but I just find it insane how every group, I guess you could say, of humans have created some sort of ideology for God.
Yeah, why do you think that people have developed such a thing?
You could say patterns, God, you could argue patterns. Maybe you could somehow argue that it's, I don't know, a divine calling, but I personally don't believe that. But I don't know. It's like, I guess you could say.
You think it's possible that sort of God is an idea that emerges through natural processes?
Yeah, basically.
So if maybe in your mindset, God created God's self through this idea.
You say God created God's self through an idea? Through this idea?
Like if you're saying that God is both the creator and is created through the human mind, then
I don't think he's himself. I know what you mean. I don't think he's created to the human mind because, again, I don't think we can fully understand God. We've just kind of slapped a name on him, God. I don't think we could ever even if say hypothetically there was a God, even if we saw it with our own eyes, we wouldn't be able to understand it. You know what I mean?
I think I'm questioning my own beliefs now.
You said what?
Oh, I think I'm questioning my own beliefs now, actually. So I'm gonna stop asking questions.
You're right.
Have you ever looked into the history of gods and the different interpretations of these gods?
Yeah. Different interpretations of gods, yeah.
Are you familiar with what the one of the oldest renditions of god worship is? What were those gods?
Oh, yeah, ask me if I know what they are.
Yeah.
What, are you talking about Hinduism or
Oh no, it's older. There's a
you mean
god worship that's older than that.
Yeah, I've looked into some. I don't know. Maybe if you said the religion or the belief you're talking about, maybe I'd understand it.
To animism.
I have actually heard of it. I've actually heard people use that before. But
yeah, it's wherever. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Finish up.
I was just gonna say it's the idea that the elements of nature themselves are personified into gods, such as lightning and the grass growing in rain and all that stuff. That derives, that's way older than a lot of different religions. It's older than Judaism. It's older than like any really old religion that you can think of.
Yeah.
It's older than that. And have you ever asked why that is?
As in why they think what they think, so you ask me?
Yeah, why is it that the personification of like the natural elements were gods?
Go ahead and answer this question.
I don't even know how to answer that. I'm probably, I don't know.
Okay. I don't know. It's a great answer. I think that's the perfect way to end this. Harper, and the reason why I'm going to end this, I have a quick question, and somehow slipped right by me.
Yep.
You said you're 19.
Yeah.
What year were you born?
2007.
Oh, you said 2005 when we first started, which makes me sound a lot better now if it is 2007, but still, it somehow slipped right by me when you said that. February, I suppose. But either way, we were going to end that right about now anyway, so.
Well, happy birthday.
Right.
How's it going, Thrayle?
It's been a night. It's been pretty good, actually. We've had some decent conversations. Some who can question, some who can't.
How did the conversation go with the cat tag me?
The 19-year-old.
Hello.
Oh, the recent convert. Yeah, hold on just a moment there, Kay. It went all right. I think they still need to question. They're not questioning what they believe. They're just they've questioned something, but they're not questioning what they currently hold. But maybe when they come back.
Well, before we continue, might you drop me for the algorithm? I need to go attend to kids.
Absolutely, Bats. Thank you so much for your questions. I hope you have a great day.
I always appreciate you. Have a great day. See you in the disc.
Now, do I question myself or am I waiting for a question from you?
First, I need your age for TikTok TOS.
27.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
No, I do not. I believe it was the Mayans or Aztecs had it the closest of worshiping a sun god.
Worshipping a sun god?
I believe it was the Aztecs.
Do you believe that there is a sun god?
I believe that we should focus more on the earth around us and things that are tangible.
So an earth god?
Yeah, planetary.
Why? Do you just think we should focus on what exists, or are you saying that there is some entity, force, some life behind it, and that we should worship it?
We should focus on what exists.
So, why don't you believe in a god, Harper? I'm sorry, not Harper. Hey. The name's still on my screen.
It's kind of funny. I actually have a minor in biblical studies in Christianity. I've learned the historical aspect. I'm a big history person. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. I believe that we should take care of the earth and the physical realm in which we exist now rather than holding on for...
Your reason for not believing in a god is because the Bible didn't make sense to you?
Yes, yeah. On a historical basis.
So, Could some other God exist that you're just not aware of?
I believe in multiple.
Well, now you believe in gods and there's multiple.
I'd say the Aztecs, Mayans, I can't remember which one it was, and along with, I believe it was the Romans, just multiple deities and gods that are...
Yeah, there's a lot of different religious
There's
groups
so many that it's like, how are you so sure that yours is the ultimate?
My question is, why would any of them be correct?
That's the ultimate question. Maybe it doesn't have to be in order to give people peace of mind. I think people just want something to believe in.
Okay. Do you remember the question I had asked you?
Can you repeat the question?
I'd asked you if any other gods could exist, and you said you believed in multiples. Because I could have sworn at the beginning of the conversation you didn't believe gods existed.
I'd say... I'd say no. I mean, I'm going to go back to my original statement of worshipping the physical realm in which we exist now.
Do you believe in a literal...
I'd say I'd go as far as maybe moon and sun gods.
Try that again, Morgan.
What was that? Oh, Morgan?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if you could hear Morgan. There might just be a delay.
Amaterasu?
But try your question again, Morgan.
Do you believe that they are literal beings?
That's interesting. I'd say no, and more so of a force. A natural force in which we should worship and appreciate more than we do now, in my opinion.
Why would it be a natural force when science can explain nature?
Well, that's exactly why. The moon does control our tides, and I believe it controls the way we spin on an axis, I believe. If I'm wrong, please correct me. The way it makes the most sense to take care, worship, and appreciate the things in which give us life.
I'm not really sure that answers the question.
I said natural forces, and then I'm sorry, can you finish that last part?
Why would it be a natural force when science can explain natural forces and nature?
Oh, I think you just answered my question. I think I just go more of a science-based route. Why would it be a natural force if science can explain nature? I think that just answers it in itself.
Are you saying that this god is not a supernatural god? But that it's just...
Exactly.
It's just nature in general.
Then why do we assign it God? What is the purpose of assigning it God?
Sense of comfort, a sense of knowing things are going to be okay at the end. I mean, I've met many people that are afraid of death, but it's inevitable. I work in hospice for a living. It comes for all of us.
Thank you for your hard work.
It is tough. It comes, it's inevitable. Not too sure about that one.
Are you sure that the Aztecs or the Mayans or any of these sort of maybe more naturalist beliefs? I'm not sure that that's actually necessarily true, but that characterization. But are you gods are sort of expressing? Also, your teacups. I don't know if you're listening or not.
What about gods that exist that aren't necessarily tied to something physical or tangible?
She's not in the house. She's on the porch.
Oh. You gotta come back inside.
Oh, am I inside now?
Yeah, you're inside now.
Entered the house. What was your question? I'm sorry.
So you mentioned that sun gods and moon gods are more, I guess, aligned isn't the right word, but what about gods that are associated with things that are not physical or tangible? Why do we use gods to explain those things?
That's a very good question.
Do you have an answer?
I don't believe I do, just because of the vast. There's so many different religions, different gods. I need one example to base off of.
Well, it's about your beliefs, not about
It's more so just based on your framing as you've presented it. With that example, you very clearly explain physical things like the moon and the sun.
But you're saying there's other religions that base gods around non-physical
things, right? Was that your question?
Yes.
That's a tough question. That's a really tough question, just based off of how many different beliefs there are. I don't think that's really based off of my beliefs, more so.
Because if I were to answer from my beliefs, I would just reiterate what I already said about believing and trusting more in the physical aspects of life. So I don't know why people have gods that are attributed to physical or nature, and more so.
Do you believe that there is anything non-physical about life?
Oh, man. Yes, I do.
What would that be?
I'm completely contradicting myself, aren't I?
Someone smelled the woo and dug it out of you. What?
Indeed.
What is?
The spiritual realm. Just based off of personal experiences, but I know the mind is very powerful.
What is spiritual?
Just science. I lived alone for a very long time, and I would just have little things happen that were unexplainable. I came into my room one day and every drawer was wide open. Don't know why or how. But just little things like that. I'm not sure if our understanding of it isn't that advanced yet to the point of us understanding it's on a spiritual level or on a physical level. Sorry. But I'm not sure. Dream state would be spiritual. That didn't answer anything, did it?
Comments. No. No, the comments.
Tend to not.
You guys are some hard hitters.
I was so curious because I thought you were going to go with working in hospice.
Yeah. That slipped my mind. I've seen over 10 people pass away right in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there is a moment where right before it happens, they get very happy. I had a handful of clients look into a blank space of the room and talk clear as day to someone. And then within minutes, not every single one of them, but not too long after that, they were gone. We actually have a word for a name for it. It's called the death rattles, and it happens right before someone's about to pass away. Thank you for bringing that up. I guess I'm just
being in hospice. Are you familiar with like what is happening in the last moments of someone's life?
Yes. Yes.
And as far as like the chemistry within the brain and everything like that.
Yeah, the release of
chemicals. But isn't the death rattle the mucus buildup and the breathing slowing?
Yeah.
It's considered part of the process.
Yeah, it's the non-medical term.
I worked as a chaplain for a while.
But even so, I'm not sure if any of you have experienced anyone with dementia or Alzheimer's. But there's something really strange that goes on there too.
I dealt with somebody who wasn't very aware of the time frame they were in. It was my grandfather, and it was the last part of his life where he believed that whenever he was talking to my brother-in-law, that he was talking to a buddy of his in his Marine Corps days.
Yeah, I've had a couple of different weird accounts similar to that. I don't want to get into all of them. I feel like I went off course with you guys.
We are a little off course because what we were questioning was the spirituality, the little bit of whatever spiritual realm you think that there might be. What is it that convinces you in any way that there's something spiritual?
I feel like my answers aren't good enough, but just based off of Do you guys do this every night?
Every night.
Do
you need some
I
time
guess
to
just
think on it?
past experiences. It's hard to elaborate off that, and I know it doesn't sound like a good enough answer, but I feel like it is.
You feel like to you that past experiences are a good enough reason to believe.
Yeah, and I feel like for the individual, that should be all you need.
Why do you think that, well, are there any particular past experiences that compel you towards believing in it wasn't necessarily supernatural, was it? Is it? Spiritual.
Maybe an energy plane. Honestly, I've never really done a deep dive into my
What is this spiritual realm?
My client I'm currently with right now, I'm on the right track. Don't worry, guys. Her husband passed away a month before I started working with her, and there's been multiple accounts of me either saying things or I took it upon myself to sit in the seat that he sat in every day. And it's been little things like that that have made me think that I was meant to work with her for a reason.
Because you sit in a seat he sat in.
Or I say certain sayings that she hasn't heard since he was alive. And it's been more than a few for it to just...
So, Kate, is it possible that she's just looking for connections and things that sound like him to remind her of him? And it could be anyone sitting in any seat because they were all his seats.
That's very possible. And even if that is the truth, then I still think that's beautiful.
And those phrases may not even be something he actually said, but it's close enough to something he would have said.
Yeah.
That she thinks that he said those things.
Yeah.
Does that make it? Does that make it necessarily spiritual?
No, but it could.
How?
I don't know.
I love that answer. My favorite one so far, Kay.
I don't know.
Good job. I don't know that I have any more questions for you, Kay, but you have done well. You've been amazing.
It's very
I
fun.
appreciate you answering the questions and going on the journey. I hope you
appreciate
keep
you,
asking questions.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for what you do and for what you did here. So I hope you take care. And big W's for Kay in the chat.
Woohoo!
Big W's for Kay.
Big W's for Kay. That was awesome. Good job.
Did we burgle a god, or did we create a spiritual?
I'm not sure if we burgled anything.
Yeah, I think what we did was we cracked open a crevice that you can crawl that god out of. But I think we just we're that first step.
I think we created a spiritual realm, which she kind of smashed by the end. There's something to question there, though, and I understand in that line of work why questions are maybe sometimes better than answers.
Yeah, I can also see in that line of work where one could possibly, if they've already believed in a god beforehand, it would help them feel like that god was real.
I don't know.
Highly recommend looking into the documentary, The Nurse with the Purple Hair.
Nurse with the Purple Hair, where can I watch that?
I'm not sure. I have to look. I haven't looked at it in a while. I have to find where it is.
I feel bad our poltergeists waited so long. A couple of them were there for a while. Of course, you're welcome to try again. If you do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, you can question that belief. Then go ahead and request up.
So it looks like you can watch it on Amazon. On Amazon Video.
Awesome. I'll take a look at it one day.
Definitely. And if I can, I'll try to drop a link in the Discord.
Sounds good. And y'all too, if you are not in the Discord, can definitely get in there by going to either Thrayle or the Batcolyte's bio and click on the link tree, and the first link will take you directly to the Discord. What happens when they get there, Thrayle?
Well, it looks kind of empty. I mean, at first, and then if they read the rules and they can agree to those, then they find out that they're not alone.
I'll say that was one of the moments that I really felt old, trying to figure that out. I could figure this out. I'll get there.
Our friend Sage and Bear, who does these treasure hunts, he said that it was more complicated than the treasure hunt. I don't know. I've seen his treasure hunts.
Thrayle over here doing a geocache in his rules. Does anybody else remember the geocache phase that went on for a while?
I love geocaching.
I don't know if it's a phase. I think people still do it.
Still, yeah, it's still happening.
People still do it?
People have been doing it for a long time.
Oh my god. I remember whenever it first got big, and I tried it out a little bit and found one or two things in my local area, but it was still... I was like, oh, this was fun for a whole 3 seconds.
Yeah, we used to go on family hikes for geocaching, and then it just kind of died out and never went back to it.
have never done it, but I've heard about it for years, and I know people that do.
It's because it would take you 3 to 10 hours to get to a place for you, Thrayle.
I actually stumbled. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I stumbled on one. I was on a hike in Hawaii and stumbled on a geocache box in a tree. It's pretty fun. That was like actually finding treasure.
I wonder if anybody's got a God belief out there. Calling all God believers, higher power, adherents, and anything like that. Cryptid fanatics. If you can question that belief, that whatever it is, then can you also request out? And can you answer, of course, a few simple questions?
Especially, for me, especially if you're a cryptozoology type of person. I definitely want to speak to you.
Please. I have so many questions.
I know, so do I.
We really don't get very many cryptid. We used to not pull over for the Yetis. Someone would say something, and I had, like, it wasn't just Yetis, like...
Yetis was the overarching term for just any of that.
Is it because it's plausible?
No.
Is it plausible?
I know. I mean, I probably not.
So back whenever we would do this, what had happened was somebody, it tended to usually be flat earthers, and they would come in with a God belief, and it would ultimately be because of the flat earth, and it would lead there.
That's so bizarre. That's such a weird line of thought.
Yeah, there was one person who actually came in, I remember, who said that he believed that the earth was, he believed in God because the earth was flat. Like, it was a direct line, and I was like...
So wow, all right.
What? And so, that's when we
don't pull over for Yetis,
yeah. Because
questioning the flat earth side of that was... It didn't go anywhere.
No.
It didn't? I'm so surprised.
Hey, I got a maybe from GoPro this morning. Not a maybe, and I don't know. I said, what shape is the earth? And he said, I don't know.
Might be my greatest nickname I've ever given.
What was that?
I think GoPro might be the greatest nickname I've ever given.
Yeah. He wants to come up now about cryptids.
No. I don't think you will have the answers about cryptids to the questions we want to ask.
Probably not.
He does believe in aliens somehow visiting the flat earth in a submarine.
Nah, you can't take that one away from me. Sorry.
But the important question was the submarine yellow?
It was a flying submarine.
Oh, was it a flying yellow submarine?
Why is it a submarine if it's flying?
Because it goes through the water on the other side of the front.
Yeah, it's the waters in the sky. Duh. Surprised you didn't know that.
Because everything around the dome is all water. Because it separates the waters.
We live under water. Okay, sure. Yep, got
the
it.
waters from the waters get separated.
But to be fair, that would be a what is it? Not a submarine. A ultramarine.
Ultramarine. A flying submarine is an ultramarine.
I don't know. I've made up the prefix.
The marine is the part that's the problem. Maybe aero something.
I guess it would still be underwater.
Look,
it'd be the waters above.
It totally makes sense, guys, and I don't see why we're harping about this. It is a yellow submarine that goes through the waters that gets separated by the dome, and it can also be in air. Like, come on now. This is real simple stuff.
Yeah, it's not so much I think the marine part, if we're using this model, that's not the issue. Is whether it's like how to describe that it's a submarine. Like, is it still underwater if it's the water is above? To me, that's where I'm.
Yeah, it's overmarine.
Yeah, right. Okay. But it's still underwater, so it's still submarine.
Full aircraft. You're welcome.
I should probably have been watching the queue. I don't know how long everybody's been waiting, but we'll see if any of them are still there. Oh, we've got an Albie. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
41.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
No. Seen too much.
Seen too much. So you think you've seen so much that there can't be anything that can convince you of a god? Or is there something that could?
That was Christian Church of England when I was born. That never really took. My mother was Catholic. Most of her family were Catholic. My dad was a Protestant. Religion never took.
Okay.
And then I spent.
Are you saying that there's nothing that could convince you of a god? That was the question.
No.
No, you're not saying that, or no, nothing can convince you.
No, there's nothing that can convince me that there is. And to be honest, if there was, he's an absolute ball bag.
So if somehow, miraculously, something did convince you a god existed, you would clearly not worship it because you think it's a ball bag.
I don't worship gods. They give nothing back.
Okay, Albie. So why did you request it?
Just a general interest in the topic, to be fair.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate that you have a general interest in the topic, but can you question your lack of belief?
Oh, please come.
Okay.
I'll take that as a no, he can't question.
Okay.
I fear unstructured TikToks. That is all.
Do those exist? What does that mean? Unstructured TikToks.
Yeah, no, TikTok lives that are unstructured do in fact exist.
Oh.
I would say most of them are unstructured.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds terrifying.
It is. I don't like them.
Hello, Scooby. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I still don't have them loaded in.
Yeah, it's a Alexa.
Whoa.
Okay, well, we'll set them down. If they'd like to request back up, they certainly can. It just weren't connecting.
I heard that row.
Were you a horse?
Yeah, it was a little slow. I was still horsey.
Still a horse.
As a matter of fact, that was better horse than the first one was.
In fact, it was.
Do you need some coconuts?
By the way, I learned recently that the liquid inside of coconut is, in fact, coconut seed.
It's also useful in an emergency blood transfusion.
Because of the electrolytes.
Mm-hmm.
It's what plants crave.
Yeah, I don't know that plants crave electrolytes.
Oh, they do. Because Bronco has it.
Surprised you didn't know that, Thrayle.
What was that, Rev?
I said, surprised you didn't know that.
Yeah, that plants crave electrolytes. I didn't know that. No.
Yeah,
I mean,
because it's got Brondo in it. Brondo has electrolytes. That's what plants crave.
Actually, decidedly, they don't crave that.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think they're
like the whole point of the movie, actually.
Yeah.
Because electrolytes is salt.
And Brondo has electrolytes, and it's what plants crave. The bucket joke, Thrayle knows the movie. He just wasn't gonna feed into it.
What movie? You mean the documentary?
Yeah, the documentary.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right. Crocs and everything.
Fine. I don't want to think about it anymore.
I'm actually convinced kids just don't even know how to tie their shoes anymore.
I think all those shiny, like, advertising clothes are more comfortable than regular.
I don't think they are.
Definitely louder.
You get that when you're running?
Mm-hmm.
Like Velcro? Or not Velcro.
Vinyl.
Like jogging pants.
Like
corduroy.
Yeah.
Corduroy? Oh no.
My brain said Velcro.
I was thinking more windbreaker.
Corduroy is like that little little frog instrument.
Oh, the Koki instrument?
Yeah. Is that a Koki?
It is. It's supposed
Oh
to
my
be.
gosh!
It's supposed to be cookie adjacent.
And right now I'm in first grade music class.
Yeah, I got mine from Costa Rica.
They're very big in Mexico too.
I wonder if it's getting to be that time. We believerless on a Saturday morning. No believers believing in questionable things. None that they can question, at least. I think we need at least one more of these before we give up.
Throughout that tune that was just playing, it was adjacent to being something. Remember, I know.
Can you question your beliefs? Do you have a belief in a God, a higher power, or anything like that? Request on up.
It was adjacent to what?
It was adjacent to something like I've actually heard for real and not generated. I couldn't quite place it, but it was very reminiscent of it.
Interesting.
It is interesting. I had a few of them that reminded me of things, but they were just adjacent. There's one that comes through occasionally, and it kind of reminds me of classical gas.
Oh yeah.
Kind of interesting how it is almost that thing, but it isn't.
It's almost like it's AI.
Yeah.
Or a commentary on what we think God is.
It might be a commentary on what we think God is.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the same thing.
Girl Gnarly asked the same question I have, which is classical gas.
God is Tommy Emmanuel.
Tommy Emmanuel does classical gas.
Probably the best version of classical gas.
It's not a bad version.
Okay, I'm gonna look it up real quick.
It's pretty good. Did you ever see the episode of, what was that one? It's American Dad, where Roger learns to play?
No, I don't think so. It's funny though.
He learns to play it, I think, by selling his soul. And then, I'm trying to remember. I think he bet someone something about the price for his lessons, so they ended up taking on the debt.
The devil.
They took on the soul debt. So,
What's that movie? It's like from the 90s. It was like Pick of Destiny before it was Pick of Destiny with like Steve Vai and Ralph Macchio.
Oh, you're thinking of Crossroads, yeah.
Yeah, Crossroads.
Steve Vai versus Steve Vai's hands at the end.
Yeah, right. The Robert Johnson story, but for YT people.
Futurama did an episode exactly like that.
Simpsons did it.
Episode like what?
Creator.
About like so the Robert Johnson went down to the crossroads and sold the soul of the devil, and then this story is like becomes apocryphal quickly, and then you have I'm sure there's other versions, uh, you know, in history, but in the '90s, this movie with Steve Vai, who's like a unbelievable guitar player, um, and Ralph Macchio, who's the Karate Kid, picks up on the same sort of going down to the crossroads, sell the soul of the devil to play guitar. Um, and then we're just talking about all the ways in which this has come up in popular culture.
Mm. Morgan, were you thinking about the time Fry gave his hands to the robot devil?
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
That's the other one that he was talking about.
I like two cellos. They're good.
Me too. But I'm a little biased because I play cello.
Cello. Cello.
Yes.
Check out the classical gas hammy.
I was listening to it just now. I've gotten 56 seconds into it, and it's been pretty good.
Hello, Amore. Did you mean to join us? I guess Amore did not mean to
I'm
join
gonna
us.
say no.
But we appreciate Amore because she's awesome. And if you're awesome and can question your beliefs in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate or argue, just one. Why are we showing the frog noisemaker thing?
Oh, just it was from earlier. I never. There were some questions about what it was in the comments, and I was trying to be helpful.
I heard you refer to it as a musical instrument. Is it a musical instrument?
Yeah,
of
course.
Can you play it?
Of course.
Yes, you can.
Because you take your hold on. Now I have a justification. So you take that little rod thing out of its mouth that slides
I
out.
know how it works, but like, is that music or is it noise?
It's music. It has multiple tones. It's rhythm, not music.
It's a rhythm instrument then.
Yeah, I would say there's a little bit of melody.
Depending on the size, you can change the tone.
So you would just pick up different frogs in the middle of this song.
Similarly to handbells, yes.
It'd be really fast frog stick work. I suppose you wouldn't change sticks. Would you swap sticks per frog or just keep the same
I
stick?
think it would just be the same
Does
stick.
the stick contribute to the pitch? So just the sticks are
I would
different
imagine
sizes.
that might make a big difference.
I don't know. I'm questioning the musical nature of this noisemaker. I mean, rhythm, I suppose. I don't mean that to diminish rhythm, of course, but is it melodic? going to probably be reading a poem soon. I don't think I have one ready, so I'll get there. But it was brought up to me that it might be a good idea if I read poems at the beginning of the live. And, I'd say about a year ago, I did. Every live started with a poem.
I just listened to Classical Gas.
How do you feel about that?
I quite enjoyed it. I liked. There was like 3 different styles throughout the music itself, and it was really, really cool. I liked it. YouTube is now telling me that apparently even The Simpsons did Classical Gas.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Hammy, does it exist in this universe, this reality? Is there something you can think of at all? Like, everything exists, right?
Well,
so if it exists, then Simpsons did it.
I mean, that is true. Simpsons have been around literally my entire life. It came out before I was born and was still going, and it's still going. So if there is something that exists, the Simpsons have probably covered it by now.
No, you said it wrong. Simpsons did it.
No, didn't mean it that they did it in that sense. I meant that they played Classical Gas, or at least 30 seconds of it.
Simpsons did it. Yeah.
No. Stop it, Thrayle.
Well, that's a fun fact, barfing toaster. I think I knew that way back when. That factoid feels familiar. I don't know about requesting up for cryptids today, GoPro. We'll get to poetry soon. I'm just, enjoying a few minutes, I guess, while we wait to see if someone new requests. We're in this very somber town
feel like the somber tone is definitely contributing.
I think I have an idea.
Can you question your belief? To question a belief is to knock on the door of the house you built in your sleep. Some walls are made of inheritance, some of fear dressed as certainty, some of stories repeated until they forgot they were stories. But curiosity is a quiet crowbar. It does not destroy the house, it opens a window. And suddenly, fresh weather enters the mind. Dust dances in golden light, and you remember you are not the house, you are the sky. It was built beneath.
A belief question does not mean a belief betrayed. Only that your spirit has chosen growth over furniture. Ask gently, wonder wildly. Let mystery keep a chair at the table. For the bravest souls are not those who cling to answers, but those willing to fall in love with better questions.
Did it work? Did anybody want to wonder wildly?
Quigley Wyatt was looking for another female vocalist song with a focus on secular wonder, but couldn't find it in the Discord. Is that something that exists?
One that I've played on the live before.
I think so, yes.
I think the ones I have done have been mostly male vocalists.
He said it was played in the last week or so.
And it wasn't in Curiosity.
Maybe. I mean, that's what he was saying, is that he couldn't find it in...
I think I might know. see, I can only think of one other song I haven't played in a while. Maybe this one. I can't remember if it had a female vocalist or not. But it's worth playing because I haven't played it in a while. And I know who wrote the lyrics is in the room.
The night was long, the days are short, the guests appear and or they don't. The rest are resting during the show. Others are questioning those that don't know. We question what, we question why, we question gods, we question time. What is energy, what is belief? What if I can't question my own belief?
Do I dare or do I try? Being vulnerable may make you cry. Being hostile never wins. We aren't here to not be friends.
Support the people willing to try to see. Support the people who feel unseen. Support the questioning as it proceeds. Never be weary of what it could mean. What is soul, what is eternal, and what is a choice, and what is morals? How do we define what we believe when we question what is belief?
And as the end is nigh, we see the boxes with the ghosts multiply.
We know the gods are in the shed. We hear the poem, and only then Thrayle can lay his head.
I don't know if that's the one you were looking for, but I love that one. Thank you, Huggy, for that one.
I also love that one very much.
What did we play, Rav, right off the panel, I guess? I guess it was too much. Too much energy for him. Oh, no one's gonna ask me when I say it.
What happened with Rab?
I don't know, he fell off the panel. He must have danced his way back down to the comments. But if you've got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you feel like dancing your way up to the panel, see if you can question that belief, and go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate you or argue. Just want to know if you can question that belief, and if you can, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe? It's a very loud background. breaking the silence, and then an airplane just sounded like it was descending on the studio.
I want you to know I did not break that awkward silence.
What was awkward about it?
Everything.
I didn't find it awkward. I just thought it might have gone on maybe a little longer than it should have.
See, that's the real secret, though, is Thrayle's studio is actually in an airplane.
It's awesome that there's still 88 of us in here just waiting to see if a believer has the courage or the curiosity to request up. I wonder if there are any believers left. Have they all have they all been questioned? Are you satisfied with your conclusions that conclude you are conclusively correct?
Concluded. I'd like to see someone with, like, I don't know, like Pacific Islander belief system. I think that would be cool to explore.
I think I've questioned a Pacific Islander once. One that was, well, no, two. One that had a traditional belief system and one that was decidedly Christian. And it was kind of a tragic contrast.
That must have been While tragic, so interesting to see. I wonder if a question the questioner is in order.
I wonder. Oh, because Kay asks, what are your beliefs?
It's interaction, okay?
What are my beliefs?
Do you know?
Do I know what?
Do you know what your beliefs are?
Beliefs about what?
Stop trying to derail and answer the question, Thrayle. I wasn't asking about what.
No, that's just it. Like, what are the beliefs that I'm supposed to be answering about?
The word. What does the word belief mean to you?
An acceptance of a proposition. Saying a thing is, or not saying, but yeah, to take on that a thing is true.
To accept, would you say?
Mm-hmm. Accept is a really easy one. Like, just accept.
Mm-hmm. Hold on, I have to think about how to reword my question now.
Mm-hmm. If a belief is the acceptance of a thing as true, or to accept something as true, then when you say, what are your beliefs? You're saying, what are the things you accept to be true? And then the question is, on what topic? What acceptances are we talking about?
I mean, at least on the very surface, the topic of this live.
Right, the God thing.
What's
a God?
Question to you. What is God?
I don't really have a working definition for God. I suppose we could go with something like a creator, or a timeless being, or something like that. Thing that intends or hears prayer. Any of those could be attributes, I guess, of a God. But I
exist that don't fit those attributes?
What was that?
Are there gods that exist, or are at least known about, that do not fit those attributes.
Oh, there are gods people claim are gods that may not fit those attributes, sure. Somebody could say that a god is something that something that just is. Now you have another attribute. But that's just it. I don't know what a god is, so how am I to say whether I believe one exists or not?
So if you don't know what a god is, and therefore can't make not a choice. A choice isn't the right word. Can't come to a firm conclusion based on that information. Why is it important?
I'm sorry, rephrase that question.
Why? Fuck, I lost my train of thought. God damn it.
Are you asking me why it's important to question God beliefs?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
I've answered this before because beliefs inform actions, and actions affect everyone. So I think it's important that we question our beliefs so that our actions are informed, or at least well thought out, so that they're based on things that have been questioned, tested, scrutinized.
Is it only God beliefs that should be questioned?
No. They're just the ones I tend to be interested in questioning. But I'm interested in a few other peripheral, unprovable claims. Welcome back, Kay.
Well, hello, everybody.
Can you remind us your age for TikTok TOS?
27.
And I assume you came back for the change of prompt.
No, I didn't actually. I would just scroll and you guys keep popping up.
Oh, I thought you'd been up
Seemed
here
to be
before.
the most intriguing.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods?
Yeah, I actually talked to you guys earlier.
That's what I thought. So she was up here earlier.
I was.
Did you come up to question the questioner?
Yeah, well, after I left this group, I thought for sure all of you guys were pretty sure of your own beliefs. Come to find out, not so sure.
Well, sure about what?
And I'm pretty
Of your
sure
belief.
about my beliefs.
You are?
Yeah. So, Hammy's sure of his belief. I'm not sure what you meant by y'all aren't sure of your beliefs. Beliefs in what?
Well, I believe Morgan just asked you the question out loud that I typed into the comment section about what your beliefs are.
Right. Beliefs in what?
God.
What is God?
I'm pretty sure that's the ultimate question. But I left here being kind of a little confused and a little bit in a spiral. But then I came back to it, and that's why I had typed in the comments asking what your guys' beliefs were, because never got to that one. At least when I was in the group. I don't know if you guys did before.
Yeah, when you're on the panel, I don't tend to answer those questions unless you've already answered questions, and this panel is up where it says question the questioner. See, it's a little different.
That's the important change there, is the change in prompt.
Yeah, I thought it was one of you guys, but somebody said go ahead and request. But that person's not on yours. But you said something about I don't want to say evidence, but to which I asked about your favorite philosopher, because your answers to Morgan's question came from a very philosophical standpoint.
I don't know that I have a favorite philosopher. I probably recommend Camus often for people who seem to be sort of grasping at whether purpose is something that is important to them. So I enjoy a bit of absurdist philosophy, but the classics are interesting. But I don't really dive too deeply into the philosophical literature, or
I think a lot of people
try not to leave the audience behind for the most part in what
I think a lot of people see the Socratic nature of this and think that you must have like a philosophy major or must dive into philosophy quite often, and it's like
I'm interested. I enjoy it. I do enjoy philosophy.
Just read it.
Yeah.
And not the website.
I guess I was just kind of talking about when Morgan asked your belief and you said, what is God? How do we define it? And that's basic philosophical ideology.
Right.
Just 101, so that's why I asked. And then somebody told me to request.
Yeah. I don't know if it's an ideology, but it's a question that leads to ideologies, different answers.
That's a good question.
But I appreciate you, Kay.
Of course. I'm gonna head out now.
Yep. Hope you keep asking questions.
Always.
W's for K. And if you've got a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I think my poem is almost ready. I've got a couple more stanzas to check.
I'm trying, Thrayle, I'm trying.
do or do not do. There is no try.
I can only offer my hand and a place at the table. I can't force anybody to take it or sit.
You know, it's funny that in the Star Wars franchise, they always say absolutes are for Siths. That only Siths deal in absolutes, but isn't do or do not, there's no try, isn't that an absolute?
I think it does sound a bit absolutist. There is no try. Absolutely no try. Hello, Kazoo. How are you?
Hold on. Damn it.
I caught Kazoo choking.
Oh, I'm choking. Okay. So, I have a question. Don't you... Okay, but don't get it wrong.
I'll get it wrong, don't worry.
Okay, but isn't this angle that you're kind of going at, like... Wouldn't some fanatics, religious fanatics, maybe even call you, like, Satan putting a seed in?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They often do.
Yeah, because I don't want to think about this live on TikTok as much as I do, because, you know, I want to have a life. Side-eyeing you a little bit.
Like I might be Satan.
Yeah.
If there's a Satan, like maybe it's me.
You know, eat the fruit and shit.
Eat the fruit and shit.
I don't know. It's just like, what is your angle, dude?
That might happen. I'm just asking people to critically think about the assumptions they make.
Yeah, but sometimes it wrecks people.
The angle is critical thinking, and that's the problem.
Then why do you have this whole theme of you dark bat skeleton situation?
What's wrong with bats?
I mean, I love it, but I mean,
bats are awesome.
It's got my eyeballs on the side.
Why do you dislike the sky puppies so much?
I think, well, I call my Chihuahua fruit bat because she looks like a fruit bat. She does. She looks like a fruit bat papa. That's what we call her. But I don't know. I was just thinking about it a lot.
It caught your attention, didn't it?
Yeah. But it's not doing him any favors on that dark side stuff. That's all. I want to know what he thinks about it, I guess. Or I want you to tell me you're not Satan is what I want you to tell me.
I don't know. How would I know if I was Satan or not?
Are you slithering around?
Is
We're all
Satan
stupid.
supposed to slither?
I don't know. You know how stupid people, like humans, are. And questioning their beliefs is probably a pretty good way to get in there. If you were, and if there was anything.
Sebastian says don't feed into it. I'm not feeding into it. Look, if I don't know what Satan is, how am I supposed to know if I am it or not? It's like if I don't know what God is, how do I know if you're not it or not?
But if Satan is a
I had a whole... I'm sorry, keep going.
But if Satan is a title, anybody could be Satan.
Right, Satan is... So here's the thing, and we are hearing a little bit of rubbing, a little of that sound on the microphone, Kazoo. But if Satan just means the adversary, or the accuser, or the challenger, then maybe I am. If I'm just here presenting questions of the things you assume, if you find that to be adversarial or accusatory or challenging, then maybe Hasatan is a fitting title. During the exercise. I don't know that that means I'm, a dark lord waiting to gather your souls and somehow, I don't know, throw them into a pit of eternal hellfire or something like that.
Well, you could be a hitman. You never know. You don't have to be the guy himself.
Right.
I just thought I'd ask that question. I had a whole fucking list and I can't find it, but maybe next time I'll find it. I just wanted to know about that. Does that bother you? Does it bother you
me that you asked about me being Satan?
Bother you that people might think you're evil? Or you're gonna ask me, what is evil?
I might ask, what is evil?
I'm just saying. You got a side eye for me. I don't know, I question everything. And you, I'm gonna question that too. You gotta... Yeah.
What's up? No, what's up?
Should put a heart in the skeleton, I think. In the picture.
Look at the nose shape.
It's upside down, like some type of satanic situation. Upside down something.
Our nose holes are just satanic hearts.
Yeah. Upside down hearts and some type of satanic upside down cross.
I can't. Oh my god.
With the eyes.
Our upside down hearts of non-existence, just a gap where anything else could have existed.
You gotta have a heart to live on the earth.
Why do you have to have a heart?
Cause it's just the way it is.
Couldn't you use a machine?
Until it's plugged. It's telling us unplugged.
Yeah, so never unplug it.
I hope we don't run out of power.
What is power?
Electricity. Or nuclear fusion.
What do you... Who, your brother? Do you... Why did you want to start doing this? I ask you this every time, but...
To get people to think critically.
That's my cue. I gotta go.
Thank you, Kazoo. It's good to see you.
Yeah, you too, Thrayle. Thanks, guys. Bye, Morgan.
W's for Kazoo. I have not been called Satan in a while. Appreciate it.
And completely unexpected from
It
her.
has, I know. Well, that's all right. Not necessarily unexpected. Kazoo's always been suspicious of me. That's fine. That's why I like her questions. Because she's not afraid to even question me. I'm Satan in the most nice way. was great. That is exactly my motive, GoPro. I appreciate you seeing that. I would like people to believe true things, but I'm not here to tell them what to believe. I'd like them to think about it on their own, come to their own conclusions, even if they're different from mine.
Is it tiring to you when people like come up and say, "Oh, well, you're clearly this"?
Yes, it gets a little tiring when people come up there automatically assume I'm satanic or that I'm a devil worshiper or that I'm a witch. It's been a while.
Have you ever had such like a hardline atheist, like absolutely convinced that you were like a Christian or something?
Oh yeah, oh absolutely. That used to happen a lot. They would come up just absolutely convinced that I was here trying to convince people to believe in gods. Because they didn't listen for very long, or they caught me interviewing an atheist.
Mm-hmm.
And they would lead to the assumption.
Yeah.
What would convince you to believe in a god? And then next thing I know, I've got 5 atheists in queue all ready to come argue with me about whatever would convince this person.
I've been accused of being an undercover theist.
Interesting. Say more.
It's because I sat there and told a bunch of idiots who were just being complete and utter a-holes that, hey, you know, you can actually attack the argument and not the person themselves. What are you, some secret theist? And
what the fuck does that
what?
mean? What?
Yeah. I also got onto somebody for going after Mr. Rogers because Mr. Rogers was a Christian. I'm like, yeah, he was also one of the most decent human beings on the face of the planet, so...
Mr. Rogers is the only actual saint ever, thank you.
Right. Like, I don't care if he started every single show with a prayer. The man did a service to children in the entire country, so...
Mm-hmm.
How about you leave him the F alone?
I will say the original era neighborhood puppets were a little yee, but sign of the times, okay?
Kazoo says, I'll never trust a grown man that wants to entertain children. He wasn't there just to entertain children. He was actually teaching them life lessons that they weren't going to get, such as, you know, it's okay to fail sometimes. It's okay not to always get things right.
It's okay to be hatred.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay to have feelings about things that don't match what other people feel.
It's okay to ask questions.
And exactly. Don't have an answer.
I don't know if there's anybody else out there who thinks it's okay to question their belief and holds on to a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that. I don't know if there's anybody left in the queue who's interested in participating in that exercise, but I think we are gonna go ahead and round this off with a poem.
Oh, but we have not had the End is Nigh screen up yet. So
that's right. We have to do that for at least an hour while we question another believer. Isn't that how that works?
Usually.
I think. What if we just skip to the poem part?
Well, I guess if you don't want to, if you're not a stickler for, consistency, then I guess we could just skip to the poem.
There are too many neurodivergents in here. You'll throw them completely off.
Oh, you mean we have to do the whole hour questioning another believer?
No, I think the visual signal's enough.
I mean, I get called a secret believer. Does that count for anything?
I believe in secrets, yeah.
Look at that. We got a believer.
Hey,
Kath, can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS? Kath. Kath going once. Kath going twice. And Kath is just that last second before he got dropped back to the... So Kath, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
38.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yes, I do. The God that is self-evident because we exist.
What does that mean, that God is self-evident because we exist? It doesn't quite follow.
Meaning our existence is explained that way.
What is God?
Reality.
So why do you define reality as God? Or God as reality?
I define it because it's, of course, there's nothing else.
So there's nothing else but reality. Reality that is real, that you can see and interact with, is what exists. And so you call that God. Why call it God?
I think a lot of people have trouble with that, but I don't. I think it's understandable.
Why do you call it God?
I think it's all there is.
Why do you call it God?
It's the high mind.
Why do you call it God?
The oversoul, the high mind.
Somebody's got a high mind. Doesn't anybody else have any questions for Kath? Because I don't think he's actually coherent enough to answer them.
Oh, that's not fair.
Why do you call what exists God?
Why not? Like, it's all there is.
So I got a poem ready, and I'm ready to go to bed. And yeah, why not?
I wasn't paying attention. What happened?
Why do you call all that exists God? Well, why not? Well, why not?
Oh, I mean, God, such irrefutable thing to say.
Maybe another time, Kath. I felt like it was being kind of evasive with those last several answers, and I'm just not here for the... I'm just not here to be evaded in the last round of questioning. I almost thought to bring him up and say, got a belief? Can you question it? Alrighty. Just ending it right then.
But we've still met the requirement. We've questioned someone with the end of the live is nigh up,
Yeah.
and now we can finish. We're done.
We can into it. It wasn't an hour of questioning. It wasn't quite. But yeah, there's a.
You have fulfilled the non-existent criteria list on what we need to end the life.
Mm-hmm. And as Bat said, the only thing to question now is if the poem is really ready, and I can question it. I can question the readiness of the poem. It appears.
Hey, Hammy, Morgan,
Right.
let Thrayle sleep. Man sounds tired. Come on.
I just said he's fulfilled the non-written down, non-verbally said criteria for ending the live.
I think
so
there are a
we
couple
can.
more things I need to do. There's at least one more. Hammy, I appreciate you. Thank you for your questions. And of course, Morgan, thank you.
Of course, every time.
And Bats, thank you so much.
I always appreciate you, Thrayle.
Appreciate you. And thank you to all of you, whether you were here to ask questions, to be asked questions, or just to fall asleep. I appreciate every single one of you. Really, thank you for tapping the screen over 145,000 times. That's really amazing. Thank you all so much for sharing the live. I can't quite see that number from here on that screen. It looks like 66 times. That's pretty good. Appreciate all of the engagement, of course, but most importantly, I just appreciate you being here. Even if you came in, set your phone on speaker and fell asleep, I really appreciate everyone who's listening. Thank you for engaging your brains and a little critical thinking. And thank you. Well, thank you everybody who helped with the gift goals and who gifted the panel, of course. Thank you. But thank you, Donna B. and Polly, for helping with that last goal. I really do appreciate you. And if you do want to join the community and see what we get up to behind the scenes between the lives, of course you can always join the Discord. The link tree is in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either one will take you there. You just want to make sure that you read the rules first. Otherwise it might look a little lonely. But once you read them, if you can agree to them, then you should find out that you're not alone. And if you stumble across the Venmo or the Cash App in that link tree and you want to show your support that way, well, it is always appreciated. I really do thank every one of you who helps that way. It does make all the difference. Thank you. And I think there's really only one thing left. They sell us skies already signed and sealed, a throne beyond the stars at once revealed, an author etched in ink that will not fade, a cosmic contract no one saw him make. We're told the case is closed before we start, that doubt's a dagger pointed at the heart, yet every age has sworn its map was right, and drawn its monster at the edge of sight. Once sailors feared they'd tumble off the rim, where oceans curved and daylight's edge grew dim. They swore the world was flat because it seemed. The eye confirmed the doctrine they had dreamed. Bigfoot still walks where evidence runs thin, lack an answer to the why. We crown an unseen monarch in the sky. Old books can hold the poetry of fear, of exile's ache and hope that perseveres. But must a metaphor become a chain, an ancient weather still dictate our reign? If truth is true, it does not dread the test, nor tremble at a mind that won't just guess. A God secure in being what he is would welcome every honest "what if this?" So question thrones we've built on rules and shame, and ask who profits from that sacred claim. For better doubt that sharpens what we know than faith in maps that fear where questions go. And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all. Take care.